Hello, all you wonderful people. Welcome back to another day here at the NYSL 100K WarzoneMania tournament. You already know what you signed up for, and it's an incredible day filled of Warzone. Now, joining me, I have some absolute legends amongst us. I have J-God, I Hold Shift, and Studyy, bringing you guys all the action on the mics when we get into Verdansk, and I couldn't be happier about it, and I hope you guys are joining me with that one. Now, we did have day one yesterday, and boy, what a day it was. It was 5 hours of sweaty Verdansk plays. We saw so much going on, and I gotta say though, EmZ's team right at the top of the leaderboard, breaking that 600 point mark was absolutely unbelievable. Here is our top 8 teams that made it through to today. Now I'm gonna bring some of the boys in here for the opinions, because J-God, I'm gonna start with you, mate. I mean, some of the things that we were seeing coming across from these teams, some of the skill levels, some of the things that they were doing in terms of tactics were pretty phenomenal. You know, what can we expect out of today, do you think?
I think we're going to see a lot of mixing it up, because with the 4 hours instead of the 5, that kind of changes how picky you could be about your score. On top of that, I think there's certain players that maybe underperformed, and maybe if they're stepping up their game a little bit today, they'll be able to bump those scores even higher for their team that actually performed pretty solid across the board.
Amazing stuff. Now, Stud, Jukies.
Yeah.
You had your eye on him at the end of yesterday. You had your eye on him and his team about how they're going to be performing today. Are you excited to see, you know, hopefully them climb this leaderboard? And obviously things are refreshed today, so it's going to be pretty exciting. Are you excited for them?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for them. Like you said, like they didn't have a good day yesterday. They were able to manage to get into that top 8, sitting all the way in that 8th spot. But as long as you make it to day 2, day 1 doesn't even matter. So it's all about just leaving that in the past and just focusing on the present. And hopefully today these guys are going to be on fire, because I watched Mutex stream this morning. He sounds pretty ready to go.
Absolutely. Now you can see, guys, on the screen, we've got the kill race format here. We've already had stage 1, so unfortunately the fantastic kind of, you know, 5 hours that they get for 5 scores is just not happening today. They're given 4 hours. They have an hour deducted here, but they do have to drop in 5 scores to tally it up to decide the final placings here for today. And the point system, each kill is 1 point, and the placement is so important. So first place takes 25 points. You can see how it kind of goes down there in increments of 5 at the top there in the top 4. But to be honest, you're not really going to see anybody wanting anything other than a first place finish there, because the 25 points is really huge. And then the kills is kind of what tallies things up in terms of how high the risk is, how high the reward is in game for these players. And it does come down to the name of the game here, kill race, aka get the elims, folks. We want the elims. I Hold Shift, we haven't heard from you yet, bud, but it's so lovely to see you back. I mean, looking at, you know, the way that some of these teams are playing, you are obviously casting it with the boys. How much fun are we in for today?
Oh, it's going to be outrageous today, Lottie. I mean, the 1 less hour is actually so important. I mean, we had teams scrambling in the last 15 minutes to get a good 5th and final score. That's including teams that are in the top 8, realistically, all the way up until top 4, because there was a lot of volatility that was coming down to that final hour. So that means that volatility is going to be there pretty much throughout the entirety of the day. You've got to get your wins in. Mark my words, the team that wins this tournament will come away with 5 straight wins. That much we know is a for certainty. So that's got to be what you're shooting for first and foremost, before you try to really kind of maximize how much kill potential you actually do bring to the table on these lobbies.
Definitely. Now, obviously, I think yesterday, really, we saw a few teams almost like warming up a little bit. You know, it didn't seem too fast-paced, but like you said, towards the end, it's where it got really intense. J-God, does that intensity kind of, you know, intensify heading into today? Because, of course, we do have that kind of time crunch under the belt as well for 5 scores. It's 4 hours. Also, the fact that we saw EmZ's team put up a 600-point game and lead there, which is actually ridiculous if you think about it in terms of the 5 games. So are we going to be seeing teams really book from it from the start?
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see some of the dynamics change with that little middle game, where maybe they come together a little bit sooner, because those wins are so important. And they're basically, if you're not winning, you're almost scrapping that entire game, or it's not going to be good enough. Like Shift said, that if you're not winning 5 games, you're probably going to be a little bit struggling on the point system. We saw that with Z-Laner's team not being able to make it into the second round. They had some pretty solid games where the kills were there. Placement just wasn't until maybe towards the second half. But it was a little too late type thing at the end of that point.
Definitely. Now, talking about some of the kills and the eliminations, that, you know, it's the name of the game after all. Stud, you know, the eliminations, it's been a big thing. And I think yesterday I was updating with you guys in terms of, you know, the individual players and who was getting what. We actually had a 49 kill individual game, which was just like mind blowing to me. I don't understand how that's possible. But Stud, what kind of kills are we looking at here? What's a good number to be getting individually, or even just as a team here?
Honestly, I think individually, as long as you're averaging around that 20 kill mark, that's exactly what your team needs you to do, because you're going to have some slayers on your team that are able to push the margin or at least get to that 25-30. So just everyone being so consistent around that 20 kills will put you in a great position, because if you all get 20, you get the win. That's going to be 105 points. So that could be a great start for a lot of these teams, but just the way that these guys ended yesterday, especially teams EmZ, 600 points, that's basically averaging 120 points a game. So these guys are going to have to get twisted nice and early.
They really are going to have to get twisted. We're jumping on board with Juki's team right now to see exactly how they're going to go down. And Stud, I know you're really excited about this team. I'm really hoping for the best for them. Obviously, the 8th place finished last night. It was not ideal, but you never know. Things are refreshed, just making sure everyone at home knows scores are not carried into today. It is an even playing field right now. Nobody has an advantage. It is just go hard, go home. So that is what we're dealing with, gents. I'm going to leave it up to you.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Yeah, this is a really interesting squad. I think, Jeremy, you're talking largely about how Mutex felt like he did not play as the highest caliber that he would expect to for tournaments like this. So we kind of wanted to see them drop in early towards Hospital, which is exactly where they are, and hopefully start their day off hot. Bit of a scrappier, though, through the elevator shaft, but it looks like largely they will be able to get some of these players up. Needs to find some weapons as 5x5, but she will be knocked as well. So now we're just looking at Metaphor, who needs to try to save the squad's initial drop.
Yeah, and that's not a good start, man. Like, this is one of those games where you already had 3 teammates go to the gulag nice and early. You're going to have one player who came back. Unfortunately, now it's on the regain stage. And like Jay got said, man, 4 hours, you got to make sure that every game is going to matter. You can only manage to get about 8 games in a 4-hour time if you're completing every single game, getting it all the way to the very end. So with everybody going to the gulag nice and early, it's not really a good thing, but you can just tell that the intensity is there for this team, as we heard Mutex in that little bit of a listening right there in his comms.
So, Jay, I got to ask the question, and this is something that we talked about yesterday, is going to be a major consideration throughout the day. In this instance, if you lose, let's say 2 players through gulag, are you just backing out and going again and you only lost 7 minutes, or do you try to make it happen with 3 players?
I think they're going to make a judgment call based off how long, like how strong the lobby's holding together. Like right now, the lobby is actually doing pretty decent, sitting at about 120-ish players. I think they might make a judgment call before that, but either way, you still got to get those 5 games in the books, regardless of it is. You're going to have some bad games, and I think as they get a little bit more scores in the books, maybe 3 or 4, maybe they're going to be like, hey, yeah, let's just scrap it. Let's just try and get a better score, because this is not looking good type of thing. They won 3 out of the 4 gulags, so I think they're probably still going to hang in this one, kind of see where it goes, maybe get some money. They do have the little supply run there. Maybe they can get back 5 for 5 for free, and then they'll be ready to get maybe a loadout. Hopefully they can get some money together.
And you've got a helicopter, but Jeremy, one of the things we can see right there is that red smoke. There is a team that just got their loadout, so the road does not become much easier. The good news is they do have this helicopter, though, so we should expect to see them really moving on pretty quickly. As soon as they get the supply run, you can just go rooftop to rooftop, hopefully find some free loot. Even better when you've got Mutex picking up a ground loot sniper and finding value with it. He's actually still contesting Hospital, which obviously he'll know that there's at least one still team that's going to be persisting in this location.
Yeah, that was the thing, is that the fact that he died and came back and he knew the Hospital was basically popping. There's a lot of people here. A buyback is going to come in. He still was able to find at least 1 kill, but they still haven't found enough money to get 5x5 back. The supply run is actually going to get completed. Will they try to bring her back to this game? But Mutex is on the hunt. He thinks that he finds someone on this top rooftop, and yes, he does. He's able to find one, take him down. That's not going to be a team wipe, so he knows the opponents have to be close.
Well, they're doing pretty okay on cash at the moment, but they're going to need a lot more than that. Mutex over the top, also getting shot from the high ground, but is able to find the elimination. Beautiful shot that was on the bounty that was coming at him for the manhunt. So an opportunity to really clean things up, and beyond that, also a little bit of extra cash, which is going to be necessary. A little bunny hop snipe as well. All right, well, you wanted to call us card here, Jeremy, about we need to see Mutex playing better. How about those snipes to start off the day?
That's great, man. It's good energy because Mutex, he's one of those players. If he starts off early, he's just going to be frying the entire day. And with hitting shots like that, you got to be feeling the intensity. You're feeling really good to start the day. The guy was on nice and early, just making sure that he was going to be warmed up. And you can just tell, the great sniper shots like that makes me proud.
I'm gonna zip
That's good stuff.
top
But in the same breath here, J God, they still lose 2 more players. So this is one of those weird situations where almost the economy makes the decision for them, you would have to feel like, because at this stage in the game, most other tournament teams you have to feel like already have loadout drops. Maybe even just teams in this lobby specifically, but you've got to spend this at homies back before you can pop the word loadout drop. You're kind of looking at the neutral drop to come in right near the end of the first round as what you're using to actually get yourself kitted up.
Yeah, I think Mutex having the 8 kills right off the bat gets him a great start. So maybe that's going to be part of it. Obviously, Juki's picked up a little bit of money there. They probably got to combine for money unless Juki's can find a kill. Looks like the helicopter just turned red. There is a free buy there, so he's just going to be able to go rotate up there, maybe get Metaphor or maybe get 5x5. Oh, they are holding this pretty heavily, and he gets smoked. So yeah, it's not looking too good right now. Mutex is all alone since everyone's used their gulag, and he is looking to be pushed pretty heavy here.
Oh my God.
They pulled him out. They pulled him out.
I was about to bring up the talking point. If he finds that kill, Mutex, you got to feel like he's going to be vocal. Like, no, guys, I've got 9. Like, let's just keep going. But at the end of the day, someone's got to make that call of, all right, like, we just cannot afford to do this. Quite literally, we don't have the cash to get everyone back. We've already used one of our supply runs. We don't have loadouts. It just wasn't looking all that great. So you lose 11 minutes. Neither here nor there. I think the big takeaway is the fact that Mutex is looking hot off the start. As we swap over, though, we will be taking a look at Aydan, Scum, and Karma, and Miss Sweet, or Danny as she's known in game. And that will be a team that really did nicely yesterday, Jeremy, and one that it was kind of hard to get a read on because they just weren't submitting scores until the end of the tournament, but they were able to submit a lot of W's, and that's what's important coming into today.
Yeah, it definitely is, man. But this is another team who I expect high things from, like not to be sitting in the 6th place on the first day. So today's got to be the turn-up day, and this is a good way to start. Everybody off the rip already has their loadouts. They already have the 2-2 split going. They're splitting the map. Aydan's going to be running by his lonely. Actually, no, he's going to be with Danny. So it's going to be a 2-2 split, and so far, this is a great start to this first game for these guys.
We talked about this yesterday. I mean, Aydan, it's just, you always feel like you miss something when you swap off his POV because he's so quick to find kills individually. Seeing him already on 5, 120 total players, but on the same kind of talking point, how about the performance from Karma yesterday, guys? I mean, he was in almost every single twisted clip that we had from yesterday. Looked really solid, wouldn't you say, J God?
Yeah, 100%. We were just talking about that earlier. It's how funny it was that he's basically a clip machine. Getting back into Warzone, it's just impressive to see that it's like he never left type of thing. One thing that we haven't really talked much about is how the actual overall zone may even play a factor into them re-queuing at the beginning of a match. Like we saw Teep go late into a match yesterday where they wasted about 8 minutes. I mean, they're not wasted because they still got the win in the moment, but they were over at prison for like 8 to 10 minutes, just kind of worried about the last team. And sometimes if you think, hey, you know what, we're about to jump out the plane, this is gonna end maybe near prison, maybe we need to queue up for a better zone. So we're not wasting those 10 minutes to end the game. So I think that's another consideration in the queuing process, especially with it only being 4 hours. They could be picky about where they're gonna drop, re-queue, 4 minutes later, you're back in another match.
Well, it's been a really solid start, all things said. It just comes down to Danny hopefully being able to farm another kill here inside the gulag. Cheeky strat.
Oh, she's using that Astro headset to the best of her ability.
Has to be.
Sound cues.
The flashpoint grenade will actually, or snapshot grenade rather, I should say, will see her out, and then the cooked up nade, perfect medium rare comes through. So Danny will lose her gulag. Scumman has to go into his, so it's just really down to the in-lobby action between Karma and Aydan. Karma gets tagged up heavy as he sees a full squad in front of him right through train station.
Yeah, so now he has to try to back down, put some more plates on. Gonna put the trophy system out a little bit more of the defensive line, but he's gonna try to commit towards these kills. With that AMAX, gonna be aiming down the sights. Nothing is gonna be in front of him. He's able to spot one, but so far these guys are just playing like punks. There's only one guy here. You gotta challenge him, even though he's a 3-time world champion. And this is where Karma's at his best. When all this action is going on, the engagement's going to be in, and unfortunately, he's going to get pushed by a shotgun and sent to the gulag.
Not much you can do there, but It is still the opportunity to essentially get another kill. I mean, you've got Aydan locking down this buy station, has purchased back Danny. Getting on board with Scummin and his gulag. Has the QBZ in. Well, that was clean. I mean, maybe missed a bullet or two. So he'll be quick to get back into the action. And here's the good news. And this is one of the things that you can always look at when you're, on a team or watching Aydan play is, that he's wiped a couple of teams, if not full-on squads. So why not just drop right on top of him? And you've probably got some loot to pick between. Even beyond that, right through the helipad, Aydan will actually see one more player crossing. Wants to make sure this is a free kill, though, before he opens fire. And, well, there it is. Right out in the open. Gets the knock, gets the kill. That will not be a full-on team wipe, though, so more to deal with as they start to make their way forward.
And just watching Aydan, he was level 3 threaded before, and the guy's just so talented. Like, doesn't even matter how many people are pushing him. He's just going to be so confident in those engagements. He was able to at least wipe that team out. He's still finding kills left and right, able to find the second. As the first one is going to get completed by Danny, but he knows that there has to be still enemies in this area. Gonna get the full kill, gonna be able to get out with his life, trying to snap on. But unfortunately, he's gonna get dropped, and now he's gonna unfortunately be in the gulag.
Yeah, it gets thirsted up. Scummin was just a little bit late to the party, but you have to trust the fact that Aydan will just win his gulag, and then it's pretty much inconsequential. If anything, it just gets him an extra kill, right? I mean, see how things unfold. It's gonna be street sweeper action in the gulag, and Aydan just wants to go quick. Able to take over the corner, but where has this player gone? I think he just saw a piece of him. Semtex comes through, does win the gulag at 1 HP, essentially. So he'll drop right back down, and, well, as he does, Danny will watch another player drop right back down. So maybe a little bit of revenge was hoping for this team that they had previously wiped, but that will not happen, and that's just extra kills at this point in time. This has been an electric start for the side of Team Aydan.
One shot down him. Yeah, nice.
Definitely has been, and as they get that other knock, there's still going to be a total of 24 teams in, so Scummin is the only one without the live board, so they have a total of 25 kills so far with 24 teams in. Karma with some great shots onto the vehicle, able to crack the armor but not get the knock. The pressure is going to be on. They're trying to commit towards these gunfights, and this is something that we don't see this often, is that they're all basically around each other. We don't see any splitting going on. A couple people already went to the gulag, so they're trying to be a little safer, but eventually the lobby is going to drop, and you definitely want to just pick up as many kills as possible and not standing together.
Well, this could just be a byproduct of the density of the area they dropped in, right, Jaygon? I mean, it's just fight after fight after fight, it feels like, plus the fact that they've been kind of cycling through gulag, so you've got to be able to drop in and get your loadouts back. But this would be about the time, 72 players, 74 now, that you're hoping that, okay, let's go ahead, get some vehicles set up, and let's go ahead and play some more individual missions, because they've got everything they could possibly want when it comes to the loadouts.
Yeah, and they started the more traditional route that we saw a lot of times on the first version of Verdansk, where you go kind of super factory area. They were all looted together. They got the money, and then now they're kind of splitting off. They went up, hit up hangars, probably went through police in that area, which is kind of like the older format. We didn't see, I don't think, any of them land or near hospitals. So it looks like more of a traditional route. Maybe they saw something in yesterday's games where they're like, yep, this is a little bit more effective for this quad race format versus a 2v2 style where maybe you have to split and get those freebie kills.
Get off with the Godges here.
Well, here's an interesting call. Danny has put a ping down on a sniper on top of this river town. And it looks like they just want to go, and that UAV so much value. Aydan, as a part of this, finds the armor break and the knockdown on a player up top. But the problem would maybe even be considered, how do you get all the way up to finish these kills? And, well, maybe not, because Danny will just go ahead and clean up, it looks like, the rest of the team, or at least the player that Aydan had down. There's another knock and another finish. Maybe one more to deal with here. UAV has expired, and wait a second. This kid comes around the back, and Aydan says, we're not open for business. That is a clean threes team wipe coming out for the side of just Aydan and Danny in this collective duo.
Yeah, that was a great job right there out of Aydan and Danny to just make sure that they soloed out those guys. They know that they had to rotate into the storm, but just having the positions that they had turned into some easy kills on this side for Aydan. He's already sitting at 15, and his gun is looking so damn good with that NYSL cam on it.
Very clean, very clean. But back over to Karma's POV. Him and Scummin working somewhat near one another. Actually, pardon me, that's completely inaccurate. Scummin 700 meters away. I thought it said 70 initially, and I was like, he's pretty close, but I didn't see him on the minimap. But so it's going to be Karma chasing down this bounty just outside the police department. And there is maybe an angle here, but Scummin by himself does fall. So no gulag available, but plenty of cash, at least for Aydan, to be able to purchase him back without much consequence. Just comes down to where Scummin wants to redrop in once he does get purchased. Karma's still on the hunt. Gonna be able to track down these bounties in front of them. And actually, Danny and Aydan will also drop. So now it's just on to Karma, and he does not have enough cash. So realistically, Jagad, you've got to clean up this bounty and hopefully do it quicker than later.
Yeah, he has to, 100%. It sucked that he was a little bit further away when that UAV was in the air because this guy does not have ghost. Oh, damn, he made the play. He got the guy, he got the cash. It's enough to at least buy one of them back. But this is definitely a regain mentality here. The lobby is kind of still dying pretty quick. We're already down to about 40, 45 players, but they're sitting at about 40 kills. So it's kind of one of those things that this game will be a solid game if they manage to make it to the end and eventually get that win.
Oh, I seen somebody on it.
Also marked here, Stud. Supply run, trying to get people back as fast as humanly possible. There's also the loadout drop behind. I was about to ask the question, where do you drop back in once you do get purchased? But maybe that supply drop would be the answer, and it looks like that might be the case. Supply run picked up, and now it's just down to which route do you want to take to get there.
Yeah, I think he's just going to go to the supply run and then buy one back. So the person that's going to be bought back is just going to land on it. So all 4 players are going to be up sooner than later. So this is a good play right here out of Karma. Going to bring back Aydan, that's for sure. Oh, he's going to bring back actually Scummin. But that doesn't really matter because Scummin is just going to land on that buy. He's going to bring back Aydan. The only thing is that there is not a loadout fairly close to them. The closest one is going to be in the middle of airport. So kind of a dangerous situation. There was a lot of action over here for Karma. He was at train station before, so hopefully he's able to get this buy off with no problem.
Gets Aydan back, no worries. But armor broken, sniper shot while on the move, and oh boy. Karma does see that there are a couple of players that have to be nearby, as not only is their buyback there, but the sniper shot should at least lead the suggestion that there's another team at least somewhat close by, and Karma's going to take his time to make sure that everyone can drop in safely. And this is another one of those moments you got to think, all right, well, we're dealing with ground loot again, and we're looking at only 46 total players. You would hate to give this game up because of the kill total that you're already at, which is around 41, but at the same point, this is going to take time to get back into fighting condition to win the lobby.
Yeah, I think so, but they're already averaging, what was that, like 13, 12 kills a piece? No, about 10 kills a piece. Yeah. They only need to rack up a few more, and there's still a good amount left. There's a team from earlier that Karma ran into, but now they're fully stacked. I don't think those players were particularly good with how they handled the gunfight, so maybe they're feeling a little bit more confident about this gunfight because they basically all 3 jumped on Karma at once. There's still a helicopter here for mobility, so they're still going to have that option if they need to go ahead and push the loadout. Maybe these guys have cash. Because potentially if they're holding this roof, the guy has munitions, maybe they did a few recons, so they already know kind of a little bit placement on the zone, and that's why they have the heli over here. So there's a lot of good things associated with this, even though this building is a little bit more of a challenging one to take.
Well, Scummin wins a really important first gunfight. Now Karma's on the other side of this, wants to make sure the helicopter does not fully get flighted, but looks like they have actually disabled and gotten the elimination from that player trying to fly away. So another good elimination, but that's not a full team wipe. So Karma still on the hunt in close quarters, finds the kill, throwing knife to finish. And now you're looking for maybe just one last player to get the full confirmed team wipe.
Yeah, that's a good play out of Karma. Unfortunately, the pressure's still going to be on. So he has to try to finesse his way around this corner, and that's why he's a 3-time champ. Able to put the down onto at least one player, but unfortunately, his teammate is going to be there. A self-revive is going to be onto the opponent, and Karma, unfortunately, he's going to get full kills. And now he has to be bought back.
I have some now, but
Scummin has some good weapons in his hands. Great AMAX shots right there, able to at least knock down one. The other player knows that he's going to be fully health up. Now, how does Scummin decide to approach this? He does have a Semtex in his back pocket, but some great shots, able to knock down the second. So just doing a great job, just keeping control of this top roof. Yeah.
There's just so many angles that this player could have bailed out to. There's the staircase. He could have just jumped off the top. At the same point, still a little bit of weapon shopping going on. Okay. Tag down low, but 8 armor plates, able to get fully back to healthy. This is essentially still just a 1v question mark situation.
Aydan grabbed the most
potentially
wanted?
dropping in. I was going to say, that's what I was wondering about. Aydan does actually grab that. I don't know if that was intentional, or maybe they just want to, hey, maybe come get me. Maybe that's kind of the question mark. You know, you have to feel like with how he's playing, that would have to be a thought process, at least in some form, J-God.
Yeah, that plays into it. Plus, like, if anyone dies right now, then they're automatically brought back for free. If not, they're going to end up with 6,000 cash about a piece, which is huge. They need a regain with loadouts or self-revives or anything, since the win is so crucial. There it is. That was a clean shot. So they're probably going to own most of this area, I would imagine, if that was the last guy. I don't think, unless they try to land back on their loot, because that wasn't a team wipe. So we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, this is definitely a little bit reckless, having the most wanted in a vehicle. People knowing where you're at. It is a little bit rough one for Aydan here.
Really hit the outskirts. I cannot.
He's taking some damage off the gas mask, but he'll largely be okay. Trying to get quickly back over towards his teammates. And there was a moment there when we swapped away where Karma pulled out the heartbeat sensor and did see at least one more player pop up. So at train station, I mean, they've been going from hot POI to hot POI realistically. I mean, their initial drop right over by hangars, that took them a while to get away from, and now they find themselves almost kind of hiccuped and handcuffed over by the backside of train station. So that could be interesting. Hello, able to finish off one is Scummin. Looks like that was a finish for him as he gets credited for his 13th kill.
Let's see them.
And yeah, this is going to be, again, him and Karma looks like working this together. Still more information off the heartbeat. There's one, finds the down. Looking for the second pre-fire. Going to be good for the knock on the armor, but not onto the player. There was also a third one nearby. So you go over to Karma's POV. He's going to need to find a way to trade this out. And right over the top, he's able to find one. One more down low into the staircase. No problem. This comes down to the third and final player in the staircase. No, thank you, sir. No way you're going to get those self-revives off. That's 3 beautiful kills from Karma as he gets to 15 individually.
Yeah, and that's good because Scummin did drop right there, so this is going to be all that loot. You're able to bring your teammate back. And just keep in mind, that most wanted is still going off. Karma still doing work in this staircase, able to knock down another player, trying to find the team wipe. The C4 is going to come in, but does not matter. Bobley Swagger, a.k.a. the 3-time, sitting at 17 kills, 50 for the entire team so far.
It's just so good to see Karma playing again. I don't know how much you were really watching Karma after he had called his retirement, but when he started playing in the early stages, like playing with challengers and stuff, like, dude, Karma's nasty at Cold War.
Yes.
He's equally nasty at Warzone, apparently. He's been looking great in the last 2 days.
Yeah, just watching him like in the beginning of Cold War, I remember he was like playing some Challenger Cups with nuts, and
dude.
Just going all around. He was just a sniping, walking montage. Like the guy was just having so much fun. And every time you watch Karma, you expect stuff like that because obviously he is one of the greatest Call of Duty players of all time. 3-time world champion. Got to just give the credit where it's due, man. The guy's just a beast.
It's so much fun to watch him play. Always has been. It's just fun to see him play in a different environment. Danny by herself, UAV, she makes the call. A lot of players around, and at this point, J-God, are you looking at this? 24 players, 7 other squads? All right, maybe it's time to get together and secure the win. We've already got 50+ kills.
Yeah, what's cool too is a lot of the teams where she's at, they're outside the zone. Aydan's out here looking to help out a little bit. They're kind of in a pin. Ooh, he got downed. But the rest of the team could maybe make a play. It seems like they're really kind of far. So I don't know how quick they can get through. It looked like they were working their way through Boneyard. They could probably hold those teams rotating right now because the gas is about to start moving and well, it started moving right now. So they should be able to get to the edge, maybe provide a little bit of cover for Danny and just kind of see how that goes.
Actually, I'm gonna land on my loot. It's safe.
The instant repurchase will be back through. So with a full 4-man squad, we set up our first Wings for Wins moment. As we get towards our final circle, it's going to push everybody over towards the central west port of the map. Like you mentioned, through Boneyard, it can be a little dicey to get through here, but the UAV is really helping out a lot as Karma continues to work his way over, finds one elimination. Obviously, knowing that there are more nearby, finds the player on top of the heady. That's not going to be safety for them as a lot of damage is confirmed, and that will be enough to push them away. Working alongside will be Aydan as he comes over to the right, and this zone is coming really, really quickly. So these gunfights are going to have to be convincing. You do not want to get knocked right here while this gas is starting to come through, and this is actually beautiful. Just off the position, Danny's actually helping pinch this with both Karma and Aydan, and the kills are coming quickly. Another team wipe in the mix, and that's going to be 19 now for Karma as he picks up another kill.
By UAV.
Yes, there's going to be a total of 5 teams left in this game, 14 players.
On ground over there.
So they have the potential to get to 68 if they find every single kill. Almost an 100-point game. Scummin is able to find one, so that's going to be another team wipe. Or at least locating one, but unfortunately a stun is going to come in. He's going to stun himself and some great shots. Unfortunately, he's going to get dropped. So now you have to spend that money to bring him back. At least you do get the information of where these enemies are camping.
Still tons of players that could be farmed up here, and I don't really know how to tell you guys this, but it's going to be required. EmZ's team that finished at 603 total points yesterday, they set the tone for what would have to be about a 120-point average game, which means that you have to finish with 95 kills with a win to meet that mark. They had reportedly 129 kill game to start.
I don't know.
Shot me from further, I think.
What?
Let that sink in real quick.
129?
129 kills. That's allegedly coming through. We haven't gotten confirmation, but that's unbelievable. But as this is just sitting at 62 kills, we'll try to finish this lobby off with an Astro Gaming listed with teammate.
And guns behind.
Oh, they're over there. They're right over there.
Yeah, there's someone in my
Where?
mark.
Near my mark up there.
Okay, what about, yeah, and then at the houses you said Scummy? Scummy, if you
Yeah,
want to land
they're
Lottie, I'm
shot.
watching over you. I'm watching over you with Lottie if you want to land Lottie. Oh, behind us, down low. Oh, he's on that fence. He's on that like metal fence. He's looting his old shit.
No, he's not. No,
Okay, nice. Might want to cross while there's a cluster going.
Yeah, I am.
I think I'm gonna cross now if anyone else wants to go.
There's a full team right here. Full team.
Enemy UAV
They're
overhead.
sniping at me. Shit.
Yeah, these guys. I think we use this.
You have shotguns?
But yeah, we can't push.
In this house on me? Or
The next
They're
one.
in both houses, Aydan. I think one's in your attic and one's in the.
no one's in my attic.
Okay, they all ran to the other one then. Straight southeast of you guys, to the left.
I'm being a
Up
fucking
top,
loser, dude.
hurt, one shot. I down. He downed me. He's one shot, Dan. You're good. You can res.
I need to close this back door.
I think we need to help them push on.
Got one.
Yeah.
Run to them for sure. Go. Go help them. Throwing it up there.
I got a full kill.
Oh, Scummy.
Dude.
He's the wrath of the shotgun, pussy.
Dude, I can't get away
There's
from
a
them.
buy over here.
I don't think we die resing him. I mean, I'll drop you my money if you want to go.
Yeah,
Or
give me your
Damon has
money.
the money. You need Damon's money.
Alright, Damon, give me your money real quick.
I see a team over there.
You've got gas
On
inbound.
the
They're
bike.
rotating
Zone
out. They're
relocated.
literally rotating like. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, snipe me. Downed him. I'm precisioning that right away.
Target area is marked.
See if I get this kill, please.
Beware.
Please. I think we're gonna want to go right. I think I'm gonna go right.
Yeah. I think there's still one team up here, Aydan. The guys who were up here earlier. I just lost
Okay.
sight of them. I don't know where they.
I had two down over there, Dan.
We sniping.
Yeah,
at me?
sniping. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, they're fighting over there, Damon. They're fighting. We just need to go.
Crack that guy in black.
I'm just pushing this because we gotta go. Scummy, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Cracked him.
I'm just landing on someone, dude.
Alright. Throwing double nades.
Close in here. They're all in this thing.
I got the solo. Got you, Aydan. One to your right, Aydan. Right there. Other one back there, same spot.
Nice.
42. I think we got
Dude,
75.
shotgun's gotta go, bro.
Yeah, that was tough. I need a Sergio, so we got this.
Incredible stuff there across the board. It is lovely to see 3-time back on our screens. If it's not for a twisted clip, it's for the actual game itself. We love to see Karma. Amazing stuff out of Team Aydan there. And I just got to say, though, I did hear I hold shifty little update in the middle of that, and I am shooketh to my core at the potential of EmZ's team dropping a 129 kill game, which I think, Stud, when you do the quick math, what would that actually points be? What would it be overall?
129 plus a 25. That's 154. 154 for the first game. Like, that's 2 games combined in one. Like, that's insane, man.
I mean, we were literally just over at Astro listening. We were just chatting away about, you know, what that does mentally to other teams starting off. You know, we were saying Destroy's team, obviously an incredible 122-point game, which is brilliant, especially to start it off. They'll be like, oh, fantastic, 122 points. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Love it. And then they just peer over at the scoreboard and see EmZ's team dropping that. And they're like, okay, we gotta step things up. I tell you what, though, talking about stepping things up, let's talk about wins, because you know what wins equal? They equal wins here. So wings have been dropping into chat. I hope you guys have been clicking the chat bot, and if you haven't won this time, don't panic. Use the code IJW times Warzone for free delivery from It's Just Wings through DoorDash all tournament long, because they're just that amazing. So thank you so much, It's Just Wings. Everybody gets wings. Everybody gets wings. We're actually going to jump on board with this incredible team. We've got EmZ on our screen at the moment to see what these guys are up to currently, because I'm in disbelief. I want to see how much frying is being done, how much is being done exactly. We got 4 kills on the board right now for EmZ. I think they dropped Superstore, I believe.
Yeah, exactly.
So a hot drop. And gents, I'm dropping you guys right into the spice of things to see what is happening on our screens.
Yeah, it had to have been a jailbreak situation. I mean, there's just no way else that you find that many kills into a straight lobby.
100%.
But, you know, Jay got, you know, we asked the question kind of at least a little bit more yesterday than we have so far today, but Superstore drop. Now, is there something that is considerate of that? Like, does there have to be a helicopter nearby? Does the initial circle have to be favoring for that POI? Because largely we do see a lot of hangars in hospital more traditionally, but this has obviously, at least for now, been a pretty premeditated strategy for EmZ's team, and it's worked out nicely for him.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier with the map changes, kind of going back to what worked before. And a lot of times it didn't matter what the zone was, he would still land super just because it's a good breaking off point. If you're going to rotate to the north, to the south, regardless of where the zone is. Ideally, you want to buy nearby, which there's usually 3 in the area, right in front of Super, one across the street at the gas station, and then the other one over by PD, which are generally hot areas depending on where you want to go. Maybe cross over to Storage Town. There's a lot of different rotation elements there. And it looks like if you win there, you're still going to come out with a decent amount of cash, get your loadout, which they already have. And they're kind of already starting to push teams, which get you a huge head start on all those players that don't quite have Ghost.
And it's almost like one of those things that we drop and then we scatter. I mean, you've got EmZ going over towards Storage Town. That was a play just outside of hangars for Wars. But now with just 2 players left, waiting for, looks like FIFA Kill to actually get into the gulag. There's going to have to be some, at least slowing down, you would feel like, for a moment, still playing for this bounty. I mean, 2v4 situation shouldn't be unfamiliar for either of these two, you would feel like, but the zone will eventually consider how they want to rotate away from that position, because it's going to push them over towards the northeast. We get on with FIFA Kill. Pretty easy shots, no problem, never even got touched. And there it is. It's going to wait for the call. What is he going to do? He's just going to land right back on top of his body.
Should be, yeah.
Yeah, and EmZ is going to be able to bring back Wars, so Wars obviously is in a situation where he can't land on his loot because he got shot in the back. So there's going to be multiple players in this position, but he's just scouting it. He's trying to put the mark down for his teammates to try to get some help. Get his weapons back. You're going to see FIFA or Schmitty. This is a guy who dropped 49 kills by himself in one game. Almost 50%, 33% of a lobby by himself. Like, the guy's just a different kind of animal. You can just tell by the movement, the shots right there. Easy kill for the young man.
So there's the clearance. Get the money, get a UAV, and see if you can find these players that are either dropping back in, or more importantly, as you start to rotate over towards where this next circle is going to push you, make sure you can track down teams that are also doing the exact same thing. But as Wars falls back in, he also falls once more. That was actually right on top of his body. It actually looks like it's by the same player, if I'm not mistaken. FIFA also similar fate, has at least been knocked. No chance to get rezzed, you would feel like. So once more, it comes down to what we can get out of both Smitty and EmZ here.
Yeah, they have the economy too, so it's not a bad situation to be in. You would like your teammates just to be up, but so far, Smitty's just trying to keep FIFA alive with some great shots with that AMAX, able to knock down 2 players. Now it's all about just trying to get some full kills, but he's just going to change his positioning, trying to knock down the third. He's going to be camping in towards the top window, but they're just going to pull. It's a good call by them. You know, you don't want to waste any money. You don't want to waste any time, and unfortunately, they thought that that wasn't a good enough game to complete, and they backed themselves out going for the restart.
Is, you know, Jay got, as we got Lottie back in the picture, I just want to ask you the question here. Is that one of the more high-risk scenarios with dropping Superstore? Because the ability to drop back on top of your body is also very risky because it's such a central POI.
I don't know. I think that one had a lot more to do with the zone. It looks like a hard shift to the north and to the right. So there was a lot of people rotating across. If you look towards the edge of the zone, right where they had where they were trying to actually get into the zone, there was a lot of people that had gatekeeping potential that could have possibly held them. So I think the rotation was pretty hard, based off everyone having to basically push into the north side of the map. They were limited on options there.
Look, situational, man. I'm telling you now, and these situations happen to me often, very often. It's always about the poor rotations that happen to me. Things happen in game, I can't even explain it. But I tell you what, it could have also been the fact that they're not quite twisted enough yet. And talking about twisted, we need to talk about twisted clips. I'm very excited to see what clip we have coming up because I love a good twisted clip. Let's see who's on the table. T. Hello, TP.
Oh, and he gets into the helicopter early. This is my chopper. Get to the chopper, like Lottie likes to say. Easy kill for Mr. T. Just going to fly around in a helicopter, catches another little birdie as he's trying to walk across the rooftop. Easy two-piece for the world champ. T makes it look that easy.
Easy wins there. Incredible stuff. It kind of reminds me of when I'm doing the lawn, or actually my partner's doing the lawn, and we're just zapping those like little bits of grass on the side of the fence. That kind of reminded me of what TP was doing right there to get some of those limbs. Incredible stuff, and certainly TP is twisted, to say, to put it lightly. To put it lightly, he's definitely twisted. Gents, obviously early doors at the moment. We're into our first hour, 40 minutes in. We're actually going to head over to Destroy's team to see exactly what these guys are doing. I'm excited about this, based on what they've put up so far, the 122-point game to start with. Total kills, though, let's be honest, 97. That's huge for the first game in. Destroy himself got 21 kills. Doug is raw, got 30. Clutch Belk 33, and Angel 80 got 13. I gotta say as well, Clutch Belk has been performing. Yesterday, honestly, one of my individual players to watch. The eliminations that were coming up for this guy was just unbelievable, and it's really great to see that still happening today, coming across the board there. But it's safe to say these guys are on fire at the moment. They clearly have a strategy. They clearly know what they're doing when it comes to kill race. J-God, what do you think kind of separates them from some of the other teams that we had or saw yesterday who didn't quite make it in?
Well, I think they're really playing the game well with how aggressive they are. I think they know how many kills they could put up. They know when to like change the gears to basically play to that 100-ish kill game, and then just kind of adjust the gears for that, because they came out the gate. I talked about it a little bit yesterday where they looked like they were throttling some of the games, because it was almost like perfectly 75 per game. They're like, we're gonna get 100 per game, and we're just gonna do it. And it was almost so perfect how each game lined up that way. And then they come out right out the bat with it in 97, and they cleared up some of the issues where they had the first day, where that first game they had tons of kills, but then maybe they had that like 5th place finish or whatever it was, where they didn't quite get those top placement points.
So great start. That's the big key. Destroy already on 12 kills. Look how much this lobby has barely even budged. Apparently. Gonna try to use this to his advantage. Throws it right up front. Not gonna be able to lock down the shots though. So careful here. Tries to get away, but not. That's really unfortunate. An opportunity to get the high ground into play. And very quickly, Angel's gonna make their way over, trying to save Destroy's life, but not quite there in time. Able to get the angle down for another knock. One more player on the way through. Armor break for it. But as we start to make its way forward, it's just down to, can you actually clean this kill up? And yeah, it looks like the Semtex will largely do the job for it.
Now,
and
gents,
is doing some great shots. That was beautiful right there.
I'm jumping back in, fellas, just for 1 minute, because I need to update all of you. I've just suddenly, as I left, had a big update on the scoreboard. So we have now had confirmation that EmZ's team did, in fact, have a 129 kill game. We had some ridiculous kills on the scoreboard here. EmZ got 22, FIFA Kill had 32, Smithy had 34, and Wars had 41. They got first place, bringing them 154 points for their first drop-in. Now, that's a pretty scary first game if you are every other person in this competition. Looking at that scoreboard, it's going to be pretty intimidating, to say the least, considering how they also played yesterday. These guys are, they're not messing about here. This is it for them. They are gunning for it right from the very get-go. And yeah, another little tiny update as well. Angelica's team also has Tommy in it. We got Stuka in here and Frozone. 6, 14, 26, 24. They had a first placement there. Total kills 70, total points 95. So we're seeing some points happening now, some scores on the board. I just want to know if any of these teams are coming out to play with the likes of EmZ and Destroy at the moment, because these games right from the rip are they're pretty crazy.
For me, the way I react to that is just a luxurious first game, because you're not going to average 100%. That total every single game. It's a jailbreak game. So you get that little bit of extra cushion. Let's just say it gives you the bonus 30 points from where the average is set from yesterday at 120 per game. That just gives you that little bit of breathing room to where, okay, you know, at this point, 5 wins with that 154-point first game might be enough to lock this tournament up in the first place. So I don't know. I'd be interested to see if they maybe just try to back off, maybe just a touch, maybe get a little bit safer to make sure they get those 5 wins even sooner, knowing that they've got a huge cushion at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Man, if you're playing like that, I'm honestly, you're going full throttle every game. Like, you're improving on your scores from yesterday. We thought that they set the tone really high yesterday, but coming out with a 150-point game off the rip, like, they can basically average 100 to 110 points to each game, and that'll basically solidify them first. Yeah. Like, it's going to be good because they set the tone yesterday for the highest score. So just starting off with that 150, confidence has to be through the roof.
Same point here, just to kind of speak on it, maybe do a little bit of comparison, J-God, for Destroy's team, 122-point start is great because, again, we're over that average to get to that 600-point threshold, which was incredible yesterday. Might be even more needed today with that opening round from EmZ, but you have to feel like for Destroy's team, if you see that 150-plus point report, okay, who cares? Let's just keep playing for the 120-point games, see if we can keep this pressure on, and shots a little shaky here, so that's going to be a drop down. Doug trying to save the day on the clutch Belk, who is a little bit further up these staircases. Just comes down to, will he get here in time to save a life? And looks like yes he will. Is that we'll be able to get there no problem.
Yeah, I think talking about back what you said with the scores is that I think once most teams get about 3 or 4 scores up, I think that's when maybe the other teams will start stressing out a little bit about it. Like you said, hey, you know what? They got a big game. Let's just do our thing, continue kind of doing what we're doing, keep putting up 120s. Because replicating a 154 score again is highly unlikely, especially since the original quad records was like 136 or whatever. And that lasted for like 6 months from the FaZe guys way back when. Yeah. So I think the likelihood of putting up a game like that would be incredibly unrealistic. Again, it would just be the most god lobby ever. It has to be.
Tough situation here, though, as 3 members have fallen for Team Destroy. But this is a heck of an angle. First player knocked, no problem. Actually gets a full elimination as the car gets him down the road. So that's a double. Cash is not great, though. So hopefully these guys are loaded. And kind of they are. A couple more players can get back in the mix, no problem. Should be able to purchase back, too. And how about this? More players out in front, but with this circle starting to close in, you would feel like this has to be buy station right here and just make sure you get everyone back into play.
Yeah, and Belk is basically he's casting in the Fast and the Furious. There's going to be 2 vehicles behind him just putting on the chase. He's just trying to get to that buy station, but unfortunately both of these guys just literally on his tail. Not trying to let him breathe, but he's going to be able to make it to a buy station. Now, what does he decide to do? He's still just going to be driving around, and this is the only thing that scares me, is that when you run into situations like this, obviously the guys that are chasing him have to know what this guy is going to be. You have to know what this guy is or who this guy is. And they're just trying to full send onto him. He's going to be the last one here. No armor plays. Able to snap onto one, though.
What?
Get back into the Bertha and able to get out with his life. What a play right there out of Belk.
And he can reset. This is going to be enough for him to buy back 2. He's got armor plates. Teammates getting amped as the truck found another knock. Wait. They had to be in reverse at like 2 miles an hour, but a lot of weight coming through. And now over the top, that's going to be another knockdown for Belk. This is one of the reasons why he was able to be one of our more consistent players yesterday. And now feeling feisty. He's got teammates to come with. They're going to have enough to get weapons. And what an individual finesse moment that is from Belk.
Telling you, that better make a twisted clip. Like, cause that was twisted. The fact that he just made that play, it was insane. 2 people, make it 3 people actually driving behind him. He was able to take one down with the Bertha, buy his 2 teammates back, and then bring them all back to life. Still picking up those kills. Just such a great play right there out of Belk. He's able to spot a player as he was mounted up in the back of the truck with some great shots. Able to find the second as well. That's going to be a team wipe. Still shots coming in from this bottom burger shop, but unfortunately he's going to get full wipe. The trade is going to be there, but now you have to spend that money to bring him back.
I don't have any ammo. Inside,
oh my.
Inside
tough situation coming through here.
Inside live mark.
But still, the play alive. Destroy able to find a kill. Looking to clean things up, but once more, again, the money is going to be a problem here as 2 more players need to be purchased back up, but the kills are still coming through, and this is looking like another high kill lobby for Destroy. If they can find the cash and get everyone back into play here, you've got 14 more teams to get through, and everyone's right now got to be averaging pretty close to 15 plus kills at the moment.
Yeah, this is great right now to the team. You're going to see Destroy able to put down some great shots, able to knock down 2, so it's time to put the full send. You want to make sure you're able to pick up these 2 kills and break that 20 kill mark. Does not have enough money to bring any of his teammates back, so pressure's going to be on. Angel trying to help him. There's going to be a couple players taking some fire from the backside. The storm is coming in, so Destroy has to play this well. They do not have enough money. Unfortunately, he's going to drop it. Now it's all left up to Angel.
This is going to feel bad if they can't get their way through this.
Can I get you or no?
And Angel up top, and she's even asking the question, can I get down to you? The answer going to be given to her, unfortunately, by this team in front. Just trying to hear the call-outs. There is a player nearby, but the gas is going to push. Nice move to get on top, keep a little bit of high ground. As Angel continues to rotate through, sees the player, able to find the elimination, but no chance to go collect any of that cash, which is, I think, the bigger obstacle here, with still 11 other teams to get through. And you really are going to need some help, you feel like, if you want to finish off this lobby with a W.
Yeah, so Jay got in this situation, what do you think Angel should do? Like, obviously, she does not have enough economy to bring back either one of her teammates. You're going to want to play for that placement points to try to get as high as you possibly can, but without a doubt, that's the first thing on her mind, is just trying to bring back her teammates for sure.
Yeah, I think you got to just kind of get lucky with loot at this point. You don't know if anything's been looted or unlooted. There are some chests that she's been able to find here, so maybe she's going to get a little bit lucky. There's not really any contracts. I can see one kind of further away, which is the most wanted on top of that roof, which would be a hold. But, you know, that would be a little bit of a rough one. You'd have to wait the 3 or 4 minutes, bring everyone back. We're really late into the game. Loadout's about to drop. And we have those scenarios where it's just, she has enough now to get at least one. Maybe they make a play with 2 people now that the loadout's down. But overall, it's just more about just trying to get cash. There is a gold chest up top. I think she missed.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, she has enough money. She got.
Oh
some...
yeah, she's balling.
Yep. There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. No, they're
that's
good.
perfect.
Yeah, they're gonna be bring back 2. They got a loadout in zone. Just a matter of how safe that loadout is, and then kind of make a play off of that.
I'm gonna mark a guy. There's a guy like right here on blue.
It's a brilliant elimination up top, but Angel's got a lot of work to do here. Good marks coming through, though, so she can at least get a lay of the land. The problem is, I mean, the buy station is, well, at the moment, actually can't really fully see it from where she's positioned, so she's going to have to go, and probably a pretty considerable amount away, just to get players back. You have to keep in mind that this loadout drop is probably the only safekeeping when it comes to getting anyone who gets purchased back into fighting condition again as well. That doesn't even solve the problem of what do you do about armor.
She was able to get back to that buy station, bring back 2 of her teammates. Pretty sure she brought back Destroy and Lux Belk.
Yeah.
Guys, so far have been hot, so you hear the comms coming in from Destroy, and there's going to be a couple people on that loadout. They're just going to try to take their time. They're paying attention to Angel, who's going to be lower street, so this can be the perfect opportunity for them to try to get their own weapons and shoot these guys in the back. But Angel, she's doing just such a great job at just causing a distraction, which allowed Destroy to come from the backside and pick up that kill.
Wow, how clutch is that from Destroy? Just sneaks on, and yeah, I think you call that 100% correctly. Angel's just out there saying, hey, look at me, look at me. And meanwhile, Destroy sneaks up, gets a fully loaded loadout by the look of it. Is able to correctly be able to take down the team, but there are still so many squads that are left for this circle. Tough situation. They need to get Angel back up. They're able to forward all 4 players back into the mix, it looks like. Up top, going to be able to take a little route over through the window.
Yeah.
But it's been hard to track these players down. I mean, it just kind of comes down to timing at this point in time, as they do have at least the opportunity to try to get the right stuck.
Yep. One shot.
Yeah, and to show some great shots, he's going to have to get out with his life.
Yep, I gotta
Put some more armor on. The storm is not going to be coming in until about 20 seconds, so it's not going to force that player out of position, but Destroy with some great movement, and the snap onto that player is going to be able to get the down. Going back for the full kill to make sure he does not allow that self-res to be popped, and he's going to be able to break that 22 kills. There's going to be 6 teams left in the game with about 16 players left.
I see them. Okay.
Pretty healthy Bertha here, though. I mean, this is going to be transport, Jay, got to get them into the circle at least. The question just becomes, where are these other 5 squads at? Because this final hill is going to be tight, and it's going to be fully surrounded by buildings.
Yeah, luckily they were able to get Doug back, which is a huge thing there. You can see that there's a heli looking like on that buy station. It's kind of hard to tell here, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a team in fire, and then there's probably going to be a team in the building across from fire on a little bit on the lower level. So we'll kind of see how this goes. He's taking out one up top here. And then they got to get this building, and they'll be able to have that power position for the zone.
All in fire. Yo, Angel, I'm gonna set this car.
Well, another one of these moments where we get down to the wire.
Let me help you.
And as we
I'm looking over you.
watch them try to clutch this up, it's going to be another one of our wings for wins moments. Provided by It's Just Wings. Doug is raw, able to find a couple of kills right through the firehouse. Just comes down to, can you actually get on top into this window? There's the answer, right on through, and no one expected this, but Destroy actually has a couple of players to deal with and doesn't like the look of it. Backs out, but Angel from the other opportunity to get up the staircase. Looks like she has done well, and boy has she. A couple of kills coming through, and now it's just down to a 4v3 situation. Talk about a recovery here in this lobby. It was looking dire for a moment, but Angel stays alive and gives her team a real good shot to get another W here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Doug is going to get knocked, but they have the information of where these players are. They're going to have one camping towards the top tower. Here comes the tack spam, as unfortunately the trophy system is going to be able to block everything up there, but eventually it's going to blow up. He's going to be double stunned, a little bit damage to him, as there's going to be a couple players approaching from that left side of that zone as well. So
I'm not trying to worry about him.
I think it might be a 3v1v1 or 4v3v1.
Yeah.
They were able to find one. So now it's a 4v1 situation. Two players do come back, though. That was a king crown. Oh, perfect situation for them.
Yep. Milking, you could even hear it. Hell, coming through, looking like another really solid game. They've actually, I think, allowed a purchase to come back in, or is that them purchasing back? Hard to say for a second. My feet was skipping, but regardless, this is looking like another high-tier win, which is great news. As we mentioned, they had 122 total points from their first lobby. This one's looking to be right around the same ballpark. And yeah, just watch these players come out of the sky. It just comes down to a clay pigeon shoot at the moment to finish off the lobby. So it looks good for all you hungry people out there in Twitch chat, as this is looking like another win for wins moment. And with that, I mean, you just have to give a huge round of applause to Angel for not just staying alive, but even before that, Bell clutching up to get people repurchased. To so many survivable moments.
That's 80.
And that's an unbelievable lobby for them to report a second game.
Yeah, gents, I mean, that was... I'm gonna...
Exactly.
Stunning. Angel, honestly, that was just phenomenal from her. The patience, the ability to kind of just clutch up when she needed to, because it's not easy being on your own, also being chased by the circle as well, knowing that you're probably wasting a little bit of the time as a team to try and get as many kills as possible. Obviously, there's only one of you, and in that moment, you are trying to just get your team back while also slowing out a little bit, and it was phenomenal. I love the little bait as well that she had for the guys on the top of the roof coming in, trying to get the loadout. That was stunning. I've also got to say, I love their fifth teammate, which was Bertha at one point. She's strong, she's slow, she's sassy, and she sends you to the gulag, and I absolutely love to see that. Well, I'll tell you what, we need to go and get ourselves a refreshment, and you guys do too, coming up in the break. We actually have twisted games to entertain you throughout the few minutes we are gone, so be sure to play along, and we have plenty of Warzone Mania coming up for you guys right after the break.
Hi, I'm Jake. Welcome to the Herman Miller Performance Advantage, breaking down advanced play from pros to help you advance your game. The thing we're going to be taking a look at today is how a lot of these high kill games are started, and that is a race for the heli. And getting a helicopter is incredibly important for multiple different reasons, most notably the fact that when you actually get the helicopter, generally there's other people that land in the area, and you can come up with 1, 2, maybe even 5 extra kills right off the start. So that gives you a huge head start of sending those players to the gulag. On top of that, you're going to have tons of mobility. So if you need to navigate around the map significantly faster, head to high population areas to rack up even more kills, you're going to be able to accomplish that. And that was the Herman Miller Performance Advantage.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NYSL 100K WarzoneMania tournament. Now, we have actually just hit the 1 hour mark. So 1 hour, it's been and gone. We've had a couple of scores on the board. Things have been looking pretty good. And I have only but one question, and it's for Jacob. So Jacob, you might have noticed that yesterday I probably asked you quite a lot, like, you know, how you feeling, how your back doing. Now you've had a chance to sit in your Herman Miller chair for the entirety of the night and day that we have been gone. I just want to know how your spine is feeling. Is it feeling good still?
Yeah, it's definitely comfortable. I think what's cool about the chair is that literally you could adjust everything. The armrest independently, the thing for the front of the chair, the back, literally everything. So no matter what size of person, I guess, you're going to be able to adjust that to fit the perfect adjustments.
Beautiful stuff. Do you know what I've heard so many good things. I think all of us here have heard so many good things about Herman Miller chairs. It's all the rave. I mean, I know I've got my own one for Christmas, that's for damn sure. But this is some good news that I'm bringing to you guys in chat, because somebody is walking away with their own Herman Miller and body gaming chair, which is pretty incredible. We have an incredible giveaway here, and it's going to be happening this weekend. So make sure you find the link in chat or use the command Herman Miller to find a link to enter as well. Super important you do that. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't tell you about that giveaway, because even though I want it all for myself and just need to hit the command, I gotta share. Sharing is caring. We're actually gonna jump on board right now to the man with the most famous forehead I know, Swag. So we're gonna have a little look at what they're doing. I've also been told we're gonna have a listen in with Swag's team. So let's take a look right now at Astro Gaming listen-in, see what these guys have been up to.
There's like 100 stat tracking websites. I'm sure they can see.
61. Oh, we had 61 with the third place. That's 15 points. So
like 76 points.
76 points. Come on, let's go.
All right, for sure.
Get it. I'll be able to get some out the sky.
Come on, come on.
Yep.
No?
Yeah,
Where the fuck
right
everybody's going?
This dude just took my kill, bro.
I'm looking, bro. Pomegranate. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Pomegranate is
So many palm. What? There's like no one.
here in Super.
Barely anybody here.
Oh.
Moving here.
Nice. Good kills. Good kills.
That's one.
I got nobody landing on me.
Man, it's fucking selling, bro.
Enemy soldier incoming.
One just landed to lower.
There's a heli coming.
I got great guns right now. Come in.
Got him.
Give me lower. Camera off.
No.
Actually, Nick.
Nick, that's actually Nick. Wow.
They'll fight for a chopper to redeploy.
No, there's gonna be like 100 streams every game.
Yeah.
On the side of you.
Me?
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's just loot up quick. Let's loot up quick.
Yeah.
Don't let him get that car. Don't let him get that car. No. Beam his shit.
No armor.
He's 1E.
He's even more 1E.
He got out.
Got from the top, bro.
Is he roof or second story?
Second. And bottom. Second bottom. Second and bottom.
Well, another great Astro Gaming listen-in as we kind of asked the question about the Superstore drop here, guys, and for all of you guys that are looking to drop a little bit of favor your way, and code NYSL will get you 5% off with any purchase with Astro Gaming. But, you know, again, the question still kind of remains. You know, we talk a lot about Superstore, high risk, high reward. We see a little bit of both coming through here as Booyah's got his early gulag, Rallied also sent and it's just swish him, and oh, it's gonna be, yeah, okay, good kills coming through. Okay, so this will be all right, but I don't know, it's just one of those things that you have to hope for, that you can get out cleanly as soon as you win this gunfight through Superstar. You feel like Jay got.
I mean, if Nick wants,
yeah, 100%. It looks like the gulags have to be won right now just because of the cast situation. They do look like they have a little bit of surplus. They just bought the loadout. They will have enough for rallied in case he ended up winning his. So they're going to be off to a great start. We'll see what direction they go. There's only one vehicle in the area. Maybe a little bit further up the airport, there's another vehicle. They'll probably try and grab a bounty and just start doing the bounty UAV kill strat in a 2v2, it looks like, possibly. Because now that they all have the loadout. And yeah, it's looking like Rally's going off on his own way. So yeah, they're definitely splitting off to try and rack up those kills. Kind of knowing that they already got to rack up a little bit more kills because their first game was not posted yet. I do not see their first game. So we don't know what score they're trying to get or what they had in those first games. So we'll kind of have to see what they're trying to do at this point.
Oh, really good stuff here. That's going to be another nice little team wipe. 101 total players in the lobby, and it looks like just about everybody's sitting around 4 or 5 kills, so a really solid start thus far. But yeah, the big question is at this stage, when you've got your loadouts, how quickly can you get that UAV kind of heavy rotation strategy coming into play? Circle's actually really good as well. I mean, Jeremy, we haven't talked a lot about the circle placement, but this is not taking away too much of the map. The south edge is going to be eliminated away as soon as this first round comes to a close, but there is a lot of big, heavy POIs to fight for coming into the second and third circle, you would feel like.
Yeah, it definitely is, and that's why Rally is going to purchase that UAV, because they knew that when they popped that first UAV, there were a lot of red dots all over the map. So you saw right there, Swag and Sensation, they were able to take down that team, complete the team wipe, and also keep Swag alive. Rally, he's going to pop that UAV. Some players are going to pop in towards storage, but the gunfight is going to be in from Sensei. Her and Swag doing some work on the opposite side of the map.
And this is almost the exact same copy-paste that we kind of saw from Team EmZ, where drop Superstore, everyone gets their stuff, and then everyone goes in opposite direction, essentially, outside of the fact that both Booyah and Sensei are just going to be playing over through hangars. But very quickly, mind you, as the bounty will force them to rotate a little bit closer towards airport. Looks like it's going to be maybe a pinch situation, as that Swag that was on his way over. Opening shots looking really good from Swisham. Following up is Swag right in front of it. Going to be able to eliminate one. Second player right out in the open. Another contract completed, another team wipe. This is going to do really great for the momentum. Even though they're just going vehicle to vehicle, still, the fact that they're right around a buy station, they can get UAVs popped really early. This could be a huge opening part of this round here for him.
Nick might get the bot lobbies, no bullet.
And just listening to Swag, you could just tell, he said, this is a bot lobby. Those guys weren't even shooting back. Those are some easy kills that they were able to pick up. So he's telling his teammates, everyone that you see, just commit to the challenge, because these guys have no skill. So this is exactly what they were looking for. On the opposite side, yeah, Booyah putting some great shots with that AMAX into the chopper. Unfortunately, trying to disable that vehicle. They're able to get away towards that pool side, and unfortunately, the vehicle's still going to be up. So good shots right there out of Booyah, but Swag, he's still just trying to spread that map as the advanced UAV is going to be up, trying to cover most of the ground.
I think Train, too, has like 3 teams.
Just kind of listening in to see what exactly the call is going to be for the rotation, and you can already hear, okay, yeah, we see a lot of information, but we got to be careful about this at the same point. You don't want to bite off more than you can chew. And just, Jay, got to get your take on it. Is there something you saw there for a moment that's like, all right, this looks good, or ooh, maybe this is a little bit too much?
I think sometimes getting the little super UAV can sometimes be a little bit risky, because if they start to die off here, then they've kind of messed up their cash flow. They still do have the UAV in the air. Booyah was able to take the helicopter, get over to a high ground, where he's going to probably be able to rack up about 4 or 5 kills. It looked like Swag was kind of pushing up that left side, and they'll probably meet over here by train station at the edge of the zone, because there was a lot of dots on that edge as well. So I think they'll probably kind of just converge and do a little bit of a pinch from this side of the map, where Booyah's at and where Swag is. They'll eventually converge.
Swisham does drop, though, at least did for a moment. Yeah, and there's going to be a gulag in play for 2 players. So this initial strategy, I won't say too greedy, but it definitely has not been favorable, kind of echoing upon that, as Booyah is going to have to be sticking for a self-revive. No problem to get this off, but you saw at least 2 players below him. And he does have some armor plates to keep him healthy, so that's extra good news here. But it just comes down to how well can you individually finesse this play from the high ground, and when do you peek? How do you rotate away? And not even going to be allowed to do that, as there was an angle just below him that will now essentially take him off the table. So it's going to be on Rally to get on board with him to see what he can do, while the other teammates are either fighting through the gulag or trying to wait for a res moment. And Tight situation. Rally wanted to get out of there, but is forced to eject from the Bertha and find himself in a 1v1 that he's able to take very nicely.
And Aydan go commit onto that kill. Make sure he's able to complete it, but it's going to be a second player up here. Some great shots with that AK. Able to find a two-piece, get some good amount of money. And now bring Booyah back, who has already went to the gulag, and unfortunately now he has to get brought back. But this is a big 1v1 right here for Sensei. He's in a great position with this street sweeper. Trying to locate this player in this gulag. So far, she's going to use her headset to the best of her ability. She's going to turn the corner. And unfortunately, that's just something that happens when you're the street sweeper. It can go either way. And I hate that weapon for a reason.
Still a tight gunfight here. Still possibly to come through for Rallied. Plenty of armor to play with, but players, it looks like all over, and it doesn't really miss any shots, but not able to get the final shot needed to get the knock, so he'll be taken off. And now over towards Stadium. Swag, nothing coming through there. As you even hear, it just flashes all over the place, and that's going to be a back out of the lobby and just reset and go again. Tough scenes, tough scenes. Maybe we can get Lottie back at the table here for us. It looks like she's taking some personal business, but Studyy, I mean, just kind of going through the rotation, tough scenes, realistically. I mean, just, we talked about the fact that advanced UAV comes out, but going from point to point, not nearly as successful as they were hoping for.
Yeah, they were just spreading map a little too much, and the engagements weren't that easy. Like, the lobby started off on the good end. They were able to find a couple bots walking around, just not shooting their guns, but eventually, as they were trying to find those other kills on the map, as they were spreading, there was just a lot of pressure on them, players dropping all the way across the map, and then eventually, it's just a lot of time that you have to try to waste to use that economy to bring them all the way back, so they just decided to hit that reset, not trying to waste any more time, just because remember, that 4-hour mark, now make it 3 hours. It's starting to close soon.
Yeah, and I think sometimes that could be a little bit deceptive. I mean, obviously, looking at lobbies for extensive amount of time, there's always about half the lobby that's under a 1 KD or so, and then the rest is average to above average. So if you start running into some of those below average players, which is a high likelihood, sometimes you can get a little bit deceived a little bit by the lobby strength and think, hey, you know what, this is a bot lobby, like they said, and you can see how everyone that I think they were challenging near the end there that was killing them, they were all in rose skin, so maybe they ended up finding the sweaty players a little bit later on. The people that beamed Booyah off the roof definitely didn't seem like a little bit body shot. So I think getting started off, you got to challenge everyone as if they can shoot, because you can get yourself in a tricky situation like they did there.
Well, we'll see what can happen here. Queen Shadows, we talked a lot about her yesterday. Just in her individual ability, I know Studyy had a lot of really high praise to share. And, well, 8 kills already. Again, not as early on as maybe they would like, but getting through downtown near the early stages of the mid-game could provide some extra kills going from place to place. Zach has been knocked, but has a self-revive. Isaac also taken down, but will have to go fight for his life in the gulag. So realistically, we're looking at Queen Shadows and Breadman to try to see if they can survive through this kind of dicey moment.
And this is the worst scenario. Being in downtown with multiple players camping on rooftops, this is the worst place on the map, at least for me. When I'm playing this game, I avoid downtown at all costs, but obviously this is a kill race. They need to put the pressure on. So Queen Shadows, she's just trying to keep that pressure on, just trying to hold these players out of downtown as they're going to be waiting for that second rotation of the circle. You're going to see Breadman just unfortunately going to hop off, has to go work his way back up the staircase, trying to take control of that top hospital area to try to get some more vision on a couple of these players.
Oh, okay, good information right there, but it's still, how do you take this gunfight? You just wait for them to try to rotate away. Really no reason for them to, but the timing, brilliant. Finds one up top. That's going to be a knock, and then from the midair, that will fall to his death for an elimination. So a good clean kill for Breadman. Looking to, again, kind of play with this rotation. Going to find an armor break, but cannot get the secured knock. So this is going to be a gunfight that you feel like is probably going to persist for a while, J-God. I think the question is, at what point do you push it or leave it, or how exactly do you handle it? Because this is essentially a dead center zone fight. No one's going to need to rotate for a while.
Yeah, I think they could play off the res. If their teammate wins the gulag, then maybe they can potentially land in while they do a zip up or something along those lines. Or you could just completely bail out and head for an easier kill, like it looks like he's going to go chase down this crown. But I think there are those dynamics where they could have swapped out and said, all right, cool, you're going to land on top of them. He's already broken, or whatever those cases. And then that teammate can end up with some loadout guns or whatever that player has up top.
nice little pick apart kill here for Queen Shadows. And I don't know, maybe this is just me, Studyy, if you think the same way. Going from fight to fight in downtown does not sound like a fun time in any normal lobby, let alone a kill race tournament.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't, but she's doing a great job at it. Just her being by herself, pacing her kills right, just making sure that she's taking her time. She's already sitting at 11, but Exact, he's going to be in the gulag, and he's at 18 health, so I shot to wait for his health to come back up. The challenge is going to be in, and this is something about these pistols. You just don't know what kind of hit reg you're going to get, and unfortunately, he's going to drop in the gulag and has to be forced to be bought back.
Double pistols, man. Tell you,
they're so bad.
That was so unfortunate. You can see him spamming, and you can just see the frustration gonna happen because literally he's on target, and not one bullet hits. That's so bad.
That's too much. Nice recovery coming through here as Isaac's able to get himself back involved. Breadman's still sitting on 10 kills. Good information off this UAV. Waiting to see if he gets someone up the ladder. Doors also opening around him, but he's not going to get blessed with a free kill, not from this angle at least. And there it is. It's down low on him. Able to find at least a couple of shots. Damage will be found, but no armor break, not fully at least. And this is one of those moments where, again, you're just kind of continuing to fight 1v question mark situations. And as he goes back up to the high ground, the ladder is actually almost the reason for his fall, but does stay alive. Suicide helicopter coming into the mix. So just down to where was the pilot at? Heartbeat sensor will reveal 2 members, and it's just down to, again, trying to stay alive as long as possible, try to clean up these kills and get back on to the next.
Yeah, they need to try to find these. Able to find one player at least in the sky, gonna snap onto the second, so that's gonna give him a good amount of money to at least try to be able to bring back both teammates.
I don't know if you were watching when I died.
Queen Shadow still in downtown area. She has enough to bring at least one back. So Breadman, he's going to drop down. Currently sitting on 12 kills. There's about 15 teams left in the game. 48 players in total.
I think they're still looting.
So it was interesting watching that right there. Yeah, because where Breadman was, those guys almost did the exact same thing that I was trying to say, that if they've got the guy back from the gulag that they were going to do, but their timing was just poor, so he was able to get both of the kills instead of the guy landing on him and maybe making that a little bit more difficult of a gunfight for him for the second guy.
Not bad though. Breadman does eventually get these eliminations. Still, the UAV finding so much value as far as more that are continuing to contest him.
A lot of people around us. So if you
at a certain point, you have to be feeling almost maybe a bit frustrated that you're continuing to be in the same position. You would love to clean these kills up and just go from place to place a little bit faster, especially in this mid game. But the kills are still good nonetheless. 14 individually for Breadman, looking for number 15 as it starts to run away from him on the heartbeat sensor and right into the Bertha. That will go absolutely nowhere. So team wipe does come into play. Also now another car coming across, in which Breadman, decent shots to get at least some armor tags, but not able to follow up with the shots required to actually down the player. And meanwhile, kind of in the same breath, 2 more of his teammates will fall. So again, a sticky situation as the cash for both himself and his teammate are not good enough to actually buy anybody back at the moment.
If you got to keep in mind, he did knock a couple players towards the slower side of this factory building. He's $100 off of. He's purchasing one. He finds a good amount of money right there. So now he can either bring back Exact or IceManIsaac. Both of these guys are having a game, so he decides to bring back Iceman. Queen Shadows, unfortunately, she's going to go down in downtown, but she has that gulag. So this can be a perfect scenario for them because she's able to win that, you know, combine a little bit of money. They can have all 4 players back up.
I could try.
Not anywhere close. I mean, you struggling with the team over there?
Yeah, there's a team over here, but I think I can make it by him.
Okay, so I just wanted to see how exactly Breadman was getting a lay of the land over by the airport hangars. Or the airport factory, and he does call. Yeah, there is still one more team left, but he's going to have the ability to play for the supply run with the Bertha, pending he can actually navigate it. It's like a scene from Austin Powers here, just back and forth in between the walls, but does free it up. And with that, actually, the supply run went right into the waiting arms of what looked to be Queen Shadows and Isaac. So everyone's going to be brought back into the action. Just comes down to getting fully kitted up and trying to get right back on their way. Circle about to finish off its close. Just need to know exactly where it goes after this. And there it is, train station looking like one of the final moments between that and Promenade. So it's going to be really interesting because there's a lot of high ground that you still have to worry about as you make this rotation across the map.
And exactly, actually landed on a lot of enemies that are going to be standing there near this loadout. So Breadman, he's going to be in the Bertha, just trying to get his teammate to that loadout so he can get his weapons so they can fight these gunfights a little bit easier.
Let me drive.
As the pickup for Iceman is going to be here. He's going to be driving the Bertha. He said, hey, you're not that much of a good driver. I have my license. Let's switch out real quick. Chase is going to be onto a Bertha. Good shots right there at a Breadman to eliminate that player in towards the backside. That's going to be some free loot right there for Iceman. Good play right here just to make sure he's going to be fully loaded, at least able to fight some gunfights without any default weapons.
All right. Now it's into the conversation of finishing off this lobby. It's not going to be one of our best that we've seen so far in the day, but it'll still be a solid one with the win. I mean, you've got around 12, 13 kills per player, with obviously you expect more than that to come in these final moments as you're seeing Breadman now start to find players and go kill to kill. No problem with the transfer. And Jagon, I think the question is on this rotation with train station in the mix, the top side of Promenade also still in the mix, is there a particular position that you're looking at to maybe say this is going to be their biggest headache when it comes to trying to rotate into this final circle area?
I think getting on top of the actual train station is probably going to be the decent power position. You got the different angles from all around the map. You won't really know until this zone closes in where the next shift will happen, and then you get a better idea of where probably the best power position is for the end game to actually get the win versus just rack up a couple kills and then get fifth or something like that. So I think they just got to play this hill best they can. They are a little bit away from the train station, which would ideally be where they would rotate to, but there's still about a minute left where these people got to come in, so it could be some easy kills in the rotation. Somebody's rolling up on a vehicle. They have C4. This could be an easy little kill here. Oh, they changed direction. So, yeah, I think that's where it's going to end up being. Train station. We'll find out in a minute, and then they'll rotate from there.
Sniper shot soaked up though by Breadman, so pressure all over the place on this ridge line. And it looks like there will be some sort of a coordination. Dude, let's get back together if possible. But they do lose Zach again. Not great timing for this. The cash is okay to bring him back, but the problem is, where is the nearest buy station that will allow you to do that? As there is one just to the left over here by train, but the problem is there are so many vehicles that are continuing to swarm over that direction. And it looks like it was a very quick repurchase back up. Cluster Strike going to provide a little bit of space coming in, as Zach is almost one of these missiles himself, as he just drops right on forward, wants to use this as an opportunity to finish off a kill, get a couple of weapons, and then get right back into the mix and kind of pick up where he left off here, Stud.
Yeah, and that's good, because at least now he doesn't have to worry about the weapons that he's going to use. He's trying to locate these last couple of players in this area, able to find one. That's going to give him full armor, as he does find a satchel as well. Gas mask, everything that you possibly need. A-Max, yeah, the guy's fully decked out now. It's like he never died. He's hitting at 20 kills already. Fifth circle is about to be pushed in. 11 teams left, 27 players in total.
And you even heard them say for a moment there are a lot of kills still on the board. Just comes down to making sure as they rotate in, they do it cleanly. Don't want to be kind of running alongside somebody and get them off guard. There is a Bertha fully healthy too. This thing is literally going to be a tank for them as they continue to rotate around this train yard. And honestly speaking, Isaac could just use this to try to bait out shots from teams so they can kind of go from place to place a little bit faster. And how about that? Good information. On to a couple of players in this bottom side. This double level building right through the window. No questions, no second guessing. That'll be another nice little thirst off kill for the side of Isaac, getting himself an elimination, but that is not a team wipe. So there has to be more nearby. And how about it? Right on the other side of the rooftop. Another knock, another finish, but still more to deal with as that's 2 players down at the potential 4.
See, I'm playing this hella slow. If he
This is a good place. Zach is there to help him, so that's going to be a full team wipe onto those guys. Isaac is currently sitting at 25 kills. Over their turn in this game where a lot of situational plays just didn't go in their favor. Still turning out to be a great one as they find another player that's going to be camping in the bathroom. What a little rat. See ya, buddy. Get up out of their lobby. 9 teams in total. 19 players left. Com's still coming in. They have some awareness of where these players can be located as Breadman is going to be in the action.
Oh, he gets a stun off right through the window. No problem. Finds one over the top of the office desk. That'll be a down. Trying to find a finish. but not going to be able to, at least not as of yet. Teammates still working with them. C4 to go down. Not going to fully connect either, but that will be the elimination. No self-revive for that player going to be allowed. Now over to the other window. Beautiful shots from Breadman, but not enough to completely collapse the armor. So he'll back down, make sure he stays fully healthy, and they'll reapproach this kind of as a duo. This final circle is going to be tight here, friends. And Jacob, I think the real question is, do you like this kind of 2-2 split up with how many players are left, or do you want us to kind of maybe just get together and play for a win instead because of how much high ground there's to deal with?
I think that obviously splitting, they're going to maximize the kills. They do put themselves at risk, especially since none of them are up top. So it kind of makes it a little bit more difficult on being able to control the zone. This buy area could still be pretty hot for some of those teams that aren't full. Maybe make their way over here to try and buy back some of their teammates. You can see one on Zach's level. He's going to go ahead and take this guy out most likely. There it is. Clean kill, and that is another team out the lobby. So there's 3 teams remaining and a total of 5 players. So most of these teams are very low. So I think splitting is still a good idea. There's probably not a full team that they're going to run up against. Most of the odds are going to be in their favor.
Well, it's looking clean, it's looking convincing, and it's looking like it's going to be another big game. As you see over on the left-hand side with our live leaderboard, Destroy has reported a 3rd score in which they found 78 kills. So they're averaging just below 120. It's right around the 108, 109 mark at the moment for as far as what total points they've reported up until this point. But 330 is where the bar has been set through 3 games. And naturally, I look back over, and EmZ's team has also reported they found another 100+ kill game, 126 on their 3rd report, just their 2nd window overall study. Incredible performance from Team EmZ again.
Yeah, and FIFA's having himself a day. First game he dropped 32, second one a little bit lower at 21, but then he bounces right back in that 3rd game with 38 kills. And that's a good answer because Wars, he's been going off so far. Remember that first game he dropped 41, so just that duo alone, they're putting a lot of work in for that team.
Oh, this is good though. It's Isaac who finds it down, but it's after this player had already called in their teammates. So that's another kill to kind of tally to the cause. Precision airstrikes coming through. They know that there are still players in this kind of double-story building. They're going to have to rotate away from this. I mean, the gas is right on the edge. It's going to be just in front of this building, kind of in between the terminal of train station here and this open area right on the rail yard. And the shots from up high going to be good. Team wipe, and now it's just down to a 3v1. Find the final player, get the kill, get the win, get on to the next one as we're an hour and a half through.
Oh, they're top. He's laying down right here. Literally just.
Beautiful. Let's freaking go.
There it is.
Wow. Smoked. 60.
That's going to be one of those wins for wings really moments. Hey, shout out to Team IceManIsaac. Great game. That's 60, 77, plus a little 15. Put him at, what, 92, 93? That's pretty good.
Not bad. I tell you what, folks, I'm actually joining you this time on the casting desk. Hear me out, though. Hear me out. I was actually on the phone to It's Just Wings, ordering my own wings to come over here and chat. Oof. I'm going to be joining you today because you also have a chance to win some free wings. Thank you so much to our team for winning that one out. And by the way, if you don't win this time, when you do click on the link, then just use the code I just used on the phone, IJW times Warzone, for free delivery from It's Just Wings through DoorDash. Because why not? Why not? I mean, yeah, it wasn't great timing. I've got to admit it, but I was starving and we were talking about wings and wins so much. I couldn't help myself. Gents, but incredible stuff across the board there. I gotta say, I was keeping up with some of the scores that were happening as well, and iHoldshift, you kind of mentioned it there. EmZ coming through again with another crazy point game, 126. Not a fantastic middle game actually that they put through. 65 total points in the middle there for them, and then Destroy coming through again with 103 for those guys as well, and then Angelica's team, 112 kill game that they put in for their second one, which was huge. The kills are absolutely ridiculous. They've got to be twisted. Talking about twistedness, let's talk about twisted clips. Let's see it. I want to see what is going to be going on in this twisted clip. Who's getting twisted? Who's it going to be? Let's have a look.
This Pie Man, 200 IQ, just swapping out the seats. All right, it's time to get ready. pull on the full force, and he's just swapping seats. There's no way this guy's able to keep up. Absolutely no way. Finds an easy kill, just gonna stay down with his life, and that's so annoying, man. Being that guy in the middle of that field, like you're shooting at a guy that's in the driver's seat, and all of a sudden he's a passenger. He might be sitting in the back. It was just really difficult. And Pie Man made that look so easy.
He certainly did indeed. Now, I did actually catch a part of a conversation between you guys about rotations. I think, Shift, you actually asked J-God about a certain rotation. Now, J-God, I was wondering, obviously, this is very situational based in terms of the gameplay and like kind of what situation you're put in. But what makes an overall good rotation, do you think? Just the kind of generic pieces of a rotation as a team. What are you looking for in terms of kill rates as we jump on board with Angelica?
Well, I think a lot of times at the start of the map, you ideally want most of the map in the zone because you don't want anyone really dying to gas or getting held where a lot of the engagements will happen. You get vast majority of it open. There's still places to regain versus if most of the zone is in the north side of it, you just kind of like cut off a lot of areas for regain. And if people aren't able to regain, that means there's less players coming back and being bought back because they can't actually regain. So I think trying to keep the majority of the zone in it, that helps to keep the the lobby alive. Plus, when you are rotating, that you're going to be able to get into positions with vehicles, get the high ground. Not as important with what they do at the start because they're just trying to chase kills. But I think end game allows you to rack up those kills too. Because if it's like what we saw, we were talking about a little bit earlier with prison, you're going to have people up top there. You're wasting 7 minutes where you could already be queued up and already have an extra 7-8 kills instead of 2 because of the zone. So I think there's different factors there.
They were terrible.
Well, we'll take a look here. This, at the moment, is Angelica's best individual report so far. 13 total kills into this lobby, but as you see, armor plates are non-existent for the team, it looks like, and weapons are also a bit of a struggle for Angelica herself. And even more beyond that, you've got a couple of players, by the look of it, that are just dealing with ground load. Almost everybody, actually. How is this all unfolded? This is going to be a really difficult fight. I mean, you have to feel like, what, maybe one player has weapons and they were the one to buy everybody back maybe not too long ago, but this is actually what you have to fight for. You've got to get on over and play for this loadout drop. You have to feel like if you're this team of 4 in a really struggling position, not just on what you're able to fight with, but beyond that, what kind of armor you're dealing with. And thankfully this player just essentially full sends. And is that an armor box they may have just been able to find? That would have been absolutely huge for the effort.
Dude tried to go from the top rope.
Seen that, right? He just flew down like an eagle. He was trying everything he can. He said, whoa, I'm getting this kill. Oh, too bad, buddy. You have a couple teammates sitting at the bottom of the ladder, but that allowed Tommy to be able to come back from that buyback, just float around until that loadout came in, picked up his weapons, and he was able to find 2. And unfortunately, Frozone is going to be one shot, but can Tommy try to get to him?
Loadout's going to drop somewhere right now. Nice.
And Tommy's stream is really delayed because the loadout is already down. Yeah. So they're able to find these kills. Frozone is actually able to keep his life as well. So sitting at 53 kills right now of the roster. It's a good game, at least to try to get that first place to bump it up with that extra 25 points.
Not gonna lie, I'm actually gonna be paying avid attention to the kill feed to see if that Claymore finds value. It's in a good spot. We'll have to see. Loadout drop will be secured.
In the gas, like they're low.
So 5 more teams to deal with.
We can play top hill here, yeah?
19 kills on board here for Frozone. You kind of see the tallies below. Tommy's on 21, Angelica on 13. So another really solid lobby. 53 total kills. It's not going to feel necessarily great as compared to our leaders. But again, the big thing is just turning this into a W. They've been able to report nothing but wins so far. This could be their 3rd report of the same. Long range
I think
shots.
that score's actually much higher because Stu's aren't counting and he has 19. So they're sitting on like a 80-point game almost.
Oh,
right
okay,
now.
there you go. Good call. And they've got a beat on a team down low. So you've got a 4v5 to try to finish off this lobby, and you've already got a real good beat on one team that seems to be trapped with their backs up against the gas. And there's the play through. Over through the man-made river. That will be enough for another elimination. Now it just comes down to actually full team that is left. 4v4 situation to clean things up.
And this is kind of dangerous because they're outside of the zone. They have to be able to rotate back in. And just that little shot right there onto Angelica. She can know that they have snipers. They have the positioning. You have to use some streaks here to try to get them out of that spot.
We'll see if they can finish it off. It's going to be an Astro Gaming listen-in as Team Angelica tries to finish off the lobby.
Down, 2 down. Probably got cells.
Right in front of you, brother. Right in front of you, somebody. He went low left.
They're gonna get res.
It's fine if they get res. We got fucking position now.
Nice.
Got one. Fraser's been stunned. You got that?
Nice. Let's go.
Let's go.
Ooh. Fluffy too. Thank you for the 2-1.
Okay.
There we go, short and sweet, but we heard what we needed to hear there. The comms, they have been firmly put into my brain for later on when I'm dropping in as well. I tell you what though, incredible stuff happening. To be honest, I'm looking at some of the scores here. We've got IceManIsaac with that incredible 117-point game. Total kills 92 there. Honestly, I'm seeing an average kill right now of around like in the 90s, to be honest. 90s, maybe high 80s. But the fact that we are getting like plus 100 kills happening in some of these lobbies with these teams is incredible. And it really speaks volumes to what we said yesterday and, you know, heading into it today, which is right now, this 4-hour stint, people are going hard. They are going hard right now because it's now or never. Who's impressing you guys the most? I hold shift. You know, is there a team right now that you've been on board with so far that you think, okay, they've got the smoke, this is happening?
Well, the crazy thing, Lottie, we were talking yesterday how teams would have to kind of reconsider, okay, where can we maximize our kill potential? I didn't expect it to come from Team EmZ. I mean, it's 129 kills from their first game, but then another 101 kill game. They have gotten better from where they were yesterday, which it was hard to do in the first place. So they've been, I think, kind of my lightning in a bottle 2 days in a row.
Can you take me to Lottie really quick?
We're on board here with Juki squad. Look like they're fairly just around. They have the chopper control. They landed towards this hangar area. Just trying to stay fairly close to where Superstore is. Trying to rotate over towards factory. So they're right in the middle of everything. Bounty is going to get picked up. So that player is going to pop up on the radar. And Juki, she's just going to put the pedal to the metal and just start the full send onto the bounty.
We are still pretty early game here, but the helicopter is going to be such an asset. You have to feel like you try to get back into the mix. I mean, so far when it comes to reports, we've only seen Juki's squad report 1. And I mean, I hate to say it was only 63 kills with a win, but it was only 63 kills and win when you've got players and teams out there getting 40 more kills than you are per lobby. I won't say on average, but at most, you feel like you've really got to maximize this early game potential. No loadout drop here as we try to watch the Superstore clearance, but this will be a 2v multiple situation. Metaphor first one forward. Mutex is nearby to try to assist. Not going to go for the second armor play as Mutex will actually find one, get the finish off. It just comes down to tracking down where the rest of the squad has gone off to.
Above.
Yeah, and Juki's on the opposite side of the map. He's able to at least take down one player, a part of that bounty crew, able to complete the bounty as well. So a little bit of extra money in their back pocket. They have to find themselves to a buy station trying to get some UAVs, and Mutex right there is able to at least spot one player. Some great shots with that bullfrog. That's going to be another team wipe. 29 teams still in this game with a total of 86 players. They have the potential to make this a good one. They just have to pick up the pace.
Grab the chopper and meet me at the buy.
Okay, there we go. There's the call. I was going to say, we've got cash to play with now. You've got to really kind of see what you want to do with this economy, and at this point, it has to be right back into loadouts and UAVs, right, Jake? I mean, that's the stage of the game that you find yourself in. Do you commit for the advanced UAV here early and try to get this young stage of this lobby really convincing in your favor?
I think with the helicopter, they do get that extra mobility where they can maybe decide, hey, I'm going to take off this part of the map. I think without that mobility, the last scene where everyone can literally sit on a UAV would be maybe a little bit more valuable, but the ability to be able to rotate as far as you can with the heli, that kind of changes the game, allows you to split, even though unfortunately they're going to be kind of in a tough spot here.
We'll have to bail. Cluster Strike also coming down. This is going to force Metaphor into a gunfight with at least one player up top. He's been able to elude him up the staircase halfway through. That's going to be good for the knock and then the finish. You also see just beyond that, Mutex has fought another team just over towards his left, and it looks like that has gone just as well for him. So kills are going nicely. They've gotten the lay of the land. Just comes down to how fast can you rotate. And this is actually really nice to see as well. That first circle coming to a close actually still keeps a lot of the map in play. Hopefully that means that this lobby will stay healthy for these guys as long as humanly possible, Stud.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're hoping for, as Metaphor is going to be in an engagement nice and early with that car. Great shot. I didn't even see the player on his screen, but that's what he is a lot better at this than I am. So unfortunately, he's going to get knocked. No player is going to be near him. Mutex is trying to get into the rotation, trying to get closer towards Metaphor, but unfortunately his teammate's going to drop. There's no buy station. Actually, there is a buy station here. So Jukies is going to be able to get brought back, but Mutex knows that there's a lot of action going on at Boneyard. Does he try to commit towards that? He's actually going to make the U-turn and just back down for now.
Where are they? Is there more on you?
Yeah, there's still 2 more.
Well, enough cash throughout that UAV play to make sure that there is still enough to purchase back in case this gulag goes sideways. Juki's back into the mix, right on top of essentially where he just got off this engagement, but still has some work to do. Going to the pistol. Shades of karma from yesterday. Just wants to get revenge individually. Mutex is a part of this, at least in some form close by, but Juki's unfortunately does not win his gunfight with just the pistol, so he'll fall. And now Mutex in a bit of troubling position, but with the help of 5x5, they've done pretty well to actually clean things up. It's going to be a full team wipe and brought right back into the mix. It's going to be Juki's. All we're really waiting on now is just the result of Metaphor's gulag before this team can get back to full strength.
I'm dropping cash on the buy and I'm moving.
Mutex just destroyed that kid. Like that second guy who was shooting on him. Like the guy just slid right behind the loadout box and was just able to snap on him with that bullfrog and complete that team wipe. So good plays right there out of Mutex. Metaphor was able to win his gulag. He's trying to fight his way back, trying to get some loot in the process.
He's on the buy.
He's just waiting for some comms to come in from his teammates. Mutex, he's having himself a game so far. 13 kills to the young man's name. He's believing in his own gameplay right now, so he's going to go off by himself in that Bertha. Going to take that high road above the hillside, but 5x5 on the opposite side, picking up another kill. Is going to be a lot of loot for her teammates to be able to drop down and pick up.
Like, I'm cheating.
On the way in. Right onto the loadout.
You guys don't have UE money, right?
No problem here for Metaphor to get right back into the mix. He's actually picked up a sniper rifle build, so we'll see if he can use that or if there's going to be a weapon swap maybe on the ground, if there is another weapon that he maybe saw and just wanted some perks. But regardless of that, Mutex, like you mentioned, on his own and through downtown. And we saw him right when we got into the tournament. He was playing absolutely lights out. 13 kills for him here so far, but with this UAV, he's going to be on the hunt and have to deal with some players likely on the high ground. As you see the building that's marked, it's going to be maybe a little bit more difficult to clear out just individually, but still seems like he wants to go for it. Has dead silence to play with as well, so the play potential is definitely up there. But you see the helicopter on top of this building, and even beyond that now also being tracked. Could make for a difficult situation, but it's just going to full send it right up the rappel rope. Let's see if he can run through this, or are there traps waiting for him? Comes up, sees this player on the corner, able to get away just enough time to reset, get some armor plates, and he's actually got a bit of an escape route if he needs it, just by getting into this helicopter if he really wants to, but of course wants to play for the kills first and foremost. Catches one completely off guard, second one out the doorway, and Mutex able to double up, and that will be a team wipe in a 1v2 situation.
That was disgusting right there out of Mutex. As soon as you rappel up, you see that opponent and right in front of your screen, you know that you can't bring your gun up. So he has that dead silence in his back pocket to, you know, increase his movement by a little bit. And he was able to get out with his life and eventually find that team wipe, find the third player as well as a part of a different team. So just a lot of loot here in this position. He's also going to have that helicopter to get closer to his teammates. This is a great play right here out of Mutex. He's going to have the mobility, picks up the kills, and now he's just back on track to try to find more.
I think the question with all this cash that he has, also holding onto a self-revive, you can see Metaphor and Juki's do not have that luxury. Do you go into multiple UAVs, or do you want to split that up and get your teammates some self-revives? Well, we got our answer. He's going to just go ahead and get into 2 UAVs. So there will not be the self-sustainability for 2 of the 4 teammates overall, but the information will hopefully pan out nicely. This is going to go into just a bit of a recon intel gathering feat as making their way over towards TV. And honestly speaking, again, we're getting towards the end of the second round, and the lobby's still pretty healthy, 10 other squads, and there's a lot of circle to play with, which hopefully means there's not a lot of other contacts that could come through, and maybe a couple extra kills beyond the normal that they would expect here, J-God.
Yeah, hopefully that ends up being the case. The mobility was the key. It looks like he's not really finding anyone on the UAV, which is kind of like unfortunate, because then you burn that clock on the UAV. He did find somebody over here. These are a little bit better to push because there's so many different angles he can finesse with this building IHOP here if he needs to go ahead and push. Oh, those guys look like they maybe have ghosts because they disappeared, or they maybe grabbed a second loadout here. So he's just going to play this a little bit more cautious because of that.
Well, there's the call.
Oh my God.
Mutex trying to move forward. Oh, through a small window. And Mutex was not expecting that, not liking the look of this gunfight. And Metaphor is pretty nearby. And he's gotten the full armor at least replenished for now. So it's just down to, can you work your way back in? Able to find the knock on to one. Juki's simultaneous slow has fallen on individual play. Mutex not missing shots, though. He really has come to play today, Stud, which is what you said you wanted to see from him.
Yeah, he's twisted, man. Like the first time around, obviously you're going to catch him off guard with that little window as he wasn't expecting it. But if you try to do it again, he's going to make you pay. And that's exactly what happened. You hear it in the voice comms. The guys are not too happy with that kill from Mutex, but that's going to put him at 18 kills. He's going to have to find some extra money as well. Try to get some more UAVs up in the air.
Can you get another
Keep in mind that they still have that helicopter in their back pocket. As Juki's is going to be flying back in. He's not really having one of those games. This is one of those hyperbolic chamber games for Juki's. Fortunately, only sitting at 6 kills. He's going to have to get out of this sump quickly.
Pop it right away, 5, or is it not?
But the good news is 5x5 is putting together a really good round individually. We saw her kind of clean up kills kind of the same time that Mutex was in a gunfight. So there is at least the same collective team effort that you're hoping for. And we're going to get a chase down. And there's a question that was asked initially. What do you guys want to do at this point? I mean, there's 9 other squads and honestly still a number of players to deal with. But the thing is, the circle is so big. The hunt is going to really drain out the resources. They continue to go vehicles and UAVs. The chase down has stopped for Metaphor. We'll pick it up with a little bit of help.
Oh, shit.
Mutex not liking the look of this as he's trying to get to the high ground. Will find a way to get over the top and actually still wins the gunfight right out of the cockpit and then right back in, right back over. But careful, helicopter will blow up behind him. That'll actually break his armor, but still at least somewhat safe from any kind of a next challenge as this player was down low on the floor.
He's just trying to locate him. He hears the zip line, so unfortunately the player is going to get a knock. And great plays right ahead of Mutex, just taking his time, not trying to force anything to happen. It's going to break him at 20 kills. He's going to spot a couple players coming up the staircase as well. Going to try to hit it with a pre-nade, but he's able to find that hit marker, which is going to crack that armor, so the pressure is on. Going to see Mutex just sliding down these steps with that bullfrog, just being as fast as ever. Actually, he's going to take a better route and decide to fly off the side, but
Not good at all.
player is going to back down. Mutex is just trying to locate this player on the heartbeat. He's not going to pop up, able to find the one. Still not a team wipe, so you have to keep that in mind as the pressure still can be here.
21 total kills. Looking for 22. I was going to say for a moment, I could have sworn I heard the door open, and yep, there it is.
Shimmy.
Nice play off the door.
God.
Good grief. That'll be the elimination. Still, though, not a team wipe. So someone may have won a gulag and come back in, but regardless, an impressive spree here from Mutex, again, doing it all by himself. And I don't know, we haven't really talked about this a lot. I mean, is that a win condition in a certain way? Are you looking at that, J-God, when it comes to like one player being able to find 30+ kills? Because honestly speaking, between yesterday and the early stages of the day, I think an argument could be made that you just looked at one player to drop 35 kills in a game.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about that towards the end when we were recapping that you need at least not everyone to be the hero every game, but everyone kind of have the opportunity to have that hero game individually, where maybe they support the team in a role where maybe they're going to drop the 30, everyone else drops around 15 to 20, and then that role kind of changes as the matches go on. They managed to do multiple people with a 30. That'll allow you to get over that 100 kill mark, but in general, I think it's more realistic. One person's going to get probably around 30 to 35 kills. Everyone else about 15 to 22. And then you still put up a pretty solid number.
Yep.
Well, still big circle in play in the third round. 8 other teams. So the other thing to kind of keep in the back of our mind here as we're approaching the conclusion of our second hour, gentlemen, is the fact that this lobby could take a while to finish. I think that's the other thing that will start to plague you. But the good news is, at least for Juki's, they've already reported 1 win. This could be their second, pending that they aren't holding on to one until a later point, which I don't figure would be the case, but you never know. And you've got Juki still on his lonesome, but essentially clearing off one side of the circle by himself, which is great news.
I wasn't in range.
He wasn't.
Gonna find a second elimination. There's the third up the top of the ladder. Goes to the drop shot, finds the kill plus the team wipe, but at the exact same moment, Mutex actually does drop. He does still have a gulag to play with, so you would have to hope that with the gulag coming to a close relatively soon, that this could just provide another extra kill for the side of Team Juki's.
Yeah, and they need that kill because obviously we said it. Juki's not having one of those stellar games currently. He just finally broke that double-digit mark, sitting at 10, but he has enough money to bring back Mutex just in case he does lose it, but you would definitely want that kill to come in your favor. So Juki is obviously going to put the pressure on. He's trying to get closer towards his teammates. As the game is getting closer to being done, there's going to be 6 teams left with a total of 19 players in. The action is going to be on Metaphor. You have to try to get out of this situation with your life. Some great shots with that AK, able to knock one. Backs down right back into the bathroom, but able to just commit to the challenge, grab some more artillery, grab some streaks, and 5x5 finally into play to help out.
Yeah, I was about to say 5x5 is coming quickly to assist, and she gets there just in the nick of time. Metaphor was hugging onto every individual tile in that shower, just trying to find a way to get some extra armor. And now over to Mutex's POV in the gulag. A weapon that you feel like you should win with. Snapshot grenade will reveal. He'll toss one back in kind. Also going to find some information, and this could be a play off the flag. Both players are still sitting right on the low ground. Shots over the top, not going to fully connect, but then the second battle, I mean, just good movement from Mutex. Looking like he's walked that line many a times, and that will now put him up to, what, 23 kills? More than that, 20. It's kind of hard to see on my feed.
Yeah, 23.
Can you drop by?
It's not bad.
Like,
Still plenty of kills to work with as well. 21 total players in the lobby still.
I can kill these kids if you just give me a little bit of plates and AR ammo.
I don't see no on top.
So you hear Mutex in the communication, obviously. Him coming back from the gulag, he's going to need plates, he's going to need ammo. There's a lot of people popping up on that radar, so the pressure is going to be in. You're going to see multiple players pushing this. 5x5 is going to be here. Metaphor as well. They're just trying to close out these last couple of kills. And this is one thing that I wasn't expecting in the kill race was a sniper. The Metaphor, obviously, he's so confident in this game that he can hit some crazy shots like the same one he hit in Boneyard. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is a weapon that he actually picked up off of that kill that he got through the showers with the help from 5x5. I'm a bit surprised that there wasn't an AR SMG combination he could work with, but like you mentioned, he's been good with it. Mutex still getting aggressive, almost able to find two, gets the break, but cannot finish. So now you've got self-reses that are being called out. No chance to finish things off. And Jukis is going to play for some, or Metaphor is going to play some high ground here to see if he can follow up. And the big question is, can you even get back to a buy station to purchase? You see there are a couple that are still in play. Oh, nice shot.
Yeah, 100%. They should have an opportunity to clean this up. He does have a better sight line here. I think he killed the second guy. Oh, Jukis came up and got the other guy, it looks like. Or no, Jukis killing another team or something like that.
Team.
Yeah.
Oh, he's low health. This could potentially be bad, but it looks like he cleaned up those kills. Came back to full health. Yeah, he cleaned up all these dudes. And they got a little bit more mobility potentially here.
Sees the shadow dropping on him. Able to respond to it nicely, and even the call. One more still to deal with outside, and an airstrike that's also going to come to the mix, but the team wipe is there. Jukis gets right in towards the interior for some safety. It's a nice little finesse move from Jukis. That's going to put him up to 16 kills, and we kind of commented the fact that this has not been a great game for him, Stud, but how about it? A big recovery here in the late stages.
Yeah, he really has turned up in the last couple of moments, man. He's been picking up team wipes, you know, knocking people left and right, and unfortunately, Jukis and Metaphor right there are going to drop, and that's unfortunate because they had the top position, they had a plane. Now 5x5 is going to be in a situation to try to pick up these kills. She does have a dead silence to work with. She does pop it in this crucial moment. This could be such a huge play because both of her teammates are going to be down. They do not have enough money to bring him back. But she hears a lot of these players. I say you attack this while the dead silence is still on, just in case you have the chance to regen it. But unfortunately, she's just going to get out with her life. She thinks that it's more important to just stay alive, just try to stall some time for her teammates to try to get back.
I downed two in there. And, yeah.
This is going to be a really tough situation for her to deal with. UAV's not finding any value whatsoever. Hoping for some good timing, and no, yeah, that's the exact call. Just get out of dodge. Mutex, another gunfight potentially up top on the high ground over towards train station. Sees one player cross. A couple of good tags initially, but oh my goodness, the secondary peek. Team shots come through and Mutex falls. So now it's just down to 5x5 to try to save this game. She's on 9 kills and not enough cash individually to bring anybody back at the moment. So there's work to be done here, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the gulag's closed, so it's going to be a tough test. Not really a lot of contracts she can work with. There's going to be...
My car is chopped.
What is that? Is that a supply run? I can't really tell. It might be a supply run, might be a bounty.
There's a scav towards the edge as well that they could probably get hit really quick.
There's tons over here in Superstore still.
Yeah. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is truly unfortunate. 5x5. She's going to get blown up by a C4, and unfortunately... They're going to pull out of that game. It just wasn't a good start, and it was a really difficult finish, and unfortunately, they're not able to close out that game.
Only one report, Lottie. Not looking great for Team Jukis with the lead points.
Look, so unfortunate. It can be so quick. how it can all go downhill like that. You could be feeling on top of the world, quite literally on the rooftops, looking pretty damn good. The movement coming in from Jukesy was absolutely ridiculous. Unbelievable movement from him. Just super unfortunate. Heading back down the stairs, catches somebody, he's off guard. It goes down that fast. It's pretty, yeah. It's not good. I think did they get a 5th place there? And they got a 5th place.
It looked like a 5th or 6th, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to hurt them. Definitely. That's down the chain there. They're not going to get that 25-pointer. Not bad kills-wise as well for them either. But look, you know, there's still time to be had, still time to replace certain games, and still time to congratulate somebody who has actually won themselves an NYSL Astra A40 headset. Bailey Parsons, congratulations. It's great that you've been listening to my calls to action, my calls to click and submit yourself in, because now you've won yourself an incredible pair of Astra A40s. Chat, this is now my call to you folks. Be sure to keep your eyes out for the chat bot, because you guys can still win yourselves a pair of Astros. We're giving them away all day today. Incredible stuff. Gents, amazing stuff on the mics, I must say. I'm really impressed with all of you today. You definitely improved from yesterday. I don't know how you managed to do it, but you have. And we also have 2 hours left to go, folks. So many teams still battling head-to-head to climb that leaderboard. We're heading to a quick break right now, but during the break, we have the Twisted Games to entertain you guys throughout the short time we're gone. So make sure you play along, and we'll see you in a few.
Hi, I'm Jake Out. Welcome to the Herman Miller Performance Advantage, breaking down advanced play from pros to help you advance your game. Today, we're going to be looking a little bit at movement. Pretty much what happens in these things is you use slide canceling so that you're already in the aim down sight. You use it for mobility, use a bunny hop, make yourself harder target to hit. And then a lot of times, if you re-challenge when a player is starting to push you, this will lead to easy kills because they're going to be caught in that tack sprint animation, which gives you easily 300, 400 millisecond head start in a gunfight. If you're already pre-aimed, aim down sight shooting, they're caught in this motion, they end up getting taken off guard, and that could be the difference between life and death, even if you don't have plates. And every top player takes advantage of this, and that was the Herman Miller Performance Advantage.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NYSL 100K WarzoneMania tournament. You already know where we're at. I tell you what though, we have been discussing who is getting twisted behind the scenes, and we have another twisted clip for you guys. And there must have been something that we've done to deserve some good karma, because speaking of, we have karma in our twisted clip yet again. I think this is the 4th time we've seen him in a twisted clip here.
He's twisted right off the rip. You're going to see some great shots with that sniper, able to find that knock. Spots the second player in towards that little cubby, able to get the knock, and then the third shot onto the player, onto the hill. You see DJ Khaled, another one, baby, from Mr. Karma. He's on point, man. He's literally twisted. Oh my God, more? There's more. There's more? Jesus.
The end of the lobby, by the way. I was going to say, this is the final squad, and he's just pooping all over. What?
Oh my goodness. All right, Team Kill. I see you, Karma. Are you sure you've retired? Because it doesn't look like it to me. You ain't retiring the thumbs. Now, I'm gonna say it. He looked just as shocked as we were. Did you see his face in the sidelines? Like, is this happening? Is this actually happening? Amazing stuff. We love seeing people getting twisted here. I'll tell you what though folks, we need to talk a little bit about a team we haven't seen too much, and that is Smixy's team. Now the last game that they did submit was a 111-point game. They had 86 kills. It is going up, so they are improving each time they actually are entering the lobby. They actually had 63 total kills in the last game they submitted, with a total point of 73. My puppy is getting very excited right now about the fact that we are on Smixy's point of view. So let's take it away, lads, and see where these guys are at.
Never underestimate the power of Allman and Noobs. These guys together have been unbelievable, and that was the case in that last lobby. Able to get that submission through with right around 60 kills just between the two of them. So of the 86 that were reported, nearly 60 of them come through just from those two guys, and that's just what you love to see. I mean, I was really excited about this squad. You've got Studyy and Legion that are here. Not only are they talented, but they're hilarious. They do got Noobs and Allman that bring the slaying power. So you're happy about it in all forms, I think, if you're looking for quality entertainment.
No, 100%. You get the laughter, you get the kills, you get the best of both worlds. It's the greatest team ever assembled with this roster. It'll never be a dull moment. As we all know, Legion is top 5 comedian. I love that guy. He just has me in tears every time I see one of his posts on towards the Twitter. But now they find themselves in this kill race tournament. Obviously, you said Noobs and Allman are their dynamic duo. Allman already in their first 2 games, he's keeping it consistent with 27 kills in the first, 28 in the second, and already into this 3rd game, he's sitting at 10 with at least 88 players still in this game. So he has the potential to just stay inconsistent around that 27, 28 kill mark.
Looking good so far. I mean, the circle looks like it's in a really good spot. Missile locking once more, though, as we continue to watch Noobs try to finesse around the outside of this, and he does have flares available, so he's able to keep this helicopter in play for time, but not a lot of opportunity here, J-God, to get out of it and then play for this team that's trying to become a nuisance to him.
Yeah, it gets a little bit tricky with these spots, especially with the missile lock on. We got Legion in here, who's actually rocking a 7 KD today, which is kind of wild. I think obviously that's the most underrated part of him. Obviously he's entertaining, but he's also going to be able to rack up the kills, play his life, and do that support role for the team as well. So looks like he's coming in. I don't think anyone else is really near him to help support out. So it looks like he's just kind of backing off a little bit. Maybe going to get a little bit different position until his teammate can roll up, possibly here with the vehicle. Noobs looks like he's in the helicopter, so maybe they'll be able to rotate there after they've taken care of this little team over here.
Death by truck, though. Smixy will find one. Looks like there are a couple of teammates that were still nearby. And then even beyond that, you see the flare going up, and that will eventually allow a chance for the play forward. And good elimination, at least knock for the first. The problem is all these little bunkers all over the place can be maybe a bit dangerous to try to clear, or maybe not. You just walk on in, you find a kill, no problem. And that'll be good for, I believe this is Allman's POV we're on board with here to get essentially a cell team wipe.
He's right down here.
Yeah, and that's going to put him at 13. And unfortunately, on the opposite side, Noobs is going to drop. Can he put himself in a position to not get full kill? That Smixy's trying to do everything she can to keep him alive. She was able to back down that one player, so Noobs should be able to get back up. But here comes Legion. Team player, he's going to be in the play as well. So it's going to be 3 of them versus this team. And so far, they're doing a great job of just slowing these players down.
And at a certain point now that you're finding yourself collectively together, at least as a trio, do you still continue to look towards spacing out the map a little bit more? I mean, this is a pretty large circle still here, J God, and kills are going to be desired if you want to keep up with the top 3 teams that currently have reports.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to split up a little bit, especially with how many players are left in Zone 2. It's looking pretty good. Obviously, most of the players that they're going to roll up against probably going to start to have Ghost, just because that free loadout's already in. Looks like they still got everyone alive. He was able to get that self-revive off. But sitting at 14 kills with 65 players left is huge already. He might be the hero on the game for today, where they need to get that 30 bomb, and then everyone else on the team pull in about 20, and they'll be sitting a good like 90-ish kills. Hopefully by the time this lobby's over.
I got naded. He's still up. Right here.
Allman in trouble though, and there might be it. Noobs is quickly on the way over there. You see him just rushing on forward. Legion kind of working as a collective duo with Smixy, not really a part of this whatsoever. So it's on to Noobs to try to save, and he will find one and then immediately go to stick for the res. So just in the nick of time, Noobs able to get there to save his teammate. Revive will be through, and now an opportunity to once more use this helicopter to continue to rotate around the map as fast as humanly possible.
And that's good for Allman, because obviously he's been keeping up that consistent performance all day. He doesn't want to drop and then have the potential to have to go to that loadout, get his perks again. So the fact that Noobs was in that helicopter and was able to fly 700 meters across the map just to save his life. Great teamwork right there out of Noobs and Allman. And now these two are going to be running around together. This can be scary for a lot of these teams in this lobby. On the opposite side, Smixy, she's going to drop, and now they have to put themselves in a position to buy her back.
Yeah, and the good news is buy zone right here, no problem. Yep, right back up, get right back into the mix. And I think the question here is just, do you take this helicopter over to help Legion and make sure that Smixy can drop right back down onto where her loot had previously been, or do you maybe just play for the loadout drop? Looks like we're gonna get our answer, as Smixy will just fall right on into where this neutral loadout drop has occurred on the bridge. And yeah, I think the big question here now is for Allman and Noobs, how well can they actually utilize this helicopter to get back into the mix? Because 57 total players you would think is mostly fine, but again, we're looking for kill totals above 90, and there's a lot of work that has to be done for that to happen. Helicopters in a pretty critical state, but just as it lands, they find their way out, and more kills will follow immediately with that, but they do lose their main mode of transportation here, J-God.
Yeah, it's still looking like a healthy lobby, though, so I think we're sitting pretty good. With 20 teams, potential of 80 players, with it only at 57, I think they're still in a good spot where people will be bought back and all that type of stuff. They do have enough money here, I think, on the buy. They'll be able to get the full team all together. I think Legion went down.
Yeah,
so maybe when he was solo off in the vehicle, it looks like he got down. That loadout was probably clear, so he'll probably just be able to land back on that loadout and then restart from that location. They did lose a lot of that mobility, so they're just gonna probably try and reach for this bounty. It looks like they have marked, restart that cash flow, because in case anyone goes down again, they're gonna be in a really tough spot. They don't have the utility of the UAV. So yeah, they just need to get that cash flow going again.
Nice shots coming out of Allman, though. Got maybe caught a bit off guard off the initial approach towards this warehouse, but very nicely done. He sees the map, and it's not a great position overall for the team when it comes to cleaning up the bounty, but it is a great position maybe for Smixy, pending you can find the shots in this player that likely is the target in this Bertha, and that's going to feel a little bit bad. Even beyond that, actually, Noobs will be taken down kind of in the same breath. He should be able to get rezzed up as Allman is there with him. Actually, no, he's got a self-revive, pardon me. Not going to fully get this off. Allman trying to play bodyguard, but could not quite get there in time. So now the requirement of needing to get together maybe for some cash will be the call, as Allman does not have a gulag available.
They just need to try to locate this bounty player, or at least let him get poached so you have a little bit more money to work with. But he's going to be sitting all the way across the map from Allman. Allman's still sitting at 19 kills. So a good amount of people left in this game. Gonna be completely spread from where Smixy is. She's gonna be by her lonely as well. She spots a helicopter, or at least a player flying in towards the backside of the neighborhood. Time to put the full send on. Obviously, he's not gonna have ghosts since he just came in, so the heartbeat is gonna be in use. She's using her Astro headset. She's gonna be able to hear him in the top, and this should be a kill coming in just a second. Smixy with some great shots with that M4.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. The question will remain, though, is there more? I'm not going to see anything off the heartbeat sensor, at least not initially. Legion back into the mix. Looks like he's been able to collect his previous weapons. He's quickly making his way over towards Smixy's direction. Not sure if she's called for the help or not, but you see that she's obviously gotten much more stationary, thinking that there could be another team nearby in this neighborhood. Zone is going to come to a close here in a moment.
Drop your money, I can buy him back.
And this could be a really interesting place to fight around just because there are so many rooftops that are accessible. I'll say essentially from the ground, as you can climb up some of the walls and get into these windows, but looks like they will just default to playing right back over towards the zone. You did see a red flare pop up a little bit closer over towards TV, so there will be another team rotating in, but this is an opportunity to kind of camp the outside into the circle. One player looks like has taken a couple of shots in the Legion. He's actually tagged down pretty low, but has survived for the time being, and as Noobs gets called in, he could play essentially just recon from above, but instead just looks like he wants to get down as quick as possible to help the teammates fight.
Yeah, but the only thing is he doesn't have any weapons, so there's going to be a whole lot of sniper glares looking at Legion in this position from Stadium. Some great shots from Smixy, trying to at least break the armor onto one to allow Noobs to land on him, but Noobs is actually just going to get out of that play. He's still flying around.
Yeah, there's two. Hold up.
It's actually going to be Almond.
For you guys, hold up.
Almost trying to come up behind this, and this can be a great play if he's able to get himself in a position. Going to be able to mount up with that AMAX, able to knock down one, and that's going to catch these players off guard. Shots onto the second. Going to crack that armor. Going for the third as well, and unfortunately, that's going to be some great shots. He's not going to get knocked. It's all about just trying to stay alive in this situation. Another knock, and that's going to be a team white. Almond with the play from behind, able to get the triple on the feed.
I mean, the first set of kills, great. I mean, he's got, like you mentioned, the AMAX, nice little triple threat scope on the mix, but then he swaps over to an AR that does not have an optic at all and still barely misses. Great shots from Almond, able to keep things alive for the squad. The bounty will expire, so they will not get any extra cash off of the initial attempt on the contract, but that is a heck of a way to win over Stadium. And now an opportunity to control this kind of right edge of where this gas will push through the third round here, J-God.
Yeah, that could have gone a lot worse there. Those guys up there with the snipers had the perfect opportunity to hold them. It did look like there was a vehicle approaching from behind Legion, coming from the neighborhood area. You can see it kind of towards the edge of the map there. They might be able to hold that team as well as another one coming in with the crown. So there's a lot of action going on here where they'll be able to rack. Oh, he might get run over. Oh, man, that would have been crazy. But yeah, they're going to be able to rack up a few kills here. They are still intact. He is running on 23 kills with 31 players left. So they still got a lot of opportunity for kills here and to get over that 90 mark that we were kind of talking about earlier.
I mean, heck, last we really kind of took a status of the lobby. We were talking about the fact that there were 57 total players. That was a good 5-10 minutes ago. There's still, what, 40? So, I mean, yeah, they've done really well to collect the large majority of kills that have happened since we last talked about it. So now the potential to have a high-scoring game is near imminent, you almost feel like, with how stabilized they've been able to get. And the problem is, as you rotate away from Stadium, it's going to push you into downtown. Already doing some work in the area is Almond. He's been able to find one kill. Nothing off the heartbeat sensor for any extra information, but there they are up close and personal. Going to have an armor knock, trying to chase down this player on the corner. And, well, he will see them coming over the top. There it is. That'll be the full-on wipe. At least I thought it was a team wipe. Maybe not. I only saw the elimination pop up, so it could still be more. And beyond that, also good information that this bounty target just over to their west is still approachable.
Yeah, Legion, he's just trying to locate these players to see if they're camping in the top of that building because they are going to be outside of the storm. So, depending on how aggressive they can be, they can hold these guys out if they want to play it a little safer. But the bounty is going to get poached. Basically, that radar is going to be down. A couple players are going to be ghosted, but a couple players are popping up on the radar. And the first one that's going to be in the action is going to be Noobs. So, using a situation where Nate is going to come out. The pinch is going to come in. Some great shots right there. Able to knock down two players, get out with his life, and just stalled enough time for his teammates to get to him.
And the last player is trying to float on in. Good communication as well. Believe that was coming out of Smixy initially saying, hey, watch your side door. Turns around. That's allows him to get that drop shot off. And yeah, this is actually huge. 9 total teams still available. Over to the other direction, we head to see what Almond's up to. He's found a player trying to hold on to this tree, but not a lot of cover back here as some more damage starts to funnel on in. And this rotation is eventually going to take downtown out of the picture by the look of it and put them at least more over towards this hillside, which means that the high ground that Almond's trying to clear right now actually could be extremely important when it comes to how the rest of these teams that are outside the zone rotate in. And good help coming through. There's Legion in the mix, able to help find the team wipe. And now we're getting into a position where, like we mentioned, everyone's getting close to double-digit kills, if not well above it. And this is going to look like a really solid position to watch the rotation for any teams that might still be lingering just outside of docks, or even more importantly, coming out of downtown.
They've just done such a good job at just neutralizing this lobby, picking up a lot of kills and not a lot of people dropping. So there's still going to be a total of 8 teams in, 24 players, and Almond is having himself a game, and he's going to put himself in a position to try to hold these players out of the storm. Going to be a full team on him. He has a cluster strike in his back pocket, but some great shots with that AMAX, able to knock down one. He's trying to catch these players as they rotate out of the storm, but that cluster strike might come in handy.
This guy could have it's going to flush him out, that's for sure. I mean, between the gas and the cluster strike, could be enough, but actually holds on to it. Did not fully call it out. And Noobs has dropped. So now Spixie trying to capitalize on this team right in front. That'll be good. I mean, there's enough cash to purchase back Noobs, no problem, but you would like to do that hopefully sooner rather than later. And I don't see a buy station in their immediate vicinity, so some travels will have to be done if you want to get back to a full 4-man squad here.
Hold on, I'm sneaking.
Have to try to get that 4th-man squad. They have to try to bring Noobs back. Almond, once again, just averaging that 27 kills. So far in his 3 games, 27, 28, and now 27 to the young man's name.
I'm going
to put himself in the vehicle to try to get into this action really quickly. The loadout is going to come in just in case he doesn't have any perks. He's going to drop that money, try to combine that economy to bring their teammate in Noobs back.
As fast as you guys can. Oh my god.
He's just going to full send. He's going to spot a couple players. He still has that cluster strike to work with, and Almond is trying to pick up as many kills as possible, trying to get out with his life, and he's able to do so. He has to fight for the repositioning now.
He's been on the edge a handful of times when it comes to putting himself in a really problematic situation. But like you mentioned, the cluster strike will provide some distance between him and this team up top. And as we get down to some of the final squads left, we'll have another one of our wins for wings moment provided by It's Just Wings. And the kills are actually coming through. Spixie's actually a part of this. They were able to get their teammate up of Noobs. Team wipe will be in the mix as Spixie's going to see her finishing moments right here. Really great stuff. And honestly speaking, that's a lot of clearance inside the heart of the zone. It kind of looked like from Almond's POV here, Jacob, that a lot of the final teams were still on the outside needing to get in.
Yeah, it did, and they still have this crown to play with. Unfortunately, the crown couldn't clear out, so they could get those people bought back.
Oh my god! That guy's horrible. Oh my!
They're gonna have an aggressive push in here, where there's probably still gonna be that team holding that was looking like they were holding Almond from the get-go. So this is gonna be a very tough rotation for him.
But he's just able to keep this going. The gas is chipping away, finds one, but just too low of a health pool. You see the gas is still moving. Maybe he could find himself a confirmed kind of post-mortem death kill just off the gas itself, but Spix also falls. So now it's going to be on to largely just Legion. What do you got, big boy? He's going to have an opportunity to bring one back, but the problem is where everyone just fell is hotly contested, so the ability for his teammates to get weapons are going to be pretty limited.
Yeah, they definitely are, but you got to keep in mind that loadout is still in the storm. So Almond is doing his best that he can to try to fly down and hit that before it goes away. I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to pick up his weapon. So there's going to be only 4 teams left in this game, a total of 7 players. So they can definitely get this job done. They want to fight for that first place to get as many placement points as they possibly can. And in this situation, J-God, they're in a 2v6 situation. Obviously, they spot the King Crown. Do you think it's the best idea to just take this guy out or allow this guy to bring his teammates back?
I think it might give him enough money. I can't see his exact money count. I think he had still about 1,500 left. I think if he kills his crown, he's going to probably get another 800, 1,000. That might be enough to actually help the team out. 2,500, that's enough to get the team back. So I think it's kind of one of those risk-reward things. You could let that person live, but then you're going to put yourself at risk at a 4v2. Versus here, you just get the cash, play it safe. We might be able to get back 2 players here right now if they combine their cash with the 3rd person coming in.
And think of the math here. The security of 5 points between a 2nd and 1st at best, maybe even 10 points, is absolutely going to outweigh the extra 3 points off of maybe 3 kills. So you got to like the call.
Exactly.
To secure the win, get all 4 players back into the mix, see if you could scout these last couple of teams.
Yeah, and Almond, he's trying to put the pressure onto these kids that took down Smixy in the first engagement. Able to find one player out in the field. Going to go for the challenge onto the 2nd, and that's going to be a team wipe. So now it's going to be a 4v3, last 2 teams remaining. He has the information that they're possibly still camping in the top of this window.
Gets to the top of the building.
Going to be in.
This is going to be great. I mean, Almond's in a great spot. He could just fall right down into the window. That's exactly going to be the case. Knock, knock, who's home? There's one. How about a 2nd? Would you like a 3rd? Triple kill coming through. Cheeky movement from Almond. That'll be a Warzone victory. And of course, with that, wings. 78 total kills as well. It's really good stuff.
Guys, I wasn't lying. I wasn't lying. I got it. I got the bag. Secured the bag. Secured the bag, folks. Amazing stuff there. Obviously, we got wings for wins. Chat, I hope you click in, click away, get your wings in. I certainly have. I made sure that I wasted no time at all getting my wings in. Amazing stuff across the board. That I've got to say though, I got to give it to Almond. The power position over Stadium with the AMAX was just amazing. And just to say as well, finishing it off as well with the naked AR, not bad at all. Amazing stuff, putting numbers on the board there for his team and in a fast pace as well. And a great finish there. I think it was really interesting hearing the conversation between you guys when you were casting about kind of weighing things up towards the end there, because obviously you are going for that first place finish. It's super important you get that 25 points on the board, and listening to the options there, you know, do you kill the crown guy? Do you let that extra potential 3 kills come in on the board? Do you potentially let up the first place finish there? And it was interesting to hear that. I suppose like in an ideal world, you would let the crown guy kind of go, let those 3 kills come and float back down. But then being on your own like that, as well as, and actually I think, was there 2 of them at that point? J God, was there 2 on the board? There was it Legion and somebody else that was
I think it was two other, with him and one other. So that was enough that doubled up.
Do you think they could have pulled that off as a duo? I think it's a little bit different if they're on their own here. We're on board actually with Aydan at the moment, but it's a little bit different if there's, I think, just one of them. Do you think they could have pulled that off and potentially got a couple extra kills for that game?
It would have been very risky. I think knowing how he ended up handling those gunfights when he pushed that building, it could have been a little bit more sketch if that crown was still on the lower end for a potential third party. So maybe that situation we saw at the end would have never happened. So I think that's kind of the situation played out perfectly. They ended up getting the win, and everyone was alive to make that happen and secure it safely.
Small update just as we kind of look at the macro of the tournament. Again, we've got an hour and a half left for these teams to finish off their 5 total games that will be submitted. But looking at the scoreboard, how about this idea? EmZ is not just in first with 477 points. One of their 4 submissions is still an 8th place game. They have found 129 kills, 101 kills, and 107 kills in 3 of their 4 lobbies. Still in the lead over Team Destroy, who's reported nothing but wins, and all of them with some pretty solid kill totals. They have been on a heater all weekend here, Stud.
Yeah, and you just got to keep in mind that once they lock in those 5 games, Team EmZ, they're just going to try to improve on that one score that they got 65 points on, 61 kills, and they only got 4 points for the placement. So the fact that they are leading Destroying's team with them getting every single game as a win still puts them in a great position, because once they are able to submit that 5th score and then just improve on that, their score is just going to shoot through the roof, and it's going to be really difficult to just try to catch up to those guys.
You spoke it into existence, actually. Our scoreboard has an update, but on our spreadsheet, they just reported their 5th game. It was a win. It had 83 kills. So, I mean, they've got an hour and a half to take care of one bad game. And they're going to be over 600 points here, guys. And that was unbelievable yesterday. I mean, J-Guy, we were kind of looking over the top from, you know, 1st to 8th as far as what could be like kind of the ballpark between what the gap from up top versus what the 8th place team was able to put together. I don't think any of us would have wagered that another 600 plus point game was going to happen today. They're about to get above that 603, you have to feel like.
Yeah, I think they could easily, not easily, but they have the potential here to rack up another 60-ish points, 50 to 60 points, and that'll put them at like 630, 640 ridiculous for that first place. So that is the number to beat. That 154 in the beginning just set the tempo. Them being able to replace a low score of 65, even if they got like 70 kills and a win, that puts them at 95. They bump up 30 points, and that's a higher total than they had yesterday at 615, I believe.
So, I mean, just as we kind of keep letting the gameplay of Team Aydan wash over us, they're also sitting on 3 collective wins at the moment. I mean, at a certain point, you have to feel like you've got to tally what is left to come with the tournament based on that barrier that is Team EmZ at the moment. Like, that just is, okay, if we're going to get top, like maybe the conversation is, all right, first place is out of reach. Do we just play for 2nd and 3rd? Because that's where the payout exists.
It's going to be really difficult, man, because Team EmZ, they really set the tone yesterday, putting up 600 points, and then so far today, they're doing better than they did yesterday. So it's really scary for a lot of these teams who are sitting in that lower ranking side, just around that 5th to 8th spot, trying to fight your way back in. There's a couple teams who haven't reported, with Juki's and Swag's team only reporting 1 score. So obviously their scores will go up, but just the tone that EmZ's squad is setting right now, currently sitting at 585. Keep in mind, if they had that one game and that 68 point, that they can definitely increase and just take this one over that 600 point mark. If you break 630, 640, I'm just putting out the controller. There's no point in even trying to play anymore, because you guys basically just locked it in.
Yeah, playing for second. Yeah, that has to be, I think, maybe the communication. So, see how things go. Good lobby here so far, though, in the early stages, or just approaching the mid game as Karma continues to just... Yeah, I mean, the guy that just fell said it in the voice comm. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's just no chill out of Karma. He's absolutely frying and still thinks there's more. Not even going to bother to go for the reset for the armor initially. UAV will actually get him a little bit of help, maybe a live ping as well. And Karma individually is already on 13 kills. That's going to be an easy 14th. And he's single-handedly found, what, 2 collective team wipes back-to-back.
That was one of those twisted moments right there. The guy was so twisted, he uses his teammate as perfect bait, and that's going to be able to allow Danny to come back, because Karma just slayed out the entire team. He's also going to purchase himself a self-res. So now they don't have a lot of money, but on the opposite side, Aydan or Scum, he's actually going to drop. So he's going to have that gulag in his back pocket to try to come back, but it's not the situation you want to be in.
Good stuff. Just looking back at the last submission, I just realized as we were looking over those final scores, kill totals have only been reported from Aydan and Scummin. 32 kills from Aydan, 42 kills for Scummin in that third match. So we could potentially be waiting for a handful more points to be dropping into that third game, which would mean that Aydan is also getting close to that 120-point threshold on an average is what you're looking for over the course of your 5 submissions. This game also looking great for him as he continues to clear out the pool house. Kill number 16 right on the way. Nice little drop shot into the mix. Wants to make sure there is no follow-up push before finishing off the kill, which looks like that player has just given up. And then there it is. Team wipe coming through. Aydan dominating. One more. It's actually a second team on the way through. This is going to be another follow-up for him. Finds the kill, plus the knock. Double kill in the mix. Has a third one around the corner. Doesn't have a lot of ammunition, so we'll have to reset the fight and get a reload off.
That was a clown car. Like 7 people came out of that car or what?
I love you, man. Oh my god, he just destroyed 2 different teams right there. He just picked up a total of 7 kills. It's going to put him at that 20-point mark. And just to look at the stats, like Shift said, 32 kills and 42 kills out of Scummin and Aydan. Not together, but just them 2. Like, I'm wondering what the other 2 were doing. Like, were they even spawned in? Because that's a high kill game just between those 2 players. So
yeah,
if you can get those kills calculated in, they could definitely put them a little bit higher in the leaderboard, as they are consistently putting up basically 100 points a game. They have 100 in their first game, 100 points the second, and 99 for the third. So they're just keeping that consistent gameplay so far, but they need to hit it to another level. They need to flip that switch and turn up to try to get these scores to about 120 to 130, because Team EmZ, they're really setting that tone right now.
Between Team Angelica, IceManIsaac, and Aydan, all of them have only reported 3 scores. And even you can add Smixy into the conversation. The gap between 3rd and 6th is really, really, really tight at the moment. And like you mentioned, we're still waiting on a couple of reports from Swag and Juki's who've only reported a single game each. So the battle for top 3 is definitely alive and well. Don't want to rule out the conversation of a first place finish for anybody, but at least at the moment, that's where the conversation has to stand, because EmZ's squad just has such a huge advantage going forward. But this moment right here, not bad at all. Danny able to work alongside one teammate. I believe that is Karma with her. And that's going to be good for a handful of kills. And now right back over. More cracked out gameplay coming through, even while Stun going to finish off the kill. Great stuff still in the mix as more tallies come out, and 25 individual kills here as well.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure Karma was sitting at like 16, 17. Aydan just broke that 20 kill, and Scummin's at 25. Danny was sitting around 6. So they're putting up a good amount of kills in this game right here.
Yeah, I got you.
Gonna buy that UAV. Still 10 teams, a total of 28 players in the lobby. And unfortunately, Aydan is gonna get dropped at the worst time, because could have saved that money to buy your teammate back. But Karma, he's gonna be in the vehicle. He has a good amount of money. He's gonna bring him back immediately.
I would not be surprised to see these guys get right back into the truck and then just go hunting for the team that just killed Aydan. Get him right back onto his loot. You see the marks that are already in play. Aydan is landing over, looks like towards Storage Town, so maybe not the consideration. He's just going back over towards where he had wiped teams previously, maybe. And actually, no, this is actually where his ex is, so he's looking to continue on to the fight. Just ground loot at the moment, but that will be good enough for Aydan. Finishes off the final player and right back to all things normal for Team Aydan.
Does Car and stay together?
Yeah, he just says, I got him. Don't worry about it. He finds himself a nice low default weapon on the ground, and he just knows, I'm a better player than you. I'm going to commit to the challenge, even if you have more plates than I do, and is able to take down that player and then get his loot back. So far, when we were tuned in on Aydan's screen, they were sitting around 64 kills combined, so that's pretty good, which still a good amount of people left in this game. 64 kills with about 26 left. They have the potential to put it up to 90.
Yeah.
It's on the train.
This is huge if they can locate this bounty.
Oh, no, it's not. It's not. Okay. I see a recon, like...
Okay, it's just a second to see what exactly they want to do about this, because you are seeing this vehicle just kind of go away from the bounty at the moment. You thought for a second that they were just going to collectively make their way over, maybe try to get over towards the high ground, use the overpass here to get up to a more level playing field. This team that seems to be stuck into the airport, but you also see that there are players hiding on top of this ridge line. So a little bit of manhunting going on between a couple of different players. Aydan still just kind of working things. Cummins actually alongside him, at least now he is, as this vehicle will come through. But I mean, this doesn't really help Aydan. Aydan doesn't need help. I don't know if you've figured that out by now, but he's doing just fine on his own. Just one small hiccup, but 26 total kills for him. You've got Scummins still 25 or above, and this is looking solid. 74 total kills that you can see in the tally right there above his webcam, but this is looking like one of those games that you really could put above the 90 kill mark.
Yeah, and Karma, he was able to full send onto that team that was camping towards the top mountain. And the reason why is because they saw a King Crown up there. They know as soon as that was done, all of his teammates are going to trap back in with no weapons. So there'll be a lot of easy kills there. A lot of teammates or enemies popping up on that radar. So Karma, he was able to at least get a couple kills in that situation. Scummins is able to fly back in. He's going to be able just running as a duo with Aydan. They spot a couple players onto the radar. Now it's time to just put the pressure on them and pick up more kills.
UAV going to provide some value.
Oh my god, RPG, BTC.
Aydan coming quickly to try to clear this building off. I mean, it's just no hesitation.
No,
and that's why.
Either. Like, he's so confident.
He's just
he didn't even pop his dead silence there.
No. I don't know how to tell you this, Jeremy, but he's pretty freaking good.
Yeah, the guy's pretty good. Yeah, that's for sure, man. He's just right now the team is sitting at 77 kills. There's going to be 5 teams left in this game, a total of 18 players. And they're just trying to spread maps. He's been sitting at 25 kills for quite some time now. Trying to locate a couple of these players. Obviously, they have that bounty that's going to pop up. Danny in a great position to try to put down a couple shots. She's going to be able to get one knock. Great team shots out of her and Karma. Or at least crack the armor onto the second. That's going to be another crack. Armor disabled. Karma with some great shots to blow up the van. That's going to be another 2 down. You add those kills to the tally. That should put them over that 80 kill mark now.
Yeah, great stuff.
Are you guys good?
Yeah.
Still 5 teams to deal with. 20 total players in the lobby. This is looking really good. They've pretty much wiped off the boundary line over towards their southwest. So that's good news. You clear off a lot of high ground positions. Aydan's got a vehicle to work with to try to get back together. And at this point, one more time, we've said it enough, but play for the win. Get into a mix where maybe you can get some final streaks or UAVs. Search out the rest of this lobby, see how many you can maximize. But at least when things start to get dicey, you've got to be able to capitalize with a win. And J-God, I don't think that's going to be a problem for them as they've ran through just about everybody we've seen them fight so far.
Yeah, the lobby's been holding together pretty solid. They've been able to rack up the kills, move around the map. This vehicle could be a little tricky for Aydan, especially since it looked like there was 3 enemies there. He might have to try and get up here, maybe get a little bit of a high ground if they peek out, because the rotation will force these guys out in the next minute or so, and then they'll have to be able to push. But I don't think they're going to be able to rotate to the top here, so he's going to have the ultimate high ground. Unfortunately, all the guys below him do have Ghost, so that could get a little tricky if they try to make a long flank, if that is, like I said, not hardly possible. But we'll see what they do. Teammates are coming up from the other side. So there's actually a lot of action going here.
Karma not slowing down. 24 kills. The hype alert is going to give us 83 on the tally. That's going to go up. So it's not just the potential for 80 plus like we initially maybe thought, but like you mentioned, the lobby holds together. Aydan's going to clean things up as this team comes out of the tunnel. That's going to be enough to probably push them closer, if not above 90. They honestly, if they clean up every single kill in this lobby, this could be 100 plus. But still with that, we know it's getting close to dinner time, at least across North America. So it's another one of those moments where we want them to win because it means a win equals wings from It's Just Wings. And Aydan knows that there are more players just outside of this hut, and this will be above 31 for him. If he finds it, he will. Full eliminations come out. Not a full team wipe, though, which means that, hey, still opportunity for more.
Still 3 teams, 7 enemies still in this game. You eliminated all these players that were outside of the zone. Obviously, you have the other 3 who are running around as a unit, just making sure nothing fishy is going to happen. To win, you got to make sure you get these placement points, get that 25 extra. They can put you over that 100-point mark. Aydan right around the Bertha sitting at 30. Karma at 24 and Scummin at 27.
I got him.
Aydan sounds like he's going to be in some action. He's able to find one, able to take down one. Puts himself in a position with that dead silence to just slide around, just try to finesse these players out. But no one else is going to be near his position as he's going to relocate and try to get closer to his teammates.
Yeah, this coming, we mentioned it. He was on 25 kills like 5 minutes ago. He's just on 27. The end of this lobby has not come to him whatsoever, but is able to get a lot of shots in, a lot of damage done. And you did see for a moment there that there are a couple of players that were floating into ATC, which is in this next circle. I was about to say, I think it's just on the edge here. So that's going to be a really frustrating way to kind of finish off this lobby. But brilliant shots from Scummin, just tapping away at range. Able to find a knock. He's obviously going to have a hard time capitalizing on the full kill unless he can get a full team wipe, pending there's no self-revives up top there. But there's the call to say, okay, so there's a solo team of 4 at least. That's going to be in front of them. Maybe there's a consideration for players that could get purchased back, but still tapping away. Danny's going to get another knock. More damage confirmed from Scummin. He's still holding the angle, but will eventually be pushed back enough to get their armor replayed.
Yeah, so there's going to be 2 full teams, and with that team camping in this top tower, it's going to be really difficult for these guys because they know time is of the essence. You have to make sure you try to get in and out these games as fast as you can. So those guys are just going to stall the time for their teammates to try to get into that next lobby. They were able to find at least 1 player. They located the other team, actually, as 2 kills are going to come in on the opposite side for Scummin.
Great stuff.
Good situation.
This has got to be that final squad outside. So you finish this one off, and then the communication is just, all right, time for just dealing with the players in ATC. And you hate to see the circle kind of favoring that building. You might just have to wait until the circle moves at the very end, pending that it still stays in, which it's looking like it's going to be really close. I mean, airstrikes and all, that's fine, but it's not going to be enough, even if you find a couple of knocks, to really finish off that team up there. So this is going to be a pretty patient waiting game, and eventually the next 30 seconds, they will have to go right into Aydan's line of sight. This should be a pretty easy capitalization once they actually float themselves off.
Yeah, this is going to be easy because they're trapping themselves in this tower. Obviously, they have to rotate in towards the storm. Aydan with some great shots, knowing that a couple players up there just simply don't have armor. So every single player that's going to fly out has to be weak. Karma with a sniper is going to be able to take down at least 1. Got to keep in mind, though, there's still a solo player alive in this situation. This is 1 complete team. They have to locate that 1 individual who hasn't shown his face yet. Danny's still just crouching behind this loadout, trying to be different angle to spot these players as they jump out the top. Karma's going to be in the engagement. Great shots with that LC-10, able to find that last player, and they eliminated that team from the top. That's going to be a victory with almost 100 kills. Good job out of Team Aydan right there.
Just Wings will get everyone nice and appetized up as well, Lottie. I mean, have you been munching?
Yeah.
What do you got over? What flavors? You didn't even tell us.
I have been nibbling. I had a sweet barbecue. It was it was delicious. I'm a big fan of sweet and salty me. So that for me is just like it hits the spot. Chat, talking about hitting the spot, hit the link in chat, get your wings, give yourself a chance to get the wings. But don't worry, because if you guys actually don't manage to get it this time, we do have a code for you guys, IJW times Warzone, for free delivery on DoorDash, so you can get some to you right now. Amazing stuff. Thank you so much, Team Aydan, for getting the wings in the chat. Amazing stuff. I've just got to say though, my gosh, Karma really is twisted, isn't he?
Yeah.
He really
He
is
is
twisted.
really
He
good.
has many names. You can call him 3 times. You can call him Goat. You can call him Damon if you fancy. I'm giving him a new name right now, and I'm going to call him Mr. Twisted T. That's it.
Okay.
Mr. Twisted Tea, because this guy, he is 100% twisted. He's definitely drinking the Twisted Tea for sure. Talking about Twisted Tea, though, let's take a look at a Twisted clip, see who's coming on today. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Doug is Raw. Let's have a little look at what he has been cooking up. A nade, apparently.
And this is
okay. Well, he destroys that kid in that bottom window. Uses that Semtex to the best of his ability to try to get some more information. But obviously, the guy at the death comms, he's going to think that Doug is cheating with those shots. He's going to be able to spot the second one. He's basically playing with his food right there. And Doug's just way too twisted. Like, the fact that he's able to destroy both of those kids, like, they had the first shot. The guy was just a better player. And he's way too twisted to be caught off guard.
You know what? You couldn't get a better compliment than he's cheating if you're a Warzone player. Because look, if you are just in the zone and people think you're hacking or cheating, then hey, look, your shots are tearing it up, and it's great to see that amazing stuff from Doug over there. You know, I have been keeping tabs on some of the scores, what has been going on. The scores are on the doors, and I must say I'm very excited to see where Swag's team's at, because they have only put in one game, but their game was 112 points. They had 87 kills there, so I'm expecting some big things. I know they haven't quite, got there in terms of their stats and what is actually happening. We're not sure, but I'm excited to see where Swag and his team are at. So I'm waiting patiently for some of those scores to come in. While we are waiting for Swag, though, we're going to head over to EmZ, find out what this caliber of team are up to actually in Verdansk themselves. I'm actually very interested to see how they are playing things here. I mean, right now, they have to improve on a 65-point game, but their other 4 games have been 154, 126, 132, and 108. Oh,
ridiculous.
My God.
Twisted, LVP, twisted. Absolutely.
Man. Totally twisted. This is just unreal. I mean, the kills that are coming through, they've only had basically like one game shy of 100 points with the games that they're probably going to keep in it. And I really do seeing them beating the record that they had yesterday. Destroy have actually got on the board. They've actually beaten 600 points right now as well. So incredible stuff from that team. We were right, folks. We were right. The sky's the limit coming into day 2. The sky is the limit. There was no ceiling. It was only going to get better from here. And EmZ playing pretty damn well herself as well. 14 kills to her name currently. I mean, J-God, this team at the moment, EmZ, and how they're performing. Do you see Destroy creeping up on them? Maybe today, do you see EmZ's team taking away the victory here today based on how they've been playing?
Well, with the change in the score, with the Destroy taking over the #1 spot right now, they really only need like a 60 kill game and a win to get the 85 that will put them over, because right now they're only behind by 19. They need 20-point difference. There's not a lot of pressure considering the games they've had, but they still definitely need to finish out strong and then replace that 65 61 kill 8th place game.
This is interesting because Destroy's most recent result was 143 points. So it's like when you kind of do a side-by-side comparison, Destroy's best game versus Team EmZ's best game, the numbers are becoming very marginalized. And this last about hour and change, J-God, is all going to be about who can get that best 5th and final score you feel like in before the submissions have to end.
Exactly. I think Destroy has a good opportunity. Their lowest game was at 103, so they'd have to have a pretty solid game to make up any more points. And then with EmZ, like we just said, their 65-point game, pretty easily to replace based off the trends they've had. They could probably take 2 of their scores with 30 bomb and they'll be set almost with the high placement. So very possible. If we're looking right here, he already has 24 kills. So that's almost half the way there by themselves.
Really interesting stuff. I mean, the side-by-side comparison is so close between their top 4 games. The difference maker is 11 points. Just take away the 5th match, the fifth report that we have right now. The difference between the 2 is around 11 points. So if we figure that this lends to a win, which things are looking really comfortable, by the way, just to not get too zoomed out. I mean, you've got 20 kills on board here for Wars, one of his slower games, oddly enough, for at least right now. FIFA Kill was doing really well, but maybe Caster cursed him a touch, as he will drop for a moment. I think he was instantly purchased right back, though. So he'll be on the way back in, and the trades will be there. But these kills are coming very swiftly. So you feel like that 65-point game that we keep talking about should be mitigated here. It just comes down to how much have they been able to put together, and then beyond that, that race with Destroy to see who can put that essentially the best outlier game into the mix for their final 5 scores.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but like Jay Goss said, they don't really have that much pressure because they put up a great first 5 games, and the only one that they need to improve on is the 65 points. So that's not going to be difficult for these guys because they put up basically triple the amount of that in just 1 game alone. So these guys are on point. Wars is obviously using that sniper to the best of his ability. He was able to get a team wipe with that AK in towards that green building. And on the opposite side, you have Smitty. But don't forget, this guy single-handedly dropped 49 kills by himself yesterday. So he knows what it takes to put himself in a power position. He's going to be in the engagement, charging towards all these different red dots that are popping up on that advanced UAV. He's able to find another kill. His teammates on the opposite side of the map able to find the others. And he's just trying to split. He said, hey, you guys are on this side of the map. You guys focus those guys. I'll split. I'll go all the way across the map by my lonely and try to take down this team with only 6 teams remaining. Make it 5 now with 13 players in this game.
Yeah, this is one of those situations with this advanced UAE that you're sitting there saying every single one of these kills needs to be going our way by the end. Every single player that's left, hit it. Just hit it. Oh, that would have been nuts.
Yeah, it would have.
Not going to happen here, though, at least not as of yet. So wait for him to get down and then do it the orthodox way. I'm sure it'd be just fine. But looking over to FIFA Kill, he's cleaning up some kills on the outside of the ring. He's at 22 individually.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be improving on that score.
Yeah, without doubt.
That's big.
It's kind of scary because we saw that EmZ was sitting around 15, 16 kills. So basically everyone is putting around 20 kills up on the board. Almost 30 for a couple players, but some good shots right here.
Down two. 1 or 2.
Able to knock down 2 is going to be FIFA. Now he's in a position. He has to try to get out with his life. The engagement is going to be in. But he's able to get down, get some cover, put some armor plates back on. But those 2 players are going to be coming out of that storm weak, so he's going to commit towards this gunfight.
I reckon they're going to fucking die to zone. They're idiots.
Yeah, I've just got it. I'm gonna put it in this.
Hear the call that, yet they got to get in from the gas, too, and they're really deep out there. So on the hunt quickly as Wars, he's going to try to push them a little bit further in towards his teammate, and that will be fine. FIFA Kill's going to watch this guy come right across his screen. Nice long-range shots. Although Wars does actually get taken down, knocked at least for now. Could he get there in time for the rest? Should have no problem, and yeah, that will be the case. So you're down to the final couple of moments here. 3 total squads, only a couple of players left. UAVs were, at least for a time, still finding value, and this one actually will as well. Towards the outside of the ring, you see those little red dots popping up. That will likely be the majority of one of these 2 final teams. Looks like independently, this will be a cleanup of the 3rd squad just outside the ring, and one more player to track down. There he is. There he goes. No problem. That'll be elimination, and actually not the full team. Should that be to a full team wipe? It went down from 3 to 2 squads, so it's just down to chasing these last couple of players, and they're already all revealed. It's looking good for a full-on cleanup win.
Man, I'm telling you, everybody in the chat is loving this right now. They're getting so many wings because there's so many wins happening. It's a great performance right there out of Team EmZ. They're going to be able to improve on that score. Just waiting to see what the final kills kind of look like. But Wars are sitting at 25. FIFA was at 22. EmZ was at like 17, and then obviously Smitty was sitting almost at 30. So these guys just definitely improved on that score, and they should be able to climb up to that #1 spot.
Yeah, definitely improved on the 65. That is for damn sure. It's interesting to see how teams are playing in different ways, in different capacities. Is there anything you guys have noticed going from team to team that maybe it's like a unique play style, or they're separating early on, coming straight back together in the middle, or just separating entirely? I feel like Aydan's team was quite separate right to the very end. I mean, is there anything that you've noticed shift in particular?
I would say just the most recent example would be talking about the fact that the UAVs were being used a lot at the end of the game right there for EmZ's perspective. The advanced UAV, we saw almost every other team when they got it, they were using it almost immediately after they had their loadout drop. That wasn't the case there. I mean, they must be getting UAVs up constantly, and they're finding a lot of value. So, I mean, hey, if you've got the cash to work with, if you're not getting taken out, you don't have to force back any purchase on your squad mates. Might as well just keep kind of milking the UAVs for all they're worth, including that advanced UAV with like 5 teams left. I mean, that's it. We haven't seen any other team really have a chance to do that yet.
Jacob, with the advanced UAVs though, do you want to pop it right at the beginning? Do you want to try and get a bunch of money and try and pop an advanced UAV at the beginning, or is it something that you kind of want to do more towards end game? Sorry.
I think both work. I think in the beginning, if you have the mobility, like we talked about a little bit earlier, if they have the helicopter, then they can get the mobility to go to the most concentrated area of the map. At least you can find what area you need to work. And then maybe as it gets towards later in the game, they're a little bit less trustworthy, because if somebody's within range, if they have ghosts, you're not going to see them. Even though that you know, you're investing all that time, money into it, literally you could just die and not have enough money to buy back the teammate because you spent it all. So there's a little bit more risk reward. I think they felt a little bit more comfortable because almost everyone was popping up. I don't think anyone was invisible or with ghosts at that point. So it just played into the favor there.
It did indeed. Now, talking about trusting, reliability, I tell you what, my back is killing me. My back is killing me. How's yours, Jacob?
I'm too mine's doing great. Mine's doing great. I'm comfortable.
Why is yours doing so good, Jacob?
Time's flying. We got the Herman Miller right here.
Oh my God, that's what it is.
In every way, I'm good.
God damn, the Herman Miller embodied chair, folks. It does it yet again. I love it. Obviously cushioning that spine as it should be, Jacob. Obviously the amount of time that we all sit in our gaming chairs, and one lucky person is going to be walking away with a Herman Miller embodied gaming chair this weekend. So make sure you find that link in chat. You do not want to miss signing up for this. An incredible prize coming to you guys. So make sure you use the command as well if you can't find that Herman Miller, and then just click the link to enter. Super easy. I'll tell you what though, folks, we are actually going to head to a quick break right now. When we come back, we're going to be heading into our final hour of this tournament. That means when the hour's up, we're going to be crowning our WarzoneMania champion. We're going to find out who is heading up that leaderboard, who is climbing the ranks. Will it be EmZ? Will it be Destroy? Is it going to be Juxi? Who knows? We'll find out though right after the break. Hello everybody and welcome back to the NYSL 100K WarzoneMania. I hope you guys have been munching on some wings in the break. I hope you've got a refreshment or two because you're going to have to strap in for this final hour here. It all comes down to this. Now, I want to say a big congratulations to another person who has won another NYSL Astro A40 headset. Defilo31, congratulations. Yourself and Bailey Parsons have won one today. We have one more headset to give away, so be sure to check out the link in chat. Make sure you click it. Look out for the chat bot. He's going to be your best friend in the next hour or so. So make sure you sign up for that one. Now, gents, we're actually going to jump on board with Angelica right now. And it's funny because I wanted to speak about Angelica and this third position spot. Now, she's actually with a fighting chance here with her team of getting in third position. We're actually playing for $20,000 in terms of this third position. It's a big jump from fourth to third here. Now, bear in mind, Angelica's team have actually put out a couple of games here now. They're looking pretty damn good. IceManIsaac is obviously in the third position currently in the running. Their scores are pretty even. They're pretty even across the board here. They're kind of playing very similar kind of game stats. So looking at these two, it's a big fight on the cards at the moment here. Have you guys noticed anything in particular about these two teams and the way that they play? Is there anybody a little bit more spicy than the other? I feel like this could be a question for J-God here. You're an attention to detail type of man here, and I need to know what you're thinking. Angelica, IceManIsaac, honestly, could either of these teams do it right now? Does it not really come down to how they're playing, or is it just kind of like luck of the draw in terms of lobbies?
No, I think they're pretty even across the board. Looking like Angelica's team actually added the extra score for that fourth game, so there's only, it's about to update on the page here, but there's only about a 8-kill difference there, or 8-point difference. So this last game is going to be huge for the fifth score going in there. And they definitely have the capability to do it. Looking at Tommy, he's been dropping 20 plus. Frozone has some solid 20 pluses across the board. Stu, he had a 37 earlier on and only dropped to 18 in the last game. So there's a huge potential to have another huge game. If we're looking at the IceManIsaac's team, everyone is dropping bombs across the board. We had a 32 out of Zach. And then yeah, it's just about that team composition for that fifth game score counting.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of like we were just getting off the board from that last hour, looking at the difference between Destroy and EmZ's team. The same thing is in play here for these two because they're looking for their fifth submission, but also Team Aydan, who's only reported 3 scores thus far, and all of them have been either at 100 or above. So we're going to get a pretty dicey battle here as we get down the wire. I mean, Spixie's team, you could also throw into the conversation, but they don't just need to report 5. They still need to kind of get rid of a 4th place finish that they started the day off on. So we've got a really interesting battle, at least largely for our top 5 teams at the moment. You know, 3 of them fighting for a 3rd, the other 2 kind of the decision between 1st and 2nd. But I'll be really interested to see if the strategy changes up. That's the big thing, Stud, when we were kind of talking about it at the initial point, watching some of these guys early on versus what they need to do now. It's not just get this 5th win. You have to maximize this 5th lobby because you've only got an extra 54 minutes before you can't drop anymore.
Yeah, so you have to make sure you're putting that pedal to the metal, just changing your entire pacing, just being super aggressive. And with them having plane control, this is going to get them around that map super easy. You're seeing a lot of red dots popping up near Promenade. Tommy's still in his engagement with that bounty, just trying to stay alive, but on the opposite side, teammates are picking up kills. Tommy's slowly going to approach this. A res is going to be on, but Tommy's able to at least knock one. He's going to find the second as well, and that's going to be a team wipe. Bounty is going to be done. More money to work with now.
He only had 1 armor plate and none in his back pocket, so that was already a pretty difficult fight to take just off the health pool alone, but does it cleanly. So already a step in the right direction and a ton of players. I mean, we're still very much so early game. It looks like everyone already has a loadout to work with as well. So this is the time that you're really hoping that you can use some of this cash, buy UAVs whenever you get around the buy stations, then move as quick as humanly possible. We're seeing that out of Stu. Right behind one. Beautiful shots. Another team wipe in the mix, and there's a buy station right next door. J-God, you got to feel like this is the time to get that advanced UAV and just get to work.
Yeah, the game, they already have a huge start. They already have around 25 kills and 100 players left in the lobby. Tons of potential in terms of score because they only need about 50, 60 more kills out of that 100 with all the buybacks, gulags. I think they're looking pretty good. They had a huge fast start. They just need to continue that pace.
I feel like every time that we've switched perspectives, someone is getting a kill. Like the pace that they're setting right now is insane. Stu's gonna find himself on the top roof of of train station. He's able to spot a couple players before they hit the loadout. Able to hit a knock onto one, trying to get the full kill. He's able to do so. That's gonna put him at 13, but that advanced UAV is gonna be popped. Multiple different red dots all over the map. A couple sitting around that promenade area where Stu is currently at. Just time to get in that chopper, trying to get a little bit more aggressive and just keep that pace going.
And will they actually want to do this with Tommy, I think is the question, as he's a part of this, as Tommy's delay is a little bit more advanced than everybody else's, so we're kind of going back in time. Little interstellar action for you. You guys, okay, so here's the question I really got to know. Out of these three films, which was the best when it comes to Christopher Nolan? Was it Interstellar, Inception, or Tenet?
I think Inception. I haven't seen Tenet yet.
I actually fell asleep watching Tenet, so it couldn't be that good.
No way.
But I'll probably complete that movie soon. But yeah, out of those three, Inception for sure. That was one of those godlike
I was kind of the
movies.
same with Tenet. I started it and I just did not finish it. I was like, all right, cool. I need to get back into it though. 100%. It's funny.
I'm with you though. Inception for sure, all the way. But regardless, some Christopher Nolan time scheme happens to get Tommy a minute below where everybody else is. But the kills are coming through very quickly. And the big key is now as the advanced UAV wears off. I mean, look at the cash, guys. There's just so much that they can play with. And you're still also hunting down different bounties as well. I mean, this is looking like an absolutely lights out incredible game, including the helicopter still available in Boneyard. This is a perfect storm. You have to feel like Che got in a certain way.
I just need to get this AR armor real quick.
Yeah, this is going to look good right now. Everything's coming along perfectly. They have the cash flow, which is probably one of the most important things that really sets teams back. They have the UAVs constantly. They all have self-revives. They can feel confident pushing teams. Because you know if they have, if they're popping up on the UAV, a lot of times those people are not going to have loadouts after the free loadout drops in. So you know, okay, cool, this might be an easy kill. These people are a little bit on a regain game type thing. And it could be some easy kills, especially if you coordinate it. You can position yourself, plan out the gunfight. Sometimes it can be a little tricky if they have one teammate in there that has ghost and kind of throw you off, get shot in the back. But this is working out pretty good with the mobility of the helicopters as well.
And Stu just picking the litter here, going back and forth between all of these players right out front of the street. I mean, it's just been clean. And this is, I think, what you expect, you know, when it comes down to what Stu's been able to do, just kind of in his history as a competitive Warzone player. But we haven't really seen it largely on display. I mean, a lot of the time that we get over towards Angelica's team, it's been a lot of the Tommy show, really. But Stu is really kind of throwing his weight around the ring. Angelica as well, 7 kills. I'll find her alone some of these for now. She tries to get up top onto the apartment complex. Stu tracking down more, and these UAVs still finding so much value. The kills are coming through just as quick as you'd like to see him as well. That's the other big key. They haven't been stuck in any gunfights for long. I mean, Studyy, you'd mentioned it, the fact that every time we swap to somebody, it's not just the fact that they're in a gunfight, they're getting the kills. There has not been a delayed gunfight or a team fight at any moment in this lobby so far.
Yeah, they're just doing tremendous teamwork, and that's just the map control that they have. They have the helicopters to where one of their teammates is in an engagement versus a full roster. Stu is going to be just flying around and straight getting to him, and that's exactly what he was able to do, as he was able to land the plane and then find that two-piece in the middle of the street. They're just staying so mobile, and this is just something that we were expecting. We didn't really see it a lot with the helicopters throughout the weekend. These guys are just really on point. Frozone starting to get hot. He's going to be able to find a knock in the front of Superstore, trying to get the full kill. Still has the UAV in the back pocket. They just have so many things going for them. Money, transportation, all the kills. Everything is going right so far in this game.
Great stuff. I mean, even finding players off the respawn, no problem for Frozone. Needs to track them down. Shouldn't be too much of an issue, and it isn't. Elimination coming through 10 for Frozone. 66 total players still, and even your Tommy. Nice job, guys. Let's keep it going. I mean, just calm, collective. This feels good. I mean, what else is there to say? It's just, it really is perfect storm material here.
There's a helicopter everywhere.
Everywhere. But one thing to look at right now is the number of teams that are still available, because if it's quads, right, so there's going to be about 100 players totally in the pool. If they're not team wiping, that could be bought back that are still sitting in the gulag. So this is still a fairly healthy lobby where there's still a ton of kills left, even though the number's only around 65 or so. The fact that there's still about 23 teams or so is going to allow that number to be much higher than it is. So there's still a lot of potential with them already sitting on around 55 kills.
Another small update is you kind of see the gap narrowing between EmZ and Destroy. Team Destroy just posted a 112-point game, so it brings the gap to very marginal numbers. You have to feel like, I can already hear it in my head, just Destroy's like little motivational speak, just getting aggressive in the comms, just let's get this, we got this, it's still approachable, but they have to chip away one game at a time, and time is becoming a bit of an issue as we continue to also decide what's happening with this battle for third. If you're joining us late, that's where the money pays out. Top 3. 50K for first, 30 for second, 20 for third. A lot of cash to throw around, but at the end, you've got 5 teams that are going to be right in it, neck and neck till the very end.
No, there's more.
It's a lot of money, man. It's a lot of money for a good day's work, and so far, every single team has been putting up a great performance. Team M's obviously leading the way, sitting at 642. That's just insane. In the time frame, you know, the fact that they had one less hour and they're putting up better stats than yesterday, you just got to tip the hat to that team. They're really on point in this Warzone, just controlling the entire map. And so far, this team is sitting at 60 kills, and there's still 60 players in this game. This can turn out to be one of those banger games. Right now, you have Stu sitting at 21 and sitting at 22, actually. Unfortunately, he was going to get sent to the gulag, but this is a free kill. He's on point right now. He's going to be able to get back in. Hopefully, he just finds his loot at that point.
Yeah, as I said, this is a really key moment in my mind, J-God, just simply because you're coming out of the gulag and you're trying to keep this speed up. So pending, of course, that Angelica is able to win her gulag, it just comes down to how quickly can Stu and Angelica get back into the mix. Because if they can just pick up right where they left off, you just essentially had a small sidestep, you know, little scenic route to get back into the mix because you just found another 2 extra kills. This is a really crucial time to see if they can actually push the envelope at that same level all the way until the end of this game.
Yeah, and I think momentum is a huge thing that you don't talk about very often, but it kind of plays into what you were talking about a little bit earlier. Oh, it's unfortunate. At least he'll be able to self-revive there. But the momentum's huge. It's like Stu, he was on a heater. He was going through the motions. He had a good sense of where people were on the map. Once you get taken out of that picture, thrown to the gulag, when you're coming back in, even though he's going to have a vehicle, it doesn't really still have that same flow of energy that he had from the get-go. So that kind of knocks you back a little bit, where he might have been sitting already on like 27, 30. He's still at 24, which is still a high number. It's just that momentum kind of locks you down a little bit and slows down that pace.
Confusing moment from Frozone. I mean, he pretty much looked right at the proximity mine, but decided to try to play with the elevation instead, thinking it wasn't going to proc. And then as soon as it blew open the door, there was a second one waiting for him. But another key moment here for Angelica. She moves into the gulag clean on the opening shots, but doesn't finish the kill. At least not as of yet. Stun will also not connect, but there you go. Finalizes the kill, no problem, and then right back into the mix. So the big question is, can she drop where she previously had fallen and just kind of keep the speed up? Because otherwise, this cash will be their only real safety net as far as being able to keep the kill pressure up by getting more UAVs online.
Beautiful. Yeah, you're fine.
Felt like she was in the gulag forever as well.
Yeah, for real.
Stay that side. Do not push forward because I can shoot from this way if they push.
There's still a lot of people here right here.
Yeah, the engagement's about to come in. Stu knows that he has the top position. Obviously, they're going to put a lot of focus on their helicopter as it flies over, but here comes the push. The dead silence is going to be popped, able to hit the knock on one. That one's going to be a full drop, but the cluster strike is going to be called in. You have to try to get in towards this building, and the movement, the sliding through the side window. Able to find the third as well. Still not a team wipe. Trying to locate the fourth. Just clearing out every single corner. Going to catch the little guy just trying to use the pooper scooper, and unfortunately, he's going to get taken down, and Stu's going to be at 28 now.
Stu's having himself a hell of a game. I mean, it's just how quickly he's cleaning up all of these team fights. I mean, we saw similar things from players like Aydan today. I mean, really, the list goes on. I don't know why to try to go down that road. I mean, the list is shorter of people who haven't gone on this than the ones that have. But regardless, this is what you want to see from someone like Stu. Now over towards the hospital, he's going to get some high ground mobility, even checking the scores to see how exactly we're doing. And he'll be happy to see another teammate at 24 eliminations. That's Tommy. So the kill potential is definitely there. 56 total players that are still around in this lobby. I mean, this has got some absolute mammoth potential when it comes to total score. And still helicopters all over the place. Hello, sir. Goodbye. There's the bounty. And not only is that just essentially them picking up that momentum again, their cash is also fully healthy in case we get into dire situations late in the game here, J-God.
Yeah, exactly. Especially now that the Aydan just entered their 5th score. It's going to populate pretty soon, but it's looking like there's going to be a 3 teams really competitive for this 3rd place spot. Oh, nope, it just did. Aydan bumped up there, 460. We also have IceManIsaac there. Once these guys all get their scores in, it's going to be very close. This game is going to be huge for them, and it's going to allow them to put a little bit of separation and almost make it into a 2nd and 1st place spot if they get another big game after this one.
Yeah, just kind of speaking under the macro, Aydan has reported all 5, all of them over 100 points. Their 2 lowest games are tied at 100 points each. So that's what Aydan's trying to figure out in this back about 45 minutes or so. For IceManIsaac and Angelica, they're still waiting to report their 5th scores. And then you're still, for each of those teams, looking at scores underneath the 100 points that would need to be replaced. Again, if you're joining us late, it's the best 5 total submissions over the course of 4 hours. And we're in our 4th hour here. So this game not just required for a 5th submission for Tommy and Co, but they would love to use this as one of their big heavy hitting games, so that way they can get to work in this last 40 minutes or so to reduce the one that would be at 95 points. So there is potential to do some leapfrogging here, but for Team Aydan reporting their 5th win, all of it over 100 points, they've got a little bit of a cushion when it comes to reducing their lowest score, which is at that flush 100 points.
So far in this game, they're still keeping pace. The fact that they have kept this helicopter since the start of the game to the very end is completely mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, for real.
I must be shooting against Neo or something like that, because every time I fly a helicopter, it's always getting blown up. I always have to retreat, always have to get out of the action. But still, he's just maneuvering around the map so easy, picking up kills left and right. Angelica, she's going to be in a position, try to put down some pressure, put down some shots, able to find one. She knows that there's going to be more people on this radar, and the pressure's going to be on. She needs to pick up these kills and not allow these kills to get taken away from the players on the top roof. But Frozone's going to be their assister.
Yeah, it's really clean. Again, we have not watched a single gunfight yet that has not been determined in about 10 seconds. Even ones that weren't favorable, which I think overall is also still fine, because you can get into the gulag faster, win it, come back, pick up right where you left off. I mean, this has been some of the cleanest gameplay we've seen from all 4 players kind of as a component comprising of the full squad. So opportunity maybe starting to unfold in front as they try to rotate through the woods, but they will lose a teammate. That's going to be forcing out a buyback situation, as I didn't see who it was that was in the gulag, but that fight was won. So I think it might have been Tommy, as he's still on 2 armor plates. That would make the most sense, but still, you're going to have to get to a buy station and force a purchase, and they will likely have enough here, pending they can finish off this wipe in front of them, but they are going to have to kind of track backwards to get to a buy station. And oh, this isn't good. Frozone's going to get knocked. Does have the self-revive to pop, but this is going to be putting him in a really weird spot, as he's going to have to armor up while trying to cross the street.
Yeah, and 2 of their players dropped in that situation, so there's still going to be a total of 29 enemies in this game, 11 total teams. I feel like they have the pressure, at least have the control of this side of the map. They're just not trying to get caught off guard as they try to approach that top hillside. One player is going to get brought back.
I mean, dude, these kids that were...
Which is going to be Stu. He's having himself a game. 32 people who's left, 32 kills to the young man's name. Going to land on some loot on the top roof where they were able to pick up a couple kills before. Obviously, these are not the weapons that he was looking for, but actually able to put at least some money together. Yeah, that's the best opportunity.
Yeah, I kind of I think there was a call from either Frozone or Tommy saying, hey, there was cash up on those guys. I just didn't have a chance to pick it up. So that had to have been the call for it. I mean, he's got no ammunition. So it's going to have to just be down to trying to put together the last couple of Benjamins to bring back Angelica. And there's a team nearby. Got to take this fight, and you got to do it quickly. And beyond that, Stu's got to be a little bit careful. I mean, realistically, he's got a clip and a couple of stray bullets to spend here. So he's going to need the help. Opening shots will be thrown out. Not going to get a full armor break. But it looks like in the mix of that, the team shots have at least put enough pressure to allow Stu to get into this building.
Yeah, so now you're just fighting for a little bit of height advantage, trying to get the high ground on him. Able to find himself a PPSH, so the pressure's going to be on. Able to shoot one player in the back. The pinch is in from both players. Him and Frozone doing great work right there to eliminate that team. Finally able to get some of his own custom weapons, but they do know that it wasn't a team wipe, so yeah. They're just cautious that there could be another player above him, behind him.
The good news here, J-God, though, the cash, but also the armor plates that were not really fully healthy for anybody. Tough angle here as the sun is kind of flaring against them, but the play from here on out isn't really necessarily for the kills, but they have to just be focusing on getting Angelica back in the mix, you have to feel like, right, Jay?
Yeah, you can see that buyback on the left. I don't know if that was from when they were there previously, but there looks like a guy just landed in over there. So there's probably going to be a few team enemy players that they got to run up against. So you got to be a little bit careful. Looks like he's trying to approach this from the high ground. Free loadouts coming in. Kind of hard to see if there's another one with him, but there are going to be people near this buy station for sure. So they should be able to rack up a few more kills. Lobby's still staying pretty much intact. There's
yeah, it is.
25 kills left, which is kind of nuts, considering they already have 95. So this could be pretty close to what EmZ team had in that one game.
Oh my god, this guy. I already jumped to res.
All right, so there's the call from Stu. He was trying to figure out if he should have helped up top or gone for the res, goes for the res, and while doing so kind of leaves Frozen maybe a bit off from what Fro was expecting. He gets taken down, so just as soon as they bring Angelica back, they need to put together cash again to try to get Fro back into the mix. So this kind of baton passing of who's alive and who needs to be brought back is really slowing things down. But the good news is they still have an angle at this team fight up top. That's going to be good for some kills, plus some significant cash. Already almost enough to get Fro right back into the mix here, Stud.
I'm taking events.
Yeah, just trying to build that economy back up. They obviously have enough money between Stu and Angelica, so you're just going to drop that money so they can allow Frozen to get back into this game. They're still keeping pace, even though, you know, you had a couple players who went to the gulags, didn't have any weapons. Still, Stu is just still trying to just keep that pace up, being aggressive on the map, trying to close out this game strong. With them sitting already at 99 kills, they're about to break that 100 kill mark. Some great shots with that AMAX, able to knock down one player. But now the pressure needs to be on. Someone needs to get to that high ground to complete that kill.
Yeah, Tommy is trying to also work alongside this, and then on the way in, Frozone actually comes down. I think he uses the pistol to finish the elimination, so he should have a weapon. Actually still in a gunfight. You see him interacting, but actually gets another knock. So Frozone, a lot of pressure on him, but he's done well to recoup. Also still being tagged up, but at the same point, Stu finds another gunfight. Gonna need a little bit of help here from Angelica, and well, that's gonna come through. She's a part of this, and as she moves forward, she'll actually find a knock. Next player to deal with PPSH on the back pocket. Brilliant shots from Stu. Gets the knock, gets the elimination, and then the follow-up will be there. 4 other teams, 11 other players, 10 other players, and an opportunity to get above that 100 kill threshold. No problem. Actually, they've already beaten that. This is about to be maybe one of our best lobbies that we've seen so far, save the jailbreak from EmZ Co.
Yeah, and they're grabbing that ghost. They don't want anything fishy to happen. No UAVs. They want to make sure that they're going into this final engagement, or at least these final couple engagements, fully stacked out with the perks, fully stacked out with their weapons. Everybody's going to have their weapon loadouts, but they have to rotate into the storm, so this is going to be a difficult task. Some great shots out of Angelica to knock down one. Tommy able to take down the 2, so that's going to be a full kill, but both players are going to be dropping. So now this is a difficult situation. As Stu was getting shot in the back, he has to try to focus on this rooftop. He should be getting pushed out from the storm, so this should be a free kill for Stu.
Oh, brilliant. That's on the team wipe as well, just before it inches away from him. You even heard the call from Stu saying, you can go for the res. I've got this guy locked down. Brilliant call. And now it's just down to the final 2 squads against our full group of 4. Armor plates may be in a little bit of a problematic spot, but everyone largely should be okay. It just comes down to what happens in these follow-up gunfights. We've got ourselves a 4v7 situation to finish off the lobby at a perfect time for an Astro Gaming. Listen it.
I stunned him. You can push him. Right. Nice.
You need to make sure you don't have to fully play that.
Oh my god.
Nice.
On the roof, on the other roof, for the roof.
Last guy. Oh, wait, no, 2. You're missing 2. 2.
Nice.
You're missing 1 guy.
I'm staying back. I'm just letting you guys play it. You good?
I think he's gonna be in the building, in the SOS building somewhere.
Nice, Angel. Let's go.
Nice, dude. So that is 74. Wait, let me do Geo quick. 74 plus 41.
112.
That's a lot. 82 plus 33.
Wow, guys, we're trying to do some quick math right here.
That was nuts.
That is going to be enough to bounce them definitely over IceManIsaac currently, just because that is also a 5th submission from them, and actually Iceman hasn't put in their 5th yet. But I'll tell you what a killer 5th that is right now. They're going to be working on getting rid of that 95-point game. They're going to be trying to get that one up at least above the hundreds there to contend for that 3rd place. But what an incredible finish from that team. I'm not going to lie. It's a little bit of squeaky bum time at the end there, wasn't it? I was a little bit nervous. Little bit nervous when I did see 2 players drop. I was a little nervous, but I shouldn't have been nervous because I'll tell you what, Stu would give old McDonald a run for his money because, boy, he was farming out there. He was farming. It was intense. Amazing stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, our teams are getting twisted today, so why not go into a twisted clip and see who is going to be delivering that one for us today. I'm very excited to see this. Here we go.
This one's gonna be Almond. Oh man, he's basically a score streak from the top, just shooting down with a turret, basically. Able to hop out of that. Some great shots into the vehicle. Takes down one. That's gonna be the most wanted. Almond, he's just been cracked. Absolutely twisted all for the last 2 days. The guy's just been consistently putting up 27 and 28 kills, and it was only a moment of time before he made one of these twisted clips.
So now I know who is responsible. Every time someone's in a chopper gun, and now I know who it is. It's Almond. Damn you, Almond. You ruined my day many days in a row. We're actually going to jump on board right now with Iceman, see what they're made of, because they have some, they've got some points to secure right now. They really do need to climb that ladder. As you can see, that 20k difference between 4th and 3rd place is very eminent right now. Aydan's team sat there with 575 points, looking pretty damn good. And I'll tell you what, I'm excited to see what these guys can do now. We have about half an hour left. We literally have half an hour till they have to drop into the game, because at 8:55, that's it. The gates are closed to the lobbies. You cannot drop in anymore after 8:55, folks. Remember, everybody here is playing for 5 different submissions, so your 5 best scores, you'll take the average out of those as well, and then we will get our scores on the board. So really excited stuff here. I tell you what, Isaac, here we go, buddy. You gotta go hard right now, otherwise it's going home time.
This is a really difficult lobby when it comes down to how the zone is going to come. I mean, J-God, we saw it there for a moment. Half of the zone is going to be out of play. It's going to hug top left corner. So in my mind, I'm looking at this as saying, all right, not only do we need to separate, but we honestly just need to kind of play for the teams that are coming from outside the gas in this next round, because there are going to be the majority of the lobby is going to be rotating into one another, and you cannot allow those kills to be missed, essentially. At least I don't know how you feel about it, but I would love to see them kind of hug these zones, and we're at least getting some of that instance here from Zach.
Yeah, I think that we're going to end up with a similar scenario we saw where Metaphor was the last person standing over there on the top of Summit, and looking like it's pulling that far up that side. So the lobby just might die in transition just from killing each other, people holding the edge of the gas or whatever. And it could end up being one of those ones where it's going to a rotating zone at the end because of how Summit is positioned with all the various buildings separated by huge little valleys or whatever. So yeah, they got to try and rack up the kills as fast as possible, because realistically they're only going to get one more queue after this match.
Yeah, 30 minutes to the T, actually. Again, 8:55 Eastern time is where the cutoff is as far as your last available drop. So an important lobby here. Again, we're still waiting for a 5th submission. This could be, and very well may need to be, what they submit to try to get themselves back up into 3rd. You see Aydan's team still currently holding on to that position at 575 points. Honestly speaking, I'm sure Team Aydan is looking at this with another submission over 100 points, saying, we have an opportunity here. If we find another massive game to maybe sneak our way into 2nd above Destroy Squad, that's still an approachable tally here, Studyy.
Yeah, it definitely is, man. With them only being down about 38 points, you're not really in a scary situation if you're Aydan, because obviously when they started off the day, they were just putting up constant numbers, so 100, 100. So those are the 2 scores that they're looking to improve on, and with the time that they have left, they're currently going to be sitting in the lobby, so they should try to improve on one of those scores, and then their last drop to improve on the other 100. So they definitely are in that category to try to get into that top 2.
Yeah,
but it's going to be a difficult task, because both teams right now, Destroy knows that we're basically going against EmZ, so we got to go above and beyond to try to improve our score to beat them. They're not really thinking about the team in 3rd, but Aydan, obviously, their roster is trying to improve their scores to try to earn some more money.
Difficult moment coming through here in Storage Town. Cluster Strike also on the way in. Isaac going to try to stay safe. That Semtex hoping to finish off the kill.
Oh, no.
And we'll try to make sure that the clearance comes, but as he makes his move, the rest of the squad was waiting for him to exit away from that garage, which means now that Queen Shadows is going to be essentially on her lonesome, as well as Breadman, who I believe is actually floating in at the moment. So really it is just on to Queen Shadows to try to open up some space for Breadman to work with, and it's going to come down to, can she hit the shots with the snipe? Sees one over the top, breaks the armor. Another one. Whoa, brilliant shot from Queen Shadows. Looking for more than that, but everything will reset as a couple of armor resets will be in the mix. FFAR also in the back pocket, trying to use that to clear. And that will be enough likely to get this one player she knocked, but here comes the help. Going to finish things right over the top of the ventilation shaft. That's a 1v2 team wipe in the mix for Queen Shadows.
Just great work right there out of Queen Shadow. She pulls out the sniper, make sure that, you know, she's not rushing that play. Fully armors up, make sure she puts all 5 bullets into that car and is able to find that 2-piece and eventually get back together with Breadman, who's currently sitting on 20 kills. So it has the potential to turn out to be one of those banger games for these guys. You're going to have 2 players who unfortunately have to get brought back, and this is going to be a difficult task because Breadman and Queen Shadows, they do not have enough money.
No, they do not. And again, this circle is going to make life very difficult when it even comes to how many buy stations are available. I mean, it's still pushing top left. I mean, I think you called this one to the D here, J-God. This is looking like a Summit final zone. And that's not great news because you have to buy these guys back. You don't have any cash to do so at the moment. It's going to be very difficult to do that as we get later and later because of the simple fact that the majority of this circle is actually out of bounds still.
Okay, I tapped it while you were alive.
Yeah, I think we're running into that situation. A lot of times when it pulls up hard left, that's tough. And they're getting bought back at probably one of the worst possible times because the free loadout that they got earlier on, the paid loadout, they've already been used, despawned. The next loadout doesn't drop in until zone 5. So they're looking at like 5 or 6 minutes without solid loadout, and unless their team can clean up some kills. Where they did get the kills, they can't even run back to that area to loot up. So their team in the air is kind of in limbo until these guys can pick off a couple kills.
Oh, that's not bad. Redman's going to be able to provide at least a couple of eliminations or at least downs for now. And you're even hearing the call from him. He cannot get the full kills on these players, but you might have to take a risk. I mean, the gas is on the way in. It's going to continue to push, and that's going to make their loadouts now out of reach. This is one of the reasons why we kind of look at this and say this top left circle being this early on is difficult. I mean, you're watching people rotate. You have to deal with the gas as almost another opponent. Precision airstrikes are also now coming down to Breadman, who's got to keep running forward. And even beyond that, you got to know that he's frustrated by the fact that he keeps pulling his gas mask down in the first place. Nice down here. These will be good for eliminations, and he's able to get himself right into a big burst. I'm not going to lie. I did not know that was his teammate initially. I got scared so badly.
Yeah, I was scared as soon as that vehicle pulled out. I thought it was completely over. He was trying to put down a couple shots at these players, trying to cross through the middle of the airfield. Able to find a couple, but the full kills are going to come in. They still, even though they were able to make their way to that supply run to bring both players back, they were able to drop in the middle of the sky, and now still a 2v4 situation. So some great shots right here out of Breadman. The aggression is going to be on from his teammate. Here comes the great shots with that AMAX. That's going to be another 2 down, trying to get the third, and that's going to be the team wipe. Good job. Hopefully that provides them enough money to bring their teammates back in.
Oh, the problem is they can't collect the money. That's the big problem. I mean, he's got 24 kills, maybe 10 to 12 of them happened on that rotation from where we saw him just previously over towards the main terminal of the airport. Now they find themselves still having to rotate top left. This is so difficult. I mean, you've got to try to find a win here, but at a certain point, you might have to consider this as a 2v lobby situation and maybe play for your third or fourth teammate if the opportunity presents itself. But I just don't know, J-God, if you could sit there and make that a cognitive effort just simply due to the fact that you continue to get pushed by this gas.
I think that they're still just kind of hanging out and see what they can do because it looks like Breadman is just doing his thing, taking out teams by himself. Pretty much being the one-man wrecking crew, while it looks like IceManIsaac is just kind of driving around as a distraction, finishing off the kills. On me. A little bit of rough. He didn't have a loadout gun. But you can also just dip. Now Breadman's all alone. He's got to try to get the cash together. Not really going to have much opportunity to get to this buy station either. And there it is. They got to scrap that.
Man, that is such a... I mean, just from the get-go, he's got a gulag left. But, I mean, let's be realistic here, guys. Is there really even an opportunity for him, even if he wins this, or if he just has to wait out the timer to get a free release? to even find weapons to contest these back 32 players. I mean, this is the difficulty from round 2. They've had to make this rotation all the way to the top left of the circle. And you know, credit to Brett. He's found a lot of kills here, Studyy, but this is going to be a really tough finish pending he gets out of this gulag in the first place.
Here's a kill.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard, man. With that circle ending in towards top summit, that means that that final loadout drop is going to fall in towards that middle of that circle. And there's going to be a lot of players still in this lobby, a total of 33. So when he's going for that loadout, he knows that there's going to be pressure. But can he find a kill in towards the gulag? Because a couple players are dropping, but no one is loading in for him. And this is not the best case scenario. You're just wasting a lot of time here, just trying to get back into this game. You want to try to get that first place to get as many placement points as possible.
Yeah.
But like Shiv said, you just got to think about that time, man. That time is ticking. You have to make sure you get in and out of lobbies as soon as possible.
Well, that's tough. I mean, let's figure that this game does not pan out for them, and maybe we'll stick on board just to see if he even wins the gulag in the first place. This could be kill number 28. Long barrel mags in the play. Stuns traded. Oh, Semtex gonna tag and finish. So, okay, now that we can actually talk about this situation with full confidence, IceManIsaac's squad now has 1, maybe 2 lobbies to choose between to finish off that 5th submission. And you saw the scoreboard for a moment there. There's a lot of work to be done as even Team Aydan has been surpassed and supplanted by Angelica's last round that they just submitted. And so now our conversation turns back over to what's happening up top in these top 3. Destroy currently sitting in 2nd. We're about halfway through this lobby. You're pretty much right around the mid stage of the game. And it's going okay by the look of it, just based off the fact that there is just a repurchase coming through for Team Aydan. Destroy's got 12 kills. But the big key is you have to make up around 30 points if you want to try to find a way to take first place away from EmZ, who's also still in a lobby here, J-God, trying to take away their worst score at the moment.
Yeah, I think when we're looking at the numbers, their worst score, they're behind by about 30 points. They're going to have to put up a huge game for Destroy. They're going to have to put up a huge game because their lowest total was 105. So that means they need to walk away with something like a 135, which would mean they need an extra 25-ish, 30 kills out of the 80. So they need like a 110 kill game and a win for them to take over that #1 spot. And that's if EmZ doesn't do anything with their team to replace one of their scores. So it's looking pretty rough. It looks like each of them only have about 15, which is still okay considering the lobby will have max 60 players with the 15 teams left. So it's gonna be interesting how this plays out. I'm getting quadruple stunned here.
Left.
Reminds you of the 9-bang days from Blackout. It's just like, I feel like I'm stunned for eternity. But the kills are still coming through. The team wipe looks pretty secured. And I think the big question here, guys, that we need to kind of discuss over is, first and foremost, does Team Destroy recognize what they need just at the moment to get above Team EmZ, which is, like you mentioned, 110 kills? And then beyond that, will they quickly be able to do that math and evaluate, can we actually get the 110 kills from this lobby, or do we back out and just try again?
Yeah, I'm going to get him, yeah.
Tough task. Tough task to make that decision because you're in the middle of this game. You have a couple players who are already sitting around double digits. You don't know how fast the lobby is going to drop, and they don't really have that much mobility. They don't have a helicopter. They don't really have vehicles, so the game is going to slow down tremendously for these guys. They just have to try to just keep pace. As you're going to see Clutch Belk in that vehicle, going to pick up Destroying. Doug is Raw, still picking up kills on the opposite side of the map. So, like Jay God said, man, the goal is to get to 110 so you can take that first spot, but the lobby dropping the way that it has been, at least recently, it's going to be really difficult task to get done.
And at a certain point, you just hope that they are keeping track of, okay, how many total players are back in this lobby? What do we currently have? Is it even possible for us to get that 110? Because they are also running out of time. I mean, if you fill out or finish out this lobby to its completion, you've got 1 drop at the deadline, essentially, J-God. So I know that we're kind of zoomed away from the independent gameplay we're seeing right here to talk about the status of the tournament because, I mean, that's what's important. $50,000 for first.
Yeah, 100%. I think we're right around maybe 12 minutes left in this lobby or so or less. So, yeah, they're going to have a very limited amount of time to queue up for that next one. Good 5-8 minutes. Decide when they load in if, hey, you know what? This lobby started with 138, back out, we get another queue, and then just kind of play a little bit of luck of the draw at that point. And get a really good crack at actually trying to go for that 110 based off their kill totals, we know it's possible for them to get those totals. They had 118 in one of their games. So it's definitely possible. It's just a matter about having that right lobby and everyone executing.
And just to kind of paint the picture, because we've talked about it a couple of different times, just think about the status, not just of the numbers in this lobby, but what the hesitation looks like because you don't have the ability of purchasing into UAVs. Like what we just came off of watching Angelica's game with Tommy and them was constant UAVs. We saw that from EmZ's squad at the completion of one of their rounds. This so far has not been that. And I mean, yeah, the kills are coming in, but you need to get this bank up. You need to get it up soon. Hopefully get those UAVs online so you can continue to farm up as many kills as possible of these remaining about 30 total players that are here. Because again, that 110 is what has to be in the back of your mind all the way throughout this. The good news is they are working through these kills quickly here, Studyy, so there's an opportunity for them to maybe just put this round in full completion. And maybe it's not a full-on best, you know, they're not going to make up your whole deficit right here, but you can at least maybe still substitute out one of those lower rounds and maybe chip away at that lead a little bit.
Gentlemen, I have a little mini update for you. I've just popped in very quickly. So I just wanted to talk about our first and second positions right now, because obviously, again, a lot of money at stake here as well for those two. I don't know if we've already spoken about it in terms of what Destroy needs to get in terms to actually beat EmZ at the moment, but there is only 29 points between these two teams. So 29 points they need to score in order to be at the same level. So 30 and above would be perfect for Destroy right now. If they can improve on a couple of different games, it's going to be really hard. You know, we're coming up to the end of this now, only probably a couple of drops left in it, so they're going to have to really go big here if they do want to secure that first place finish, because otherwise EmZ is sitting pretty right now. Her and the team are sitting very nice, right at the top position. I think 30 points is a pretty decent lead if you ask me, but for both of these teams to get to that 600 mark and EmZ to literally have 642, like that is crazy to me, and it just shows you the level of competition we're working with.
Twisted, LVP, twisted.
Twisted.
Everyone is absolutely twisted on this fine morning. I mean, fine afternoon.
That's the difference, guys. By the way, just I looked up for a moment. Difference yesterday was 120 points on average per game. It's almost to 130 points on average per game today, based on that 642.
They ramped it up. Yep,
it's unreal.
Well, I think that first game really set the pace for them. They really lucked out to have such an amazing game off the bat. Like I mentioned earlier, that was pretty close to like the world record. That was 136, I believe it was, that was held for like a good 8 months. So the odds of somebody cracking in on that, a little bit low. So they got to do it through consistency of the other 4 matches type thing, where they're just going to beat them by consistency, which is a little bit tricky because they keep putting up good numbers too.
Yeah. Well, I think we've pretty much gotten to a point here where it's looking like, based on how many kills are left versus how many are currently tallied from Team Destroy, they're not going to make up that 30-point gap here, but they're looking to replace 105 total points as their lowest score, at least at the moment. So there is an opportunity to chip away at that lead, maybe find 10 points here. You got to get 20 in the next one. It's obviously going to come down to the wire overall, Studyy, but it's just at a certain point, you almost feel like you're sitting here and just trying to secure almost second place. And one of the teams threatening that is Team Aydan as we watch over to them switching in.
And the big thing about Team Aydan is, like I said, when they started today, they were putting up low scores, sitting around 100 points for their first 2 games. So that's what they're trying to improve on. And the thing is that they're early into this lobby. They will not have another drop if they're able to complete this. And this is not the start you were looking for, with 2 players dropping early, 2 players getting sent to the gulag. Might have to just chalk this right off the rip. This is going to be a difficult task to try to get done, but Karma, he's going to be fully loaded out, still working by himself. It's going to be a couple shots coming in onto Danny, but Karma's going to be here to go for the trade, able to take down one. Now with his teammates dropping, every single one of his teammates dropping, one person actually losing their gulag, which is Aydan. You have to think about the reset at this point.
Yeah, I think I agree overall. I mean, especially just depends on what happens here with this gunfight. Okay, so both of the last 2 gulags are won, and Karma should have near enough money to get Aydan back into the mix, pending he can get to this loot that he just finished off a squad on. More players to deal with, and I mean, he's just a turret right now. There's the cleanup. That should be enough cash between him and Danny to get Aydan back into the mix. And with these kills, I think that's enough to say, okay, we're fine, we're good, because I can just drop back in if you're Aydan, pick up these guys' loadouts. But that said, Karma tagged down low will be finished. And now you have to all of a sudden discuss the opportunity of not just buying back one, but pending Karma doesn't win his gunfight in the gulag, you wanted to buy back a second.
Yeah, but they're in a good situation. The bounty's going to be right in front of them, so they have to try to locate this player. Able to find the first. He's going to be scumming, finds that player. But more of his teammates are going to be in the position. Great shots with that AMAX, able to knock down the second. Top in the vehicle. Let's go for a little drive-by action and run him over. He's trying to get this full kill onto him. He knows that the pressure's still going to be here. The bounty money is going to be in. You know, he has one plate to work with. Choosing not to apply it now, but that's some great shots, some great map control right there out of Scumming to find a third.
Oh, man. Oh, but not done. Oh, there's still more to deal with. Does get a couple of armor plates, so can go prone, find some reprieve, get back to full HP. But this is an AMAX with a PPSH. It is a gold PPSH, if that means anything. Armor break comes through. A second. Gets one knock. And there's the finish. Not bad. Okay, so now you definitely have the Cascade going back into the mix. It's a little bit of a slower start. You feel like Karma's never going to lose with an M4 in his hand, so this should be fine. So you're back into the mix here, J-God, overall, but do you feel like this pace is enough to get to a point where you can surpass Team Angelica with a 3-point cushion right now?
I don't know. It's looking a little bit tricky because they do need to get over 75 kills and a win. And on pace, the lobby's still holding very strong. I didn't get a chance to see the total right there of what they have, but it looks like they're on a decent pace to at least break 75. The distance between them and Angelica's team is only 3 points if they don't improve it. So you're looking at a very reasonable game where maybe they get 85 kills. Unfortunately they die there, but maybe they get about 85 kills in a win that bumps them up another 15 points or so, and then that'll allow them to maybe get that separation to get that third place spot. It's gonna be very close for third.
Just full send it if you die to us.
I mean, we got this yesterday, guys. I feel like we've been in this conversation and this kind of anticipation for the last 2.5 hours. I mean, as soon as we got our first submissions, it just felt like, oh God, I mean, you get over 150 points and it's just, how do you make all that space up? Well, you do things like this if you're Aydan. He's had a slow start to this game. Only 6 kills, but he's working on number 7, number 8, and maybe even number 9 if you can get the full team wipe. Great stuff, but yeah, you could even hear Aydan say right here, we're only on like 30. They've got to go if they want to try to get to this position to take away their lowest score and try to sneak into that third place spot.
Yeah, I don't think.
And there's only 11 minutes until you're able to do your last drop.
Yeah.
So they have to basically put themselves in a position to where they're full sending the entire time, and if it's not working, you're going to back out. So a Rise Shield is going to be on Aydan. Some good shots. Unfortunately, he's going to drop, and that's going to force a buyback for Aydan. So now you have to make that decision, whether you're going to stay or whether you're going to get out. So far, they're still staying in this game. They're just trying to be aggressive towards some of these players. You can still put up a good amount of kills in this. It's just not the start that they were looking for. As Karma, he's going to find himself in this building. Time to wait his way to the top. As the res is going to be popped, Karma's going to have a couple players here that he's going to have to deal with.
They might take the heli.
Tough scenes, though. I mean, J-God, your personal opinion, is this one that you back away and just reset, or do you finish it out another 8 minutes and then make sure you get your last drop in before 8:55 if it doesn't get any better?
It might depend on how this gunfight goes. Unfortunately, he dies there. He ends up cleaning out to swap out the kill, but I mean, the lobby's holding kind of strong. And they're sitting at around, what, like 28 kills, 30 kills? They still got a lot of kills they need to rack up, and enough to buy back one teammate. Plus the mobility, they got a helicopter. So there's still opportunity, but it's getting really close to the point of no return in this lobby.
I'm gonna land up there and then go Lottie after.
All right, well, crunch time, really. And these next handful of minutes for Team Aydan when it comes to putting together that one special lobby. There's the buybacks coming into play. You'll see the circle is starting to push towards the top left again, but a little bit later on, I think, is the better key here. They've already done a lot of damage through downtown and kind of over through Superstore and stuff, so they've done well to kind of at least get a handful of team wipes through this position of the map that will be taken away by the gas. Landing right back on top of Loadout City on top of that building apparently is also good news when it comes to, again, trying to keep that momentum up and making sure you're not spending too much time just trying to get back into that fighting condition. Some more shots over the top of Superstore. Not a great looking fight, so backing away from it for a time will be Team Aydan.
I don't see him.
Aydan, he's coming up from the backside, so he's trying to help his teammate out and scumming. Able to try to hit some shots with that AMAX. The armor is going to be cracked. Guy's going to be completely one shot, so he has to try to rejuvenate his health. He's popped some plates, but the pressure is going to be on. Aydan's basically getting shot from everywhere. He has no idea where he's getting shot from. Able to knock one player from Superstore. And unfortunately, Scumming is going to get shot in the back from a player that's going to be camping towards top super, so they do not have enough money to bring back 2 players now in Karma and Scumming. Yeah, so they're finally making a decision. Aydan's going to drop. They're going to pull. It's time for the restart.
Yeah.
Sure, let me
there it is. Okay.
See what happened.
Sorry.
One last chance. That's what it comes down to. I mean, I know a lot of people have their, preferences when it comes to tournament formats, but this is the reason why we love this one. You get to those final drops where you have to make up 3 points, Lottie, and anything can happen.
It really can. Honestly, at one point I was thinking it way before they did it. I was like, this isn't good enough. You have 10 minutes left. I would just get out of there right now. Just get into the next one. Just get it out of your headspace and get back to it. But it is a hard decision to make sometimes, especially when you do have a bit of eliminations to your name. As a collective, it can be a little bit difficult to let those go. But you got to remember, you have 10 minutes to get things done. It's super important to try and utilize that time to get the best score possible. And right now, Angelica actually has overtaken IceManIsaac. She is in the 3rd position right now with her team, which is amazing. We're going to jump on with the Iceman himself to see exactly what they can do in their final drop of the night. It all comes down to this, guys, right now, because there is... Oh, actually, he's in 5th position. Hold the phone. Aydan's actually overtaken. So right now, Isaac's in a bit of a sticky situation here because he's 2 away from that 3rd place finish, which is $20,000. Otherwise, they're going away with nothing. Right now, J-God, is there any advice you'd give to IceManIsaac in terms of this final drop for them? What would you do right now? Is it high risk, high reward? Would you play it safe? I mean, kind of, what would be going through their headspace?
Well, I think with this particular situation, they're down by 132. And that's higher than all of their previous scores. So they're going to have a better performance than they've had all day. Their best game was 124. They need 132 to tie. So you're talking about, I don't know, 105 kills, 107 kills. They need 108. So this has to be like by far their best game of the night.
Nice, Ali, huge win.
Yeah, and just to give you guys a little update, Destroy's team was actually in a position to upgrade one of their scores. So they were sitting at 2 scores in the beginning of the day. One was at 103. They upgraded that to a 112. And then the other was at 105. They upgraded that to 113. So they're slowly trying to get back to that first place. But with those 8 points, that should put them down by at least 20 now to Team M. So this last and final drop is going to be huge for Team Destroy. They have the potential to take that first spot.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams, they're getting really close to the wire. I think if they're having a chance to actually look at the scores and kind of identify where they need to be, it's getting really close. I think Angelica's team, Aydan and IceManIsaac, are very close. Mixie, I'm not sure where they're looking. I'm sure if they got all their scores in, it seems a little bit low. Okay, they only had 4 scores submitted. They might be a little bit out of that reach, so it's getting to that crunch time. I think Destroy kind of has a number in mind they want to beat. They consistently upped it. Like he said, they fixed a couple of their lower scores. EmZ has yet to replicate one of their their 108. So we'll see if they're going to even beat that out. Maybe they'll surprise everyone and even up that number even higher. It's getting pretty crazy for those top 2 or 3 teams here.
Definitely is, man. It's crunch time. So you're in the final basically 5 minutes. So where you're able to drop into that last game. You're going to have Queen Shadow still running around downtown. I feel like she's been around downtown every game that we've spectated this team so far. Some great shots with that AMAX onto a player camping in that top building. Fortunately, not able to get that full kill, but that player is going to be held out the storm. So you're just trying to hold these players out from this position that Queen Shadows is currently in.
You're right, fellas. It is crunch time, and that is why I'm coming on the mic now for the remainder of the game. I'm going to be casting with you, fellas, because right now things are looking a little bit sticky for this team, and we need to give them as many good vibes as possible. But some downs coming in really, really nicely stuff here from the Baker himself. Here we go. Look, roof is his. Roof is absolutely his right now. Obviously, it is crunch time right now for this team. The pace has to be picked up here. They need to get as many kills as possible. We only have, honestly, like, you know, what, 40-ish kind of players in the lobby to get these bodies in with the elims. This is going to be pretty hard. I think they need to secure a chopper right now and try and get some kills around the map. Maybe split up a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's what they definitely need to do, Lottie, because obviously one player across the map is going to drop, and that's not going to be a good situation. But Breadman is still in a great position to catch these players off guard as they try to rotate to the top roof. He's going to be able to pick up a UAV, so this is going to help the team tremendously. Too bad there's a lot of players around this area that are sitting with Ghost.
Snipe that, and I'm going to cross soon.
Need to get that redeploy ASAP stud, don't they?
Yeah, you need to bring your teammate back, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They have enough money to try to get another UAV, but they know there's not a lot of enemies near this area. It's about just trying to keep this pace, because when you look at this team so far, out of the scores that they submitted, they have yet to still submit a 5th game. So this can be huge for these guys to just jump straight into 3rd spot.
Jay God, so at this point in time, obviously you can see the gas is moving in. We're getting a circle secured here. How important is it for them to gatekeep right now? Maybe split up, gatekeep a little bit, make sure that they can get as many eliminations as possible coming through into these smaller circles.
I'm unsure.
I think ideally they would have tried to do that probably a good minute or two before that. While Breadman was dealing with those people at the roof with Ghost, I think now he's kind of in a position where he's maybe going to get gate kept. You can see his teammates are kind of rolling up, maybe provide a little bit of support vehicle. He's going to be able to jump in. Oh, no, they just kept driving on by. These guys are just holding at the top. They have the perfect position up top where they're going to be able to hold these guys, and it's going to probably eat up a good chunk of their time. They're almost getting to the point in the match where it's going to be mathematically impossible for them to get a score that's going to be able to beat out Aydan's team.
Yeah.
They have 2 more minutes. If they want to quit and drop back in, they have 2 minutes to do it.
Yeah, a little bit of
crunch time, baby.
Crunch time, and that's what Breadman knows. He knows he has to put the pressure on. He's able to at least take down one player off this rooftop, trying to locate his teammate because he doesn't pick up the team wipe, but on the opposite side, his teammate is going to be able to find one. It's going to completely eliminate that team, and there's only 13 teams remaining in this. Actually, 9 teams remaining in this game, 31 players. So yeah, like Jay God said, it might turn out to be mathematically impossible for these guys to jump up into that 3rd spot. Iceman, some great shots with that SMG, able to find that kill. Still a couple players popping up near the radar. It's all about just trying to keep that pacing, being aggressive as you can. And that's exactly what Iceman is going to do. He's able to take down another with that sticky grenade. Will end up with that full kill. So far, he's sitting at 18.
Huge freaking help.
I'm trying to do the math here. Let me see how many they need. They needed one. I think they needed 120 for the kills, 115 and a win. Because they needed 134 or something like that. But Aydan's score even went higher, so now they need 153. Yeah, that's a very unlikely game considering the EmZ had a 154 with their 129. So I think the likelihood of that is going to be a little bit rough for them to get that 5th game.
I believe if every single person left alive gets a most wanted, get the crown on, maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not gonna lie, I'm dropping money at the buy station. Like, here you go, here's the free cash. Just take this, buy your teammates back. I'm not even gonna shoot at you.
Buy him back.
Like, you need a miracle to happen.
Long-term investment in Verdansk.
And I think we're at the point where we just hit that time where if they're not already in the lobby, it's too late to get in the lobby. So this is pretty much everyone's last game, I think.
It is indeed. We have just hit the mark. 8:55 Eastern. This is it. You cannot drop in any longer. It has been closed. As I say, Gulag gets closed. Well, Verdansk drop-ins get closed too. And this is the time now. But we've got some beautiful shots coming off from Queen Shadow. She does down somebody right in the tree line there. Beautiful stuff coming through. But we do have an airstrike she has to take cover from here as well.
She's just got to get out of that position. She knows that she was able to at least get one knock in that situation. That's all about just trying to get your teammates into the circle. That's the only thing that they've been fighting for, that map control. They have been outside of the zone every time, and teams have been holding them. There's still going to be 7 teams in this game, total of 19 players. You have to basically try to eliminate every single one, but one player is going to drop. So that's going to be 6 teams available now. The pressure's going to be on, able to hit one.
An interesting update. It looks like Angelica and Aydan's team are tied at 599. It's going to update on our scoreboard. They're tied at 599 for that 3rd place spot. So I guess we'll see what happens. If they're in their last game, there's gonna be a lot of pressure to make up that score. Because yeah, just updated right now. They are tied at third place.
Most wanted in the
My goodness.
What are you doing?
I have my tag team partner in now, so I'm tag teaming in. Shift. Get in here, pal. Get in here. Welcome
Heck of a
back.
time to reconnect there. I mean, we got some storms rolling through, but apparently the biggest storm of them all is just lingering here in the lobby. I mean, I don't even know what to take from that because we're past the drop-in point. So if that's a submission, a final submission coming through, unless Team Aydan is still in the mix here,
There's multiple.
this will be really interesting. We'll have to get confirmation from organizers here as far as what would happen if there is going to be a tie, but we are hearing that Team Aydan is still in the lobby here, guys, so there is still a chance to maybe break this tiebreaker by one good game right here.
And this is going to be huge for these guys because you're tied at 599, so you have to try to break one of your previous scores. So Aydan, their team they started off with 2 100-point games. They were able to just submit on a 124. So as long as they just improve in that 100 points, get it to around 76 kills and a win, they will solidify them into that third spot. So you have to make sure you're playing your life. And him already sitting at 12 kills, Scummy picking up kills across the map. This is a good start already at 29 for the team.
Really great stuff. I mean, the Gulag once more becoming a bit of a cycling issue here, but you see the kills 14 and 12 for 2 of the 4 so far. Right back into the mix is Danny. Plenty of weapons to shop between here as there's weapons littered all over through the front of this bank. And so it just comes down to getting back together and being in a position where you can actually kind of keep this momentum going because both Aydan and Scummin are having a great game. You know that Karma is going to be good for at least 15 kills. So it's just about once more, like we continue to mention here, J-God, it's 2 100-point tallies for Team Aydan that they're looking to kind of throw out and find one better.
Yeah, they're right at that point. It has only 100 left now. With the previous match, they had a 124 that kind of replaced that number. So yeah, literally all they need is 76 and a win, and they're gonna take 600 points. And they might want to try to improve that a little bit because I'm not sure if Angelica's team is in a lobby right now, but we know that they can drop bombs. So it's a matter of whatever they're not gonna know the results until pretty much both the matches are done.
They're close. Pushing.
Whew. Tough times, but this is what we're here for. Early knock for Aydan, but can't get right back around the corner. Now he's got some help. Danny's nearby, but she will not be able to get here in time to make sure that the res could come into play. So it's just down to if Danny and Scummin can actually still pick apart this final squad. They're dealing with some hefty cash, but no, Danny's going to fall. So it all is going to come down to if Scummin can clean things up. Lots of damage, but an airstrike is also in the mix. Has to make sure you stay safe from that. That would be one really unfortunate way to lose your last lobbies if you could take it down by airstrike, but he's cleared enough space. Danny stays safe for now. Just comes down to at what point do you give up on this fight in order to get a res? And it's right there.
He's able to get that Semtex. Perfect Semtex right there out of Scummin to get that team wipe. Karma's going to be in the gulag with that street sweeper, able to get that kill. He's going to be able to come back. So that's going to be a difficult task. You have to make sure you combine your money, bring back Aydan, and Danny has enough money to bring him back. So does Scummin. So UAV will be popped. Aydan will be up on the map. How about just trying to keep that pacing with Scummin currently sitting at 17?
Yeah. Pop it.
Oh, man. All right, well, everyone's back. That's the good news. And there's plenty of bodies to loot from. That's, I think, the better news overall is that you can just get right back into the mix. But no, it's still danger lurking as Scummin's trying to get away from this cluster strike, is just barely able to survive, slide away, and find a little bit of safety. Last armor plate goes into the front pocket. And from here on out, it's just all about can you cleanly wipe. Danny right here with it. Also needing to armor up to where she'll only have one in reserve, but Scummin, the first one to take the gunfight, will find the first elimination. More players potentially over through the firehouse, but not able to get a good look at any of them at the moment. So it all comes to a brief pause, but only a brief one. Danny surprised and right out of her shoes. She also gets knocked, but the teammates should be here to help. More teammates flying in for the squad they're fighting up against, and it's from the high ground. Karma will also drop, and it's once more going to fall onto the shoulders of Aydan and Scummin to save the day.
And it needs to go big because they have to buy both of their players back. And unfortunately, Aydan is going to be all the way across the map. So Scummin is going to be in this situation by himself. He only has one plate to work with. So if this push comes in, it's going to be a pretty difficult gunfight for him to try to win. He's just trying to play his life as best as he can. This player's all around him. That radar is insane. And unfortunately, Aydan is going to drop and Scumman's going to drop. And that's going to be it for Team Aydan.
Uh-oh.
Hopefully whatever they've done is enough to secure his tiebreaker.
This is gonna get really interesting. And that was a 43 kill lobby before everything is said and done. It's really unfortunate. There was a lot of opportunity. I was about to say the exact same thing, but we swap back over to Team Angelica. Looks like they're right in the middle of this lobby, and a lot of individual fights are going on. You see it from the 4 picture at the moment. Stu's in a fight. You've got Fro in a fight. Tommy's also in a fight, and Angelica is floating on in, trying to get back into the mix.
Disregard that.
And since Team Aydan's team just went down, now it puts all the power into Angelica's roster. 76 kill win will put them above that 600 point mark, which will put them in that 3rd spot.
Yeah.
And the way that Stu has been playing all day so far, you gotta believe that this guy's gonna put up at least 25 to 30 kills. The only thing is that the lobby is starting to drop fast. There's only gonna be about 53 players left in this game, 19 teams. Every time I blink, a player is dying.
So that's problematic.
You guys have to
Okay, so if I'm reading this correctly, they're trying to get rid of their lowest score of 101, which is 76 kills, like you mentioned. So are we confirming that it's 77 kills they need to win the 3rd place position without a tiebreaker? I think I'm reading that correctly.
That's what it looks like to me as well.
Okay. Well, they don't have that. You saw 11, 11, and I think an 8 in the mix. That's going to leave a lot to be desired here as we're through the halfway point. Fight up top, though, for Stu. He's going to have to replicate some of the magic that he had from the last game that he found 41 total kills in. Would love to do that again. Going to allow this player to get back up, and oh, that got a little scary for a moment, but gets the reload, gets the full finish, and is able to replenish the armor in the same rate, and now a fire seal comes in the mix. If there was ever a time for them to start really getting some movement on, it would be right here. Get those UAVs, pop them, get a couple advanced UAVs to play off of through the rest of this lobby here, Stud.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. Advanced UAV is going to be popped, so Stu is going to jump off that top building, able to deploy his shoot and find a couple players that are trying to land on that loadout. Able to at least knock one, trying to get the knock onto the second, but he's using some great cover in towards that middle of the street. But he's not giving up on this one. He knows that he's trapped behind here. Doesn't have any tacticals to work with either, but that player is able to get out of that position. Now Stu, he's gonna just completely disregard that player, as he knows that that player is gonna be going towards the top roof. Some great shots onto another player in a different school building. Now it's time to put the full send on. Hopefully that player that you were shooting at previously does not go to the rooftop, and he's gonna get another down kill with that nade.
This is interesting. Looked over to chat. I see you guys. How about some drama? Aydan's lobby got a jailbreak. So
wait a minute.
They may still be able to fight through it.
Wait a minute.
We see you, chat. We hear you. Are you kidding? You guys like Warzone drama? Have a lot of it. So not only are we looking for 77 kills from Angelica's team, but if we're reading everything correctly, and I don't mean to be the final word of it because I'm absolutely not, that this jailbreak could essentially put Aydan right back in the mix again.
Wait, there's a whole team here.
That's insane. Like, that is just the draw of the game. The fact that Angelica's getting a fire cell, these guys are getting a jailbreak. They're able to get back into the game. And unfortunately, 2 players are going to drop, and this is not going to be a good situation as Scumman and Aydan are going to be dropped, and so is going to be Karma. So it's all left up to Danny. And just when we thought they had a blessing in disguise, it's going to be another difficult task for Danny to try to bring all her teammates back.
She's got a little bit of cash,
1,800.
Not a lot. This is tough. And I mean, at this point, you have to just play for money, don't you? I mean, you really, unless you run across a couple of individuals, you got to feel it's all about the cash hunt from here on out.
Exactly. Yeah. Just trying to get enough bodies back. So, because if she goes down, that's it. The game over. They got. Oh, she has enough to buy them back. Yeah. Just get everyone back on full board. There's been so many people downed and killed in this area that there should be still plenty of loot. Hopefully they'll be able to grab it before the zone takes it. And there's still enough people in the lobby to make something happen. I think they need about 30-ish kills out of the 50. 18, 17 teams. It's starting to still die off, but it's still holding pretty solid.
They're getting shot fire from stadium.
Okay.
Now, I don't know 100% as far as how this works, because I mean, candidly, I've been a part of a couple other tournaments before where if the full team is dead and a jailbreak happens, it doesn't make a difference. They still consider that lobby to be over, but these guys are playing as if they get a second chance at life here. Obviously, there's still a lot of work to be done. And not, I mean, again, the money's just not great. That's the big key here. I mean, Aydan's going to have to do something incredible. And I mean, we've seen him doing unbelievable stuff here before, but between him and Danny, they have to save this lobby just to even get all 4 players back in the mix to even use it in the first place.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get twisted, and this is the time where you need to get that twisted tea in your system.
We have to get a TV though, I think.
So money is gonna be combined. They have enough money to at least bring 1 player back.
Just split. We're fine.
I'm getting a lot.
And they're gonna decide to split, but there's gonna be a couple players up towards this buy. So
It's okay.
Is it Crown? Maybe.
is it a car that's active, or is it a helicopter?
car,
Yeah,
it's
it's
a car,
definitely active.
yeah.
But they're getting out. They're getting out. So Danny should have the opening. Unfortunately,
He got out.
I guess they hopped out of that vehicle, so they're expecting some kind of push, and Danny's just gonna slow down her pressure towards that buy to try to bring a teammate back now.
Wait for me, Dan.
I am.
You just res, I think. Maybe not. I'm flying.
It's all about just making sure you're perfect with the situation. Call out from Danny, 2 players in front.
They bought loadout.
And it looks like they are actually kind of in a bit of a fight with a different team. Loadout drop is what's being called, and there's the shots are made. And Danny's still holding on to the triggers, waiting for the perfect moment to outride this fight. And there it is. There's the down. First one will come through. Not going to finish things off with the Semtex over the top. Very well could be well placed. Not going to get a full connect with it, but now here's the push forward. Aydan's able to get a number of knockdowns confirmed. Danny just making sure everyone on the backside stays safe as Aydan goes to work from the front. Beautiful shots coming through, and that's going to be some clearance. They're going to be able to buy back maybe both if they can find cash off these bodies, which you feel like is almost a certainty.
Come on, Dan, I'll help you in a sec.
And that's huge. That's a huge play right there out of Aydan and Danny. Just the cards that they were dealt right there with the team fully stacked out, ready to buy the loadout, completely catches them off guard. So now that allows Karma and Scummin to come back into this game with some great loadout weapons. The pressure is going to be on Danny with some great shots. He's able to win it. She's able to win it.
I think
That is
just
so nuts. I'm looking at the score. They have like 57 or 58 kills now, so they only need about 18 kills out of the 40 or so that are left, which is definitely a doable task still at this point.
So it's, as far as we can figure, 76 kills is the tally needed for Team Aydan. 77 kills is the tally for Team Angelica to break the current standing tie. Obviously, the scores could go haywire here as we close this one out, but I think you hit in a really strong point here, Jay. God, the tally right now for Aydan is looking better than what we saw from Angelica's squad, and the lobby is also holding together really nicely after that jailbreak came through.
What kind?
That's so nuts. The odds of that happening. I mean, we were looking at the other lobby, and they ended up getting the fire sale versus the jailbreak. So it's just like one of those things, luck of the draw that they stayed in the lobby because they were 22nd, I believe. So still the lobbies, only 6 teams or so have been eliminated since they got eliminated that first time around. So the lobby is definitely holding with that jailbreak. It's just nuts.
Man. But again, like Lottie mentioned at one point and the other, none of it matters if you don't finish off the win. So that still has to lurk in the back of your mind. But of course, that's not a topic of conversation for any of these 4 players yet. It's just about trying to get as many kills as humanly possible. Karma still with the sniper rifle. He has been the Twisted Tea, I would say, man of the weekend. He's been all over the top plays. Not going to be able to provide us with anything, at least not right now, off that initial approach. Danny on the way in. Good shots. Gets a knock. Finishes off. No problem. More players from the staircase, though. Not going to expect that and will be taken down. But the reapproach coming in. Karma not able to get involved, though. Also knocked. Is there going to be enough help? It would have to be on to Aydan, who looks like he is a part of this gunfight. Looks like he's gotten 1 knock quickly on the way in. Here it comes, Aydan. Has to make sure that he's not just playing for Karma, but also these other contenders that are in the house. Going to clear up at least part of it, but he's lost track of everybody. And this is a really difficult situation of when do we go for the res versus when do we play for these kills.
Yeah, I think he's trying to use Karma as some bait, just to force these guys to try to go out and get that full kill. But he's able to crawl all the way back into that building. Scumming's still picking up some kills on the opposite side of the map. Keep in mind that King Crown can come into play, because he's driving around a vehicle. You just want to leave that guy alone, and actually that King Crown is going to be finished. So his teammates are going to be brought back. So that's a huge situation right now for Team Aydan. Trying to pick up some more kills. They're just getting blessed this game. Unfortunately, it's going to be a guy in the bathroom that's going to catch both Karma and Aydan. So it's all going to be left up to Scummin. He has a couple dollars to his name, but not enough to bring back either one of his teammates. Such a Terrible situation right there because they were blessed with a jailbreak, and now Scummin finds himself left by himself.
He's not in a position to go for the immediate trades off of that engagement, so it's going to have to be down to him essentially playing this lobby completely solo. Like you mentioned, Cash not even in the conversation point as of yet.
Anything I can do.
10 other squads also that he would have to try to finesse around. Good position here inside the zone. Maybe you can find a couple players rotating, but this position is not nearly as safe as you think. I mean, with all these ridge lines, people can get up on you really quickly, but there's going to be one. That's an elimination in full.
Don't worry about kills, by the way, too. We're chilling.
Okay, so there's the call from Aydan. It seems like they feel pretty confident about their kill total right now. It's just all about, can we get the win?
25 are left. Stay sharp out there.
43.
25 people remaining in this game. A total of 8 teams. They're on 61 so far. They need 15 more kills. You hear the comms coming in from Aydan. Know what the goal line is. Obviously, that supply run is going to be marked on the map. Can he try to make his way towards that direction? But this looked like it just got snagged up. That's going to be truly unfortunate. He did not loot that body of the player that he was able to eliminate.
He's gonna be stuck on the bottom of the hill.
So, man, I had a couple $, but it's all on Scummin, man. Scummin has to go big for this team.
And there is a buy station in this next zone. You can see it just over to the left where he was previously positioned. So there is the opportunity to actually still get the res in. It just comes down to finding the cash.
Yeah.
And I was about to ask the question for a moment there. I was like, I don't know if Aydan really is correct when it comes to we're big chilling. You need to find eliminations and talk about the mess that is trying to figure out if there are players above you in array. You got to also keep that in the back of your mind. I mean, it's just the elevation that is below him over to his left and now above him, just right underneath where he's positioned. That's difficult scenes. Let's find a bit of safety on the backside of the zone, trying to find more players rotating as the zone is going to come to a close the next handful of seconds. I mean, from here on out, it's just down to, I don't even know if you get kills from up here. How do you even get the cash that's up there? You might just have to finish this one out completely. And let's be honest, there's only 14 more players that are around. So you need to find every single kill in the lobby and hope that maybe a couple of players re-drop back in. This is not bad, though. Going to find one full elimination. And a knock wants one more inside the house. Finds the third cleanly. Semtex to at least push them back as he finishes off the second and then finds the fourth in the corner. That's a full team wipe. The zone will start to push him further in towards where that buy station's at, but he still has not collected enough money to buy anybody back.
No, he is not, but there's 10 players in, and that's going to force these players who are camping this top array to jump down, and hopefully this can be some more easy kills for Scummin. Trying to work his way back towards the buy, but unfortunately he's going to get shot from the top, and that's going to be it for Team Aydan. They weren't able to break that 76 kill mark, so their score is not going to improve. Angelica, I'm pretty sure they're still in that game, so they have the opportunity to really take that third spot.
Oh, it's going to be tight. And we'll get back on board with Angelica. We've got Stu, Tommy, Fro. Zone is coming to a bit of a close. South Central here, Jay got it. And I think the big question in all of our minds is this: what's the kill tally? Give us the kill tally. We see 62 showing on Frozone stream bottom right, but like we mentioned, they need to get to 77 to break the tie.
77, that was what it was. Yeah, 77. So they're really close here. They only need 7 kills out of the remaining, unless that thing is updated by. Oh, look, Stu just got 2 or 3 kills there. That's going to bring up that total. So they are looking really good. All the power's in their hands.
Why is he peeking like that?
And it looks like they also have a numbers advantage. If Fro doesn't get thirsted here, they're going to have a numbers advantage because there's 6 teams left and a total of 11 players. So that is really low quantity teams there.
The team of 3.
Stud, we're in the same position. There's not enough cash to get it back at the moment. You have to win this gunfight right here. And Tommy's in a bit of trouble. He's able to get 1 armor plate off while he got 1 player knocked. Angelica just watching from a distance at the moment, just wants to make sure that she can keep the play alive if things go awry. But the take is on for Stu and Tommy as they're trying to get through this apartment complex and Study. I just imagine a world where they also get wiped here and we're just back to another tiebreaker situation after everything's all said and done.
That'll suck because they basically have the game in their hands as Tommy and Stu are able to clear out that top building. Some great shots right there out of Stu with that Ram 7. Able to put him at 27 kills, and that's going to put the team at basically that's 75. Yeah, they need 2 kills and a win to try to take that third spot, and they're in a great position to do so. 4 teams remaining, a total of 10 players. Oh, they can definitely get this done here.
2 kills, and the win. So don't, count your chickens before they hatch here, chat. It's not just getting to 77. You have to get the bonus 25 for the full win. They do have cash, though. That's the big key. Stu's going to rush on over to the buy station, get Fro back in the mix, but there's going to be contested. Find some shots into one. Not a full armor break. Angelica up top has some advantage when it comes to looking down upon this, but has already tagged that there are potentially players up top on the other rooftop. More kills coming into the mix. You see a couple of downs for Tommy. Things are looking good for that initial kill tally, and there's only a handful, actually just a couple of squads left. One win away from potentially doing it and breaking the tie.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they just broke that 77 kill mark with Tommy picking up that kill on the roof as well. So it's all about just getting the win from this one on, and they're in a great position to do so. They have the high ground. The only thing is that they have to rotate into that zone. But some great shots coming in across the map, able to eliminate a couple players. Frozone came off the spawn and is able to knock down 2. With that Ram 7 is going to be Stu taking down the 3rd. And just like that, it's going to be a 4v3 situation. If they win this game, they will solidify that 3rd spot.
And Tommy's got to beat on him. He's still taking shots. Frozone as well inside the Bertha. It's just down to, can Stu finish off the game right here? Taking a lot of shots at him, but he does get run over. That's going to be enough to actually finish off not just one, but wait. And Angelica also taken down, it looks like. Stu's going to be rezzed up. There is enough help, so interesting interaction coming through. But when everything is all said and done, we've got ourselves a 3v3 situation. They still have to win, and this last squad giving a bit of trouble as they take the fight into the final circle.
Yeah, and Tommy was able to get a knock onto 1, so this is going to be that last push. You're going to see Tommy with that sniper. Time to switch up that pace. Time to be a little bit more aggressive. At the zone is going to pull them out. So it's all about holding this ridge line right here. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Is just hold these guys out, play patient. Good shot right there out of Tommy. Able to knock 2. Looking for the 3rd. And that's going to be Tommy.
Man.
Clutching it up for the team. Crazy 3-piece with that Kar 97. Unbelievable.
Oh, man. That should be enough. I mean, we're not the final naysayers here when it comes down to the overall scores, but based on our math, which sometimes the question, Lottie, is how many casters does it take to do math on stream? Sometimes it's more than 4, but by all intents and purposes, it does look like that will be enough to break the tie and secure 3rd.
It will be indeed. I can tell you right now, you can count me out of the maths. That's a no-go for me. Absolutely not. Don't do numbers. But what I can tell you is I think that was definitely enough to elevate them above Aydan. I gotta say, man, Aydan's team couldn't catch a break. My God, they were given blessing after blessing after blessing, and it just didn't work out for them. I think the pressure was a little bit too much. It had mounted at the end there, and it just wasn't happening for them. I think their head was already out of it. But I'm very excited to see where all of our teams are going to end up. I just got to say, though, you know, actually, Destroy's team did manage to better their score. They only managed to better it by 8 points, though. They did need a lot more points than that to actually secure that 1st place finish. Currently, we are going to obviously tally everything up at the end there to see exactly who has come 1st, 2nd, 3rd, because that is where the cash money is at. But it's been a pretty wild ride, hasn't it, to say the least, folks? We've seen so many different kind of things happening on our screens. That is the beauty of Warzone. That's the beauty of kill races, because you're pushing so hard. Anything can happen. All sorts of different situations occur, especially in kill races. But gents, I think we're also going to be waiting on EmZ at the moment as well. I'm not sure if we're going to head over to her in a minute just to see where they're at, because I think they're finishing up their lobby as we speak at the moment to see exactly where they've ended up. But so far so good. J God, how have you been enjoying the kill race today? It's been pretty wild. Is this obviously maybe one of the best kill races you might have ever seen? I'm just kind of
I think the format here with the kill racing, I mean, it was a lot closer than I thought it would be. Looking at that first game, I was like, man, they're going to take it by a landslide. And a lot of teams creeped in there with their scores. I really thought Destroy's team, they put up a great effort. That would have won them on day 1, just not enough on day 2. And then you can see the little clutch there by Tommy and Angelica's team there. It just managed to pull off the win. I mean, it's been impressive to watch. Unfortunately, some of the scores are missing for some of these teams. So it's a matter of, did they just not get good games, or you know, maybe they're holding out. Maybe we're gonna have a sleeper in here. We have no clue, so we'll see.
Oh, could you imagine? That would be so cool if we actually had a little sleeper and boom, someone's right at the top of the leaderboard. My God, they've just been creeping up on there. But we are actually on board right now with EmZ's team, but unfortunately EmZ actually did crash out of the game, so there's only 3 of them still in the lobby currently. But I have a funny feeling they're going to be okay. I think, lads, they're going to be okay. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to sit back, relax, listen to your dulcet tones, and enjoy the last lobby of the night.
This is looking like victory run here, friends. I mean, it's Destroy and Co. I mean, they would have to do something incredible if they're even in their final lobby. But with this potential victory run, it's going to be another one of those wings for wins moments from It's Just Wings. And, well, a little bit of trouble here, actually. Wait on a second. This is not at all a guarantee, at least for this lobby is concerned. And actually, the wipe comes out. So no final wings, gentlemen, unfortunately. I know, Studyy, you were looking forward for more wings.
Yeah.
I'm still looking forward to mine.
God damn it, we had to curse it out, didn't we? Shift,
Really
I'm blaming you for that one.
Really,
I'm blaming you for that one, Shift.
I'll take all of it.
Yeah, no wings, I'm afraid. That is a definite unfortunate one there. But I tell you what, I think they're probably just like, you know what? Let's just crack on. Let's just see what's been going on, because they're sitting in a pretty nice position right now on the top of the leaderboard. Stud, you've been having a whale of a time. I can tell just by how you've been casting, man. Have you been enjoying today? What has been a highlight for you?
I think the highlight has been everyone on the day. Like, every time we were switching to a different team, someone was absolutely twisted. Like, watching Almond for the last 2 days, the guy's just a constant beast. And obviously, if you didn't know, Karma was that former Call of Duty pro player, and he can definitely do it in anything that he touches, man. He was averaging about 20 kills in every single game that he put up. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to get into that third spot, but just everyone throughout the entire tournament, man, you got to tip your hat to these guys, because if I spawn in, I promise you, I don't make the game look that easy. And I used to be a former Call of Duty pro player, so you got to tip to these guys that they are just different kind of animals, different kind of beasts in that Warzone game mode.
Oh, definitely different kind of beasts. My goodness. Shift. Obviously, we saw quite an array of different loadouts there, but mainly we saw a large amount of AMAX coming out to play there at the end as well. For the secondary, for when people are carrying overkill, especially, you know, what are we looking at here? Because I saw Queen of Shadows running a Mac 10. I've seen a Bullfrog hopping around. I've also seen snipers as well. So what has been kind of I would say the prime loadout for you that you've kind of seen frying in the past 2 days?
Yeah, it's been really fun, and we had this conversation kind of in the middle of the day yesterday about like what has been our historical favorite Warzone metas. For me, this one is really providing a lot of great entertainment because, like you mentioned, the versatility is really your preference. You know, pick what you're best with, pick what you're most comfortable with. I still maintain that the devs need to add in a statistical point of meltability, how quickly a gun kills, because the Mac 10, I mean, when we see TP use that thing absolutely destroys. But at the same point, if you're someone like Karma, who's continuing to land shots with the sniper rifle, I wouldn't be surprised if he continues to run that sniper rifle in the back pocket. For me personally, I would probably be more in that Bullfrog range, just because it takes me a little bit to get my shot truly centered. I'm not former pro like Studyy here, so I need that little bit of slower rate of fire. But it's been a really fun to watch to see, you know, how different players are not just preferring different weapons, but specifically how their play style changes depending on what that secondary weapon is.
Yeah, definitely, and you get a bunch of ammo in your Bullfrog as well.
You really do.
Crazy.
I need it.
It carries so much, like 80 something. It's crazy. I've got to say though, the reactive skin for the Mac 10, I think it adds a little spice, a little something to the playstyle. I think it does improve a player's, you know, just absolute on it crack level. I really do think so. It's gorgeous skin. Saw Queen of Shadows running that one. I've got to say, J-God, though, in terms of loadouts and the way that people do play kill races, does it matter what kind of balance you have in terms of your loadout as a team? Do you really need people to be running certain things? Do you need a sniper in your back pocket in your team? What kind of thing are we seeing there?
I think it just depends on the vast majority of where the zone's going to be. If it's going to be out in the open, like we saw towards the end there, where there was a little bit of opportunity for sniping, it can come into play where that might be a little bit more useful. If you're going to be a little bit more running and gunning, you might need the access to the fully automatic weapons. So I think that's what we saw. The vast majority of people were using the AMAX with whatever the heck they wanted up close. But then there were the scenarios where maybe somebody was using the Car 98, or they picked up the floor Swiss and they kind of just stuck with it. And those were kind of pretty much all we saw in terms of sniper. So I think it is zone dependent, but for the most part, everyone was kind of running the same thing, with the exception of the one-off here and there.
Now, this is definitely something that I'm not going to be carrying into Warzone 8 tonight. But Jacob, what do you run?
I would run the AMAX and the Cold War AK-47. Okay, that'd be like
noted.
my main go-to.
Noted.
But when I use an
Perfect.
SMG, I would use the LC-10. So. Okay,
do you know, I do love an LC-10. Is anyone else with me on this? The LC-10, it slaps.
LC-10 is ruining my league play experience right now. I'll say that.
Okay. I would say Warzone only, because I did put out a tweet not that long ago saying LC10 ruins my day every day, and it does. Don't get me wrong, it does. But in Warzone, I don't mind what I pick up in Warzone. I need it. I need a fair playing field there for myself. But Jay, so you don't like the LC10 then? What would you be having as your secondary?
I'm rocking. Honestly, like, I just got off the phone with TP. He told me as long as you got the AMAX, you're pretty much solid. But I'm going with that MAC 10. That thing has 53 bullets in it. Just watching a whole bunch of players throughout the last 2 days use it every single time that they were in a close range engagement fight. It was easy for them. Like, we saw Scumman just running up straight out of staircases, just hitting a little bit of a pre-fire, but just the guy was just dropping so quick. So I feel like the MAC 10 is just a good counterpart to my AMAX, especially with that variety between those two guns.
I feel you, Jay. I feel like the confidence is oozing from you there. I would definitely, side salad for that one. Mac salad, 100%. I agree with that one. The Mac 10 does slap. That is indeed true. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Destroy's team as well, because I do feel like they were just phenomenal, and they were kind of, really keeping up with EmZ's team right from the get-go. We saw a little bit of a difference from them from yesterday. EmZ's team seemed to start very hot to trot yesterday and today. Destroy's team, not so much, actually. I think they didn't even manage to finish first place in their first submitter game yesterday. But today was a totally different story. Can anyone provide any insight to that? It was a kind of like an obvious difference to the way that they were playing today. Were they just a little bit more on it? Were they kind of risking things a little bit more? Yesterday, obviously, only had to be top 8. But did anybody notice anything in terms of their play style?
I'd say
I think it just had to be.
Go ahead, Jay.
Go ahead, Schiff. Go ahead.
All right. For me, it was yesterday's games were really hot and heavy off the start, which is why I think their first game was only a 13th place finish, but they had like 80 kills with a 13th place finish. So I feel like a lot of it was just them trying to figure out how far they could push the line when it comes to how many kills versus getting the win. And today, I think they realistically met that line every single game that they played. They were super consistent. And I think at the top of the day, if you were to tell the guys, hey, you're going to finish with 621 total points, they would have said that's good enough to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Little did they know that day 2 was going to bring an even bigger number. And talking about that number, we do actually have the winner of our WarzoneMania tournament standing by, Team EmZ. EmZ, it is so good to have you joining us. Congratulations, and absolutely wicked finish, girl. I mean, that is a crazy number of points to put up for your team both days, man.
I know, I'm speechless. My team just they're just amazing. Proper fryers, I'm speechless. Crazy.
That's okay. You've put loads of energy into this one. Now, you guys really had the number of this tournament from day 1. You carried that into day 2. We were actually talking about this, like myself, Jay God, Schiff, Stud, can they actually break 600 again today? Is this the ceiling? Little did we know the sky was the limit for you guys, pushing that number as far as possible. Do you think, your team excelling above the rest, do you have something different from some of the teams here? What were you guys doing that really allowed you to really widen that gap so nobody could reach you up there?
Honestly, I think FIFA, he's just a really, really good team player. Like team leader, he just knows the map so well when it comes to rotations and just everything. He's a big part of the team, and without him, I don't think we would have passed 600. But then Wars and Smitty, they're fryers, they're insane, and just Smitty's super underrated as well. He deserves to be bigger than what he is. I'm just super happy, to be fair. I'm super grateful for the picks that I got as well. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say.
Jacob, do you have any questions for EmZ?
Did you guys were looking at your last games and thinking, man, Destroy's kind of catching up on us? We're in reach, did you guys change any strategy at the end to maybe secure that last score to replace that earlier game that you had?
Yeah, we were trying to beat our 108 score, I believe it was. And we were a bit on edge, but we just stayed calm. The vibes with my team are great as well. The comms, and no one gets really stressed out. It's just always a good vibe. I feel that's really important. Team chem, just flows really well. I've really liked my squad. So yeah.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. EmZ, obviously, you know, you have found yourself on Warzone now after previously being like the sniper montager that so many people have loved and enjoyed. But now you've obviously gone on to Warzone. You're winning multiple tournaments. This isn't the first tournament I've seen you win myself being here. You know, you are absolutely amazing. You should be so proud of yourself. Congratulations today. Incredible win and victory for you guys. I couldn't think of a better captain to do it. So well done, EmZ.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invite as well. Like, I'm super grateful. Like, it's amazing.
Amazing stuff. Thank you, EmZ. Enjoy the rest of your night. We're going to head back on over now to the casting desk and see what everyone has to say. And she's lovely, EmZ. She is lovely.
Truly.
She's a bit speechless. But rightfully so. To be honest, I'm a bit speechless at the score that they got today. Let's take a look right now at our leaderboard, though, to see where teams have landed ultimately after this 2-day kill race. It has been absolutely epic. I'm quite excited to see who got into second place, who got into third, because obviously there's a lot of money in this as well. And gents, any bets, any takers who might be in second, third? Quick. Oh, okay. Destroy.
Yeah.
Destroy got second, of course. And it's really nice to see Angel as well in third place, 608. Great for them that they actually did take that 600 point mark. They also raised their bar as well from yesterday too, which is amazing stuff. So our first, second, third finishes right there for you guys. You can see all the way down to 8th place there. Swag's team only putting in a cool 224 points there. Smixy's finished with 382. Oh God, I'm gutted for IceManIsaac. They were really pushing it today, and unfortunately they just missed out there. Honestly, pretty even score lines though. 599 and 560, not too bad from each other there. So very competitive. Stud, I'm going to ask you, man, is there a team on here that you expected to do a little bit better? Especially not just in terms of placements, but in terms of points too. I think I know what you're going to say.
There's definitely a team like Juki's, Mutex. What we doing, baby? That's 2 days in a row. We got to put up better performances than that. There's no way you got to sit in that 7th spot. Like Mutex, you just single-handedly broke a record by yourself. You can pick up 61 kills by yourself. So the fact that that team is sitting in the 7th spot was completely mind-blowing to me. I expected a lot better out of those players on that roster. I felt like that was one of the most stacked rosters that we have, but unfortunately they just couldn't get in the groove and they found themselves making it to day 2, but unfortunately not making any money.
Yeah, unfortunately. So somebody get Juki's team some wings, please. They need to cheer themselves up, especially after disappointing Jay that way. It has been absolutely epic. I actually am going to also announce a winner that I have been promising for the past couple of days now, because with all the action done here, it is now time to announce who won the Herman Miller chair. Yeah, we've been talking about this. Trust me, Jay. I'm sitting here like hoping it's about to come through my door. But actually, congratulations to Selena Osborne. You are the winner of the incredible Herman Miller gaming chair. Amazing stuff. Fantastic stuff. I'm so glad you listened to me because, folks, I promised you there was a chair going away today, and Selena has copped that chair. Who's the real winner here? Who is the real winner here? But I'll tell you what, gents. It wouldn't be a kill race day or the end of a kill race day if I didn't ask you your final thoughts coming out of this incredible Warzone Mania. So, Jay God, any final thoughts about the last 2 days? It can be anything at all. Just go for it, man.
I think we really saw the difference in play between the first day and the second. With that one less hour, I think some of these scores, if they had them yesterday, there's teams that would have had opportunity for another 2 or 3 opportunities to maybe break one of their lowest scores, and that would have pushed them up. And that would have definitely benefited Destroyer or even IceManIsaac's team, where they were really within striking distance. And, you know, and Angelica, you know, that competition for third could have gone a little bit differently. So there's a lot of pressure to perform on those limited games you have. So I think it was just interesting dynamic to see how that played out.
Amazing stuff. Shift, what are you saying, pal? What were you loving out there?
We've seen a number of different formats through competitive Warzone, and they all bring out certain pros and certain cons. I don't think there ever is going to be a perfect format for anybody's liking, but the final hour of both days, yesterday and today, just take the cake for me as far as being some of the most thrilling Warzone action that we've seen. Just being able to kind of follow along with the squad, and they know what their win condition is. How are they going to make those subtle adjustments and try to get there? The head-to-head battle at a dead even tie for third. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. This is a lot of fun. Big shout out to everybody at New York and Andbox for putting on in the first place. This has just been a real blast, and I'm glad that we got such a good show near the end for that final couple of minutes.
Beautiful stuff. And then Stud, our born and bred NYSL home man. Talk to me, bro.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to NYSL and Andbox for throwing this entire thing together, you know, inviting us forward to be out here. But just one thing that I learned from the last 2 days is that everybody in Warzone is absolutely twisted, and that is insane because everyone was turning up at different moments, and you can even just see, like, there's a couple players in Warzone that we could probably use in the CDL, you know, to fill up a couple slots, Seattle. But other than that, you know, there's just a lot of talent in the WarzoneMania just realm. Like, this whole community is just insane, and just to see the talent that these guys have. Like I said, I was a former Call of Duty pro player, but I can't do half of the things that these guys are doing nowadays. And like, just watching players like Aydan, who just play at such a fast pace and just so confident in fighting teams 1v4, it's just insane, man. You got to tip the hat to these guys. They put in the work, and it definitely showed for the last 2 days.
Oh, definitely. They've got it down to a fine art, quite clearly. It is a crazy, crazy world out there in Verdansk, especially with these guys in the lobbies. Thank you so much, gents, for joining us for the past 2 days. Congratulations to Team EmZ for the cracked consistency across the 2 days of this tournament. Thank you so much to Astro, It's Just Wings, Herman Miller, and Twisted Tea for being a crucial part of this tournament. NYSL, we love you so much. Thank you so much for hosting this incredible tournament. And it has been chock full of action and a real masterclass of skill on show from myself, J-God, Shift, and Stud. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys for the next NYSL WarzoneMania tournament.